absence of light that mortals experience when they close their eyes at night. It's not even the void of unconsciousness that claims them when they sleep. No. This darkness is something altogether more profound, more consuming, more absolute. It is the darkness of a consciousness suspended between existence and oblivion, a mind alive by machines, but denied anchors that make existence real. When the systems shut down and the ancient warrior is returned to his long sleep, there is no gentle drift into dreams. There is only the sudden, complete cessation of being. Imagine, if you can, existing as nothing more than thought without sensation. No warmth, no cold, no pain, no pleasure. No sight, no sound, no taste, no smell, no touch. Nothing but the fading echo of your last conscious moment, reverberating through the empty halls of your mind, until even that fades into the black. Some dreadnoughts report experiencing visions during their sleep, fragments of memory playing out in endless loops, battles fought centuries ago, replaying with perfect clarity, even as the context around them dissolves into meaningless static. Others claim to feel the passage of time as a physical weight, each year adding to an invisible burden that presses down upon their suspended consciousness like layers of sediment burying ancient ruins. But most simply cease. They close their eyes in one moment and open them in another, with no sense of the decades or centuries that have passed in between. For the ancient warrior sealed within the adamantium shell, time becomes a strange and fluid thing. The perception of duration warps and twists. A battle that raged for hours might feel like it happened moments ago, while a conversation from the previous awakening might seem like a half-remembered dream from someone else's life. The human mind, even one enhanced by the gene seed of a primarch and hardened by centuries of warfare, was never meant to experience time in this fractured, discontinuous way. Sleep and waking for mortals are part of a daily rhythm that helps anchor consciousness to reality. But for a dreadnought, there is no rhythm. There are only discrete moments of awareness separated by unknowable gulfs of non-existence. The tech priests who maintain these walking tombs speak of the machine spirits that inhabit the ancient chassis, of the sacred rituals required to ensure smooth activation and deactivation. They chant their binary prayers and anoint the sacred mechanisms with blessed unguents, believing that proper reverence will ease the warrior's transition between states of being. And perhaps they are right in their way. Perhaps the rituals do help, providing a familiar framework that helps the entombed mind orient itself when consciousness returns. Or perhaps the rituals are more for the living than the dead, a way for those who remain to feel they are doing something meaningful for brothers who have sacrificed everything. The dreams, when they come, are strange and terrible things. Some dreadnoughts report seeing visions of battles yet to come, prophecies granted by whatever connection still exists between their organic brain and the Empyrean realm that lies beyond reality. Others find themselves reliving moments from their mortal life with painful clarity, remembering the sensation of skin against skin, the taste of food, the simple pleasure of breathing air into lungs they no longer possess. These memories can be a comfort or a torture, depending on the warrior's disposition. Some cling to them desperately, using them as anchors to remind themselves of who they once were. Others try to let them fade, believing that holding on to the past only makes the present more unbearable. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of dreadnought sleep is the complete loss of agency. When a mortal goes to sleep, they do so by choice, lying down in a safe place and allowing their body's natural processes to take over. They know, on some level, that they will wake again in a few hours, refreshed and ready to face a new day. A dreadnought has no such certainty. When the tech priests initiate the shutdown sequence, the ancient warrior has no choice but to yield to it, feeling their consciousness slip away like water through grasping fingers. They do not know if they will ever wake again. They do not know if their chassis will fail during the long sleep, or if the chapter will simply decide that their service is no longer required. They do not know if the next battle will be in a month, a year, a decade, or a century. They surrender control completely, placing their fate in the hands of others and hoping that they will be deemed worthy of resurrection when the time comes. This, then, is what it means to be a dreadnought. To exist in moments stolen from the endless dark, to wage war with weapons that respond to thought as if they were limbs, to watch the world change and evolve while you remain frozen, unchanging, a relic from an age that grows more distant with each awakening. The chapters who maintain these ancient warriors treat them with the reverence due to living legends, consulting them for tactical wisdom and historical knowledge. But that reverence comes at a price. The dreadnought is no longer truly one of their brothers. He is something else, something set apart, something both more and less than what he once was. He is a weapon, a monument, and a warning all at once. A reminder of what sacrifice truly means in the service of the Emperor of mankind. The void between moments. The last thing the ancient warrior remembers before the darkness claims him is the voice of the tech marine, speaking in soothing tones through the Vox link that connects directly to what remains of his biological brain. Words of gratitude, perhaps, or assurances that his service has been noted and valued. Sometimes there are promises that his rest will be peaceful, that he will be awakened only when truly needed. These words become more hollow with each repetition, as both speaker and listener know the truth. There is no peace in the depths of a sarcophagus, only absence, and the warrior will be awakened whenever the chapter deems it necessary, whether that is tomorrow or 1,000 years hence. The shutdown sequence begins with the external systems first. The targeting matrices fade. The weapon feeds cease their constant readiness reports. The sensory clusters that provide sight and sound and tactical awareness begin to dim one by one. For a moment, the consciousness within experiences a sensation not unlike drowning, as the connections that make him feel like part of the war machine are severed one after another. The dreadnought chassis does not cease to exist, of course. It remains standing in the sacred halls of the chapter's fortress monastery, a silent sentinel waiting for the call to war. But from the perspective of the warrior within, the world simply stops. Some describe it as falling, an endless tumble through empty space, with no reference points and no hope of landing. Others compare it to being buried alive, aware of the weight of centuries pressing down from above, but unable to move or cry out. A few claim to maintain some form of awareness during their sleep, existing as a tiny spark of consciousness adrift in an infinite dark, counting the moments until they can return to the world of light and war and purpose. But these accounts are rare, and many tech priests believe they are simply false memories created by a mind struggling to cope with the absolute discontinuity of dreadnought existence. The truth is that no one really knows what happens in the depths of that long sleep. The organic components of a dreadnought's brain show minimal activity during stasis, barely enough to register on the most sensitive medical auspex. The life support systems maintain the bare minimum necessary to keep the tissues alive and prevent degradation. But there is no way to measure subjective experience, no scanner that can peer into the locked room of consciousness and report what it finds there. The warrior goes in, and the warrior comes out, and what happens in between remains a mystery even to those who experience it. But the sleep is not entirely devoid of content. Deep in the liminal spaces between full consciousness and complete oblivion, things can stir. Memories surface unbidden, fragments of experiences from centuries or millennia past, playing out in the darkness like half-remembered dreams. A face from the past, a brother whose name has been forgotten, but whose features remain somehow familiar. the sound of bolter fire echoing across a battlefield whose name no longer exists in any record. The sensation of standing on solid ground with legs of flesh and bone, feeling the weight of power armor pressing down on shoulders that no longer exist in any physical sense. These sense memories float through the dark like debris in a void, untethered from context or meaning, and the sleeping consciousness grasps at them desperately, trying to hold on to something, anything, that feels real. Sometimes the dreams take on a more coherent form. The warrior finds himself walking through the halls of his chapter's fortress monastery, as it was in his youth, when he was still flesh and blood, and the galaxy seemed full of possibility rather than endless war. He sees his brother Marines as they were then, young and vital, laughing and training and planning campaigns against enemies that seemed less incomprehensible than those they face now. He remembers the weight of his bolter in his hands, the way his hearts would race before a drop pod assault, the fierce joy of combat, when everything else fell away, and there was only the mission and the enemy, and the bond between brothers who would die for each other without hesitation. But these dreams always sour. The faces of his brothers begin to blur and fade, their features becoming indistinct as the centuries erode even the clearest memories. The halls of the fortress monastery shift and change, architecture from different eras of the chapter's history bleeding into one another until nothing looks quite right. The warrior reaches out to touch something solid, something real, and his hand passes through it like smoke. And then he remembers. He is not flesh and blood anymore. He is not walking these halls with his own legs. He is dead, or as near to death as makes no difference, kept alive by machines and the determination of tech priests who refuse to let their most valuable weapons simply rest in peace. The worst dreams are those where the warrior forgets what he has become. He experiences himself as whole again, with a body that responds to his will without the intervention of mechanical systems. He feels the sun on his skin, tastes food and drink, engages in simple pleasures that he had taken for granted in his mortal life. And then something happens to remind him of the truth. A battle erupts and he reaches for weapons that should be in his hands, only to find that his hands themselves are weapons. Or he tries to speak and hears the mechanical rasp of vox speakers instead of his own voice. Or he simply catches his reflection in a polished surface and sees not the face he remembers but the cold, unyielding facade of a dreadnought's armor. The realization is always crushing, and in the dream he screams, but there is no sound because he has no lungs with which to scream. And then the dream collapses and he is falling again, tumbling through the dark, and the cycle begins anew. Time in these dreams has no meaning. A moment might stretch for what feels like years, or decades might pass in what seems like a heartbeat. There is no circadian rhythm to anchor perception, no external stimuli to mark the passage of days and nights. The consciousness drifts, untethered from any frame of reference. And if there are others sleeping nearby in their own sarcophagi, they might as well be universes away. Each dreadnought sleeps alone, locked in the private darkness of their own mind, and no communion between them is possible. They are islands of fading awareness, adrift in an endless sea, and the tide that carries them forward is beyond their control or comprehension. The first stirrings of return. Awakening does not come gently to a dreadnought. There is no gradual rise toward consciousness, no slow transition from sleep to wakefulness, like a mortal might experience upon waking in their bed. Instead, there is the absolute void of stasis, and then without warning, sensation floods back in a torrent. The first thing the warrior typically registers is pain. The neural connectors that link his organic brain to the machine's systems were never designed for comfort, and the reactivation sequence sends jolts of feedback through pathways that have been dormant for however long his sleep has lasted. It feels like being on fire and drowning and suffocating all at once, every nerve ending that still exists, screaming in protest at the sudden return of stimulus. The tech priests who designed these systems did their best to minimize this discomfort, of course. They are not deliberately cruel, and they understand that an anguished pilot is a less effective pilot. But there are limits to to what can be achieved when you are wiring a human brain directly into a machine that was never meant to interface with organic tissue. The connection points were meant for servitors and mechanical systems, not for the preserved remains of a space marine. Adaptations have been made over the millennia, and each new pattern of dreadnought incorporates slight improvements based on the experiences of previous generations. But the fundamental incompatibility remains. Human consciousness was never meant to exist in this way, and the reactivation process is a violent reminder of that fact. After the initial shock of pain comes the flood of information. The dreadnought systems begin their startup sequences, each one reporting its status through the neural link. Weapon systems online. Motive systems functional. Power core operating within acceptable parameters. Armor integrity confirmed. Target acquisition systems calibrating. Life support systems maintaining viability. The reports come faster than conscious thought can process them. A cascade of data that would overwhelm an unaugmented human mind in an instant. But a Space Marine's enhanced brain, even one long removed from its original body and hardwired into a machine, can handle the influx. It takes what it needs and discards the rest, building a picture of the dreadnought's overall condition from thousands of minute status reports. The warrior's consciousness expands as the systems come online, his sense of self extending beyond the tiny organic core to encompass the entire massive frame of the war machine. He can feel the weapons mounted on his arms as clearly as he once felt his fingers. The sensors scattered across his hull become his eyes and ears, feeding him information about his surroundings from multiple angles simultaneously. The gyroscopic balancers and stabilization systems become his sense of equilibrium, letting him know that he is upright and stable, even though he has no inner ear to process such information. In a very real sense, the dreadnought chassis becomes his body, and he inhabits it as naturally as he once inhabited flesh and bone. But there is always a moment, right at the beginning of each awakening, when the warrior remembers what he has lost. Before the machine integration feels natural, before his consciousness has fully expanded to fill the metal shell, there is a heartbeat of pure, existential horror. He tries to move his hand and feels the grinding of servo motors instead of the flex of muscle. He tries to take a breath and hears only the wheeze of life support systems pumping oxygenated fluid through what remains of his lungs. He tries to speak and hears his voice rendered mechanical and inhuman by vox speakers that translate his neural impulses into sound. For that single moment, he is trapped, a prisoner in a cage of his own making, and the weight of what he has sacrificed crashes down upon him with crushing force. Then training and discipline reassert themselves. The warrior pushes down the panic, buries the horror, focuses on the mission. This is what he was trained to do, after all. A Space Marine does not give in to fear or doubt. He serves, regardless of the cost. The fact that the cost, in this case, was his very humanity, becomes just another datum to be acknowledged and set aside. There will be time for grief and regret later, during the long dark between awakenings. Right now, there is only duty. The external world comes into focus gradually, as the warrior's sensory systems complete their calibration. Usually, the first thing he sees is the face of a tech marine, helmet removed, leaning in close to peer at the status displays on the sarcophagus. The tech marine's lips are moving, speaking words of greeting or technical confirmation, but the audio systems take another moment to synchronize, and the words are initially lost. Then, sound returns in a rush, and the tech marine's voice becomes audible through the Vox link. "Welcome back, Ancient One. Your systems are coming online normally. Do you recognize me?" This question is not mere courtesy. One of the risks of extended stasis is degradation of memory, particularly short-term memory of the events immediately preceding the last shutdown. The tech priests need to confirm that the warrior's cognitive functions are intact before they can allow him to engage in combat operations. So the warrior focuses his optical sensors on the face before him, searching through the vast database of faces accumulated over centuries of service, trying to find a match. And this is when the first hint that something is wrong typically makes itself known. The face is unfamiliar, not just one he doesn't immediately recognize, but one that looks somehow different from what he expects. Younger, perhaps, or bearing unfamiliar chapter markings. Or the armor the tech marine wears is of a pattern the warrior doesn't immediately recognize, featuring design elements that seem subtly wrong or evolved from what he remembers. Or the tech marine's accent when he speaks carries inflections that sound strange to ears that last heard Gothic spoken in a different era. But the warrior has experienced this before, of course. He has awakened to find that decades or even centuries have passed, that faces he knew are gone and new generations have taken their place. It is part of what it means to be a dreadnought. So he reaches for the appropriate response, the one that has served him in the past. I recognize your chapter markings, brother, but your face is unknown to me. How long have I slept? The answer to this question will determine everything that follows. Usually, the response is measured in years or decades, long enough that the specific individuals the warrior knew before his last sleep have moved on to other duties or fallen in battle, but not so long that the fundamental nature of the chapter or the Imperium has changed. These awakenings are relatively straightforward. The warrior is briefed on recent events, given his mission parameters, and deployed to do what he does best. But sometimes, the answer is different. Sometimes, the tech marine hesitates, as if unsure how to deliver news that will shatter the ancient warrior's understanding of reality. Sometimes the hesitation stretches long enough that other figures step forward, chapter masters or chaplains, or venerable captains who have been summoned to bear witness to this awakening. And sometimes the answer, when it finally comes, is one that no amount of conditioning or training can prepare the warrior to hear. Ancient One, much has changed since your last awakening. You have slept for longer than you know. The galaxy you remember is gone. But the Imperium endures, and it has need of you now more than ever before. The words are carefully chosen, deliberately vague. They acknowledge that significant time has passed, without yet revealing the full extent of it. They prepare the warrior for revelation without overwhelming him immediately with information he cannot process. And they emphasize continuity and purpose, reminding him that regardless of what has changed, his fundamental role remains the same. He is a weapon in the Emperor's arsenal, and weapons do not need to understand the larger context to fulfill their function. But a space marine is more than just a weapon, and the mind within the dreadnought chassis is still capable of curiosity and fear and hope despite the centuries of warfare and the long years of darkness between battles. So, the warrior does what he has always done when faced with incomplete information. He asks for clarification, demands to know what he needs to know to make sense of his situation. And in this awakening, the answer he receives will change everything. The impossible made real. The tech marine steps back, and another figure moves forward, one whose presence immediately commands attention, despite the warrior's sensory system still calibrating fully. This is no ordinary battle brother. The authority radiates from him in waves that even mechanical sensors can detect, a presence that speaks of supreme command and ancient right. The warrior's targeting systems automatically tag him as a high-priority asset, someone to be protected at all costs, even as his tactical database struggles to place exactly why this individual triggers such protocols. The figure is massive, even by the standards of space marines. Not quite the size of a dreadnought, but large enough that the warrior's optical sensors note the discrepancy, flagging it as anomalous data worth investigating. The armor this giant wears is of a pattern the ancient warrior recognizes from the deepest archives of his memory, from the time before the current age, from an era that should be nothing but history and legend. Artificer armor of the highest quality, decorated with honors that date back to when there were 18 legions rather than 1,000 chapters. And the face, when the helmet is removed. The face is wrong. No, not wrong. Impossible. The features are too perfect, too noble, too clearly not the product of any gene forging or enhancement that creates normal space marines. This is something else, something that the warrior's memories tell him cannot exist in the current age. This is the face of a being who should be dead, or lost, or worse, consigned to the histories as a figure of myth and legend, rather than standing here in the flesh. Recognition comes in a cascade of neural firing, connections sparking across preserved brain tissue that has not been called upon to process this particular information in thousands of years. The ancient warrior compares what his senses are telling him against memories so old they feel like they belong to someone else, to a different person who lived in a different age. The height matches, the bearing matches, the unmistakable aura of command and genetic superiority matches. And the face, allowing for the passage of millennia and the inherent impossibility of what the warrior is seeing, matches archival footage stored in the deepest banks of his recall. This cannot be. This must not be. The laws of reality as the warrior understands them do not permit this, and yet his senses are not malfunctioning. The chapter master and chaplain and tech priests gathered around are not engaging in some elaborate deception. The figure standing before him is exactly what every system and synapse is telling him it is. Against all logic, against all reason, against everything the warrior thought he knew about the state of the galaxy, a Primarch stands before him. Roboute Guilliman, the Avenging Sun, Lord of Ultramar and Master of the 13th Legion, has returned. The shock is profound enough that several of the Dreadnought's systems momentarily spike an alarm, threat assessment protocols activating as the chassis interprets the mental disturbance as a possible attack. Auto-stabilizers engage to keep the massive frame upright as the warrior's consciousness reels. For several seconds that feel like hours, the Ancient One simply cannot process what he is experiencing. The fundamental assumptions upon which he has based his understanding of reality for centuries are suddenly in question. The Primarchs were gone. This was known, accepted. A foundation of belief as solid as the fact that the Emperor sits upon the Golden Throne, or that there are exactly 20 original legions whose fate shaped the Imperium. Some were dead, slain during the heresy. Some were lost, disappeared into the warp or to Xenos threats, or simply vanishing without explanation. Some had fallen to chaos and become demon princes serving the dark gods. But none, not a single one of the loyal Primarchs, walked among the living warriors of the Imperium in the current age. This was a truth carved in stone, repeated in 10,000 sermons, mourned in countless battle hymns. The age of the Primarchs was over. Humanity fought on without them, mourning their loss but carrying forward their legacy. Except here stands proof that this fundamental truth is no truth at all. Here stands Roboute Guilliman, living and breathing and real, his presence undeniable despite the absolute impossibility of it. And if this truth can be overturned, what other assumptions might also be false? What other certainties might prove to be nothing more than comfortable lies, told to make the endless war seem bearable? The Primarch speaks, and his voice is exactly as the ancient warrior remembers it from briefings and proclamations heard thousands of years ago. Deep and resonant, carrying an authority that seems to bypass the conscious mind and speak directly to some deeper part of the self that knows and accepts this is a being worthy of absolute loyalty and obedience. Be at peace, Ancient One. I know that my presence is difficult to comprehend. I know that you have many questions, and they will be answered. But first, you must understand this. The galaxy has changed more than you can imagine since your last awakening. The Imperium faces threats that would have seemed impossible in the age you remember, but I have returned, and I bring with me renewed hope for mankind's survival. Your service is needed now more than ever. Will you fight beside me once more, as you did in ages past? The question is almost rhetorical. What answer could an ancient warrior possibly give except absolute affirmation? To serve beside a Primarch, to fight under the direct command of one of the Emperor's own sons, is an honor that surpasses anything a Space Marine could hope to achieve. For a Dreadnought, who has sacrificed even death itself in service to the chapter, to be given the chance to fulfill that service in the presence of his genetic father is a gift beyond measure. But beneath the immediate surge of loyalty and duty, questions roil. How? How is this possible? The Primarch was dead, or as good as dead, held in stasis with wounds that should have killed even his transhuman physiology. For 10,000 years he has lain in state on Macragge, an object of pilgrimage and worship, but not truly alive in any meaningful sense. What power could restore him? What force could heal wounds inflicted by a demon Primarch wielding weapons blessed by the dark gods themselves? And why now? Why, after 10 millennia of absence, does he return at this particular moment? What has changed in the galaxy to necessitate or permit this resurrection? The ancient warrior's tactical mind, honed by thousands of years of warfare and strategic planning, cannot help but analyze the situation, even as he struggles to accept its reality. There must be a reason, some larger context that explains this development. Primarchs do not simply return from the dead without cause. Someone or something orchestrated this, and understanding who and why might be crucial to understanding what the warrior's role will be in whatever comes next. The Primarch seems to read these thoughts in the warrior's silence. A slight smile crosses those perfect features, understanding and perhaps a touch of sympathy evident in the expression. You wonder how this is possible. That is good. A warrior who cannot question is merely a weapon, and I need brothers who can think as well as fight. The full tale is long and complex, involving forces both imperial and Xenos, technology both ancient and new, and circumstances that I still do not fully comprehend myself. What matters is this: I live. I have taken up once more the mantle of Lord Commander of the Imperium, and I have launched a crusade to reclaim what has been lost to darkness and chaos. This crusade needs warriors like you, Ancient One. Those who remember what the Imperium was meant to be, who carry within them memories of a time before the age of blind faith and superstition. Will you march beside me? The answer forms before conscious thought can intervene. I will, my lord. Whatever you command, wherever you would deploy me, I am yours to direct. This I swear by the Emperor, and by the honor of the chapter. Good, the Primarch says, and something in his bearing relaxes slightly, as if he had genuinely been uncertain of the response. Then let me show you what has become of my father's Imperium, and what we must do to save it from the darkness that threatens to consume it entirely. What follows is a briefing unlike any the ancient warrior has experienced in his long existence. As tech priests make final adjustments to his systems and prepare him for deployment, the Primarch himself takes the time to explain the current state of the galaxy. And with each revelation, the warrior's understanding of reality shifts further from anything he thought he knew. The galaxy has been split in two by a massive warp storm known as the Cicatrix Maledictum, or the Great Rift. This tear in reality stretches from the Eye of Terror all the way across to the eastern fringe, cutting off vast swathes of Imperial territory from Terra and the light of the Astronomicon. On the far side of this rift lies what is now called the Dark Imperium, or Imperium Nihilus, where worlds fight on in isolation against chaos and Xenos threats, without hope of reinforcement or even knowledge of whether the wider Imperium still exists. The Primarch had been resurrected through a combination of ancient technology and Xenos witchcraft, specifically the power of the Inari and their death god. This alone would have been shocking enough, but the Primarch speaks of it matter-of-factly, as a tactical necessity rather than heresy. He had made common cause with aliens to save the Imperium, and while some in the ecclesiarchy had protested, his authority as Lord Commander and the desperate state of the Imperium meant that pragmatism won out over dogma. Following his resurrection, the Primarch had launched the Indomitus Crusade, the largest military campaign since the Great Crusade itself. This crusade brought with it new weapons, new technology, and most shocking of all, a new generation of Space Marines. These Primaris Marines, as they are called, are larger and stronger than standard Astartes, created using genetic techniques developed by the Archmagos Belisarius Cawl over the course of 10,000 years. They represent an evolution of the Space Marine template, and they are being deployed across the galaxy to reinforce existing chapters or form entirely new ones. The numbers are staggering. 12 years since the start of the Crusade. Countless worlds liberated or reclaimed. Hundreds of thousands of new Primaris Marines awakened from stasis. New chapters founded, old chapters reinforced. The Imperium, which had been on the verge of collapse, given a chance to survive. And at the center of it all, directing the massive war effort with the strategic genius that made him legendary, stands Roboute Guilliman himself. The ancient warrior tries to process all of this, to fit these new facts into his understanding of the galaxy and the Imperium. But the sheer scope of the changes is overwhelming. He has slept through the most significant events in 10,000 years, missed the resurrection of a Primarch and the launch of a crusade that might determine the survival or extinction of humanity itself. While he lay in darkness, the galaxy transformed around him, and now he awakens to find himself in a reality he barely recognizes. And yet, beneath all the shock and confusion, there is something else stirring. Something that the ancient warrior has not felt in longer than he can remember. Hope. After centuries of fighting and endless holding action, of watching the Imperium slowly crumble no matter how many battles were won or how many enemies were slain, there is finally a reason to believe that victory might actually be possible. A Primarch has returned. The Emperor's own son leads them once more, and whatever challenges lie ahead, they will face them with the leadership and strategic brilliance that only a Primarch can provide. Encountering the Primaris. The first time the ancient warrior sees a Primaris Marine up close, his initial reaction is confusion. The figure standing before him is clearly one of the Emperor's Space Marines, bearing the heraldry and colors of the chapter with pride. But something is wrong with the proportions. The warrior's tactical systems have decades or centuries of experience analyzing the dimensions and capabilities of standard Astartes, and this individual does not match the expected parameters. He is too tall, too broad, the armor he wears featuring design elements that the warrior's database cannot immediately classify. For a moment, the Ancient One wonders if his optical sensors are malfunctioning, providing distorted data that makes this Marine appear larger than he actually is. But diagnostic checks return clean results. The sensors are functioning within normal parameters, which means the distortion is real. This Space Marine genuinely is larger than standard Astartes, approaching but not quite reaching the size of warriors in Terminator armor. And the armor itself, while clearly descended from the Mark 7 and 8 patterns that the warrior recognizes, incorporates improvements and innovations that suggest centuries of development. The Primaris Marine snaps to attention with crisp precision, his posture perfect despite the additional mass he carries. When he speaks, his voice carries the distinctive timbre of enhanced vocal cords. But there is something different about the resonance, a deeper quality that suggests even more extensive augmentation than standard Astartes receive. Ancient One, I am Brother Sergeant Lethis of the 3rd Company. It is an honor to fight alongside one of the chapter's venerable elders. I have been assigned as your tactical liaison for the coming engagement. The words are respectful, almost reverential, but the ancient warrior detects an undertone of curiosity in the Primaris Marine's bearing. This is someone who has been told about dreadnoughts, who understands their significance to the chapter's history, but who has never actually worked with one before. His generation has no personal memory of what it means to fight alongside these walking tombs, no first-hand experience of how to coordinate with a warrior whose tactical perspective spans centuries. At ease, Brother Sergeant, the ancient warrior replies, his mechanized voice conveying more warmth than the flat tone might suggest to someone unfamiliar with dreadnought communication. I am called Honorus, though that name has not been spoken in longer than I care to contemplate. You say you are Primaris. I confess I do not fully understand what that designation entails beyond the obvious physical differences. Brother Sergeant Lethis relaxes slightly, though his posture remains parade ground perfect. We are the result of 10,000 years of genetic research, Ancient One. The Archmagos Belisarius Call, working from notes left by the Primarch himself before his wounding, developed techniques to create space marines with 3 additional gene seed organs beyond the standard 19. This makes us more resilient, stronger, and capable of enhanced performance across all combat parameters. 10,000 years of research. The number strikes the ancient warrior with fresh force. He knew intellectually that significant time had passed, but hearing it stated so casually as simple background information drives home just how much of history he has missed. While he slept, an entire age of development and improvement happened without his knowledge or participation. The Space Marines of the current era are literally built differently than the ones he fought alongside in his mortal life. 3 additional organs, Honoris repeats, processing this information. That would make 22 total, a significant modification to the Emperor's original design. There must have been substantial risk in implementing such changes. The gene seed is sacred, not to be tampered with lightly. Indeed, Ancient One, but the Primarch himself endorsed these modifications, having planned for them since before the heresy. And the crisis facing the Imperium was dire enough that risks had to be taken. Many chapters were hesitant to accept Primaris reinforcements at first, questioning whether we were truly their brothers or something alien wearing their colors. But battle has proven our loyalty and capability. We are Space Marines, as our firstborn brothers are, and we serve the Emperor and the Imperium without reservation. The term firstborn catches Honoris's attention, so that is what the standard Astartes are called now, in contrast to these new Primaris. Not a particularly flattering designation, implying as it does that the originals are somehow lesser or outdated. But then again, perhaps that implication is accurate. If these Primaris truly are superior in combat capability, if their additional organs and enhanced physiology make them more effective warriors, then the firstborn designation might simply be honest recognition of obsolescence. The ancient warrior considers his own situation in light of this revelation. If standard Astartes are now considered the lesser option, how does a dreadnought fit into the hierarchy? Is he even more obsolete than firstborn Marines, a relic of an older age whose only value lies in historical knowledge? Or does his experience and the massive firepower of his chassis compensate for being built on outdated genetic templates? These are not comfortable thoughts, but Honoris has never shied away from uncomfortable truths. I see, he says carefully. And how do your fellow Primaris regard dreadnoughts? Do they view us as honored ancestors, or as outdated weapon systems maintained out of tradition rather than practical necessity? The question is more pointed than Honoris intended, but Brother Sergeant Lethis takes no offense. If anything, he seems to appreciate the directness. With the deepest respect, Ancient One, we Primaris may be new to the chapter, but we were raised on the histories and traditions that make the chapter what it is. We know that every dreadnought represents not just a powerful weapon, but a living link to the past, a repository of wisdom and experience that cannot be replicated. You have fought battles we have only read about in historical records. You have seen the Imperium at different stages of its existence, witnessed how it has changed and evolved. That perspective is invaluable, regardless of whether your chassis matches current technical specifications. The words sound sincere, and Honoris's analytical systems detect no markers of deception in Lethis's tone or bearing. The Primaris genuinely seems to believe what he is saying. But belief and reality do not always align, especially when discussing the value of ancient relics in a modern war. The true test will come in combat, when Honoris can observe firsthand how these new Space Marines fight, how they coordinate with older equipment and warriors, whether they truly respect the dreadnought's tactical input or simply humor the Ancient One while making their own decisions. Then let us fight together, Brother Sergeant Lethis, and judge each other by our actions rather than our origins. Whatever genetic differences exist between us, we both serve the same cause under the same Primarch. That is what matters in the end. Well said, Ancient One. I look forward to seeing you in battle. The briefings mentioned that your chassis is equipped with twin lascannons and a close combat fist with integrated heavy flamer, a versatile loadout for engaging both armored vehicles and infantry formations. The conversation shifts to tactical matters, discussing deployment zones and enemy force composition and coordination protocols. But even as Honoris engages with these practical concerns, part of his awareness remains focused on the larger implications of what he has learned. The Imperium has changed more than he initially realized, not just politically or territorially, but at a fundamental level. The very nature of what it means to be a space marine has evolved, with new types of warriors being introduced to supplement or replace the traditional firstborn. This raises questions that extend beyond simple tactical considerations. How will the chapters adapt to having two distinct types of Astartes in their ranks? Will tensions develop between firstborn and primaris as they compete for glory and advancement? Or will they integrate seamlessly the superior capabilities of the primaris, supplementing rather than replacing the experience of the firstborn? And what happens to chapter traditions and identity when warriors who were not originally part of the chapter start making up an increasing percentage of its forces? These are not questions Honoris can answer himself. They will unfold over time as the new normal establishes itself. But he makes a mental note to observe carefully, to pay attention to how firstborn and primaris interact, to watch for signs of division or unity. Such observations might seem peripheral to his primary function as a weapon system, but the ancient warrior remembers the lessons of the Horus heresy. Division within the Imperium's military forces has led to catastrophe before, and any signs of such division emerging again need to be recognized and addressed before they can metastasize into something worse. But there is also room for optimism in these developments. If the Primaris truly are as capable as their specifications suggest, if they can be deployed in sufficient numbers across the Imperium, then perhaps there is genuine hope for turning the tide against the endless enemies pressing in from all sides. For the first time in longer than Honoris can remember, the Imperium is not just holding the line, but actually advancing, reclaiming lost worlds and pushing back against forces that had seemed unstoppable. That alone justifies whatever risks were taken in developing and deploying these new warriors. The briefing concludes, and Lethis moves off to attend to his other duties. Honoris is left alone for a moment, processing everything he has learned. The world has changed while he slept, but perhaps it has changed for the better. Perhaps this is what was needed all along: bold action rather than passive defense, innovation rather than stagnation, a willingness to adapt and evolve rather than clinging to the comfort of tradition. Or perhaps he is merely hoping for the best while ignoring warning signs of disaster to come. Time will tell. For now, there is a battle to fight and a Primarch to serve. Whatever else has changed, that core purpose remains constant, and Honoris will fulfill it as he has always done, with every ounce of capability his ancient chassis can muster. The weight of millennia. As preparations for deployment continue, Honoris finds himself with rare moments of inactivity. The tech priests have completed their maintenance rituals and pronounced his systems optimal. The tactical briefings have been delivered and absorbed. His weapons are loaded, his armor blessed, his chassis ready for war. All that remains is to board the transport and proceed to the combat zone. In these gaps between activity, awareness turns inward, and the ancient warrior confronts a truth he has been avoiding since his awakening. Everyone he knew is dead. It is not the first time Honoris has faced this reality. Every awakening brings fresh reminders that decades or centuries have passed, that faces once familiar are gone. But the sheer scope of the gap this time makes it different. He has not slept for years or even decades. Based on the briefings and the casual references to historical events, he has been dormant for more than a century, perhaps much more. The exact duration is unclear, lost in the chaos of the Great Rift and the time distortions it caused. But the specifics matter less than the fundamental truth. An entire generation of warriors has lived and died while Honorus slumbered. The chapter master who ordered his last activation is gone. The tech marine who performed his maintenance before that final sleep is gone. The squad mates who fought beside him in that last campaign, whose voices he can still hear echoing in his memory banks, are all gone. Every face he knew, every name he remembers, belongs now to the dust and the dead. He alone remains, kept artificially alive within his armored tomb, while the living move on without him. This is not tragedy in the conventional sense. Space Marines understand and accept death as part of their service. The chapter does not mourn individuals, but celebrates their contributions to the collective. Names are recorded in the rolls of honor, deeds memorialized in the chapter's histories, gene seed harvested and implanted in new warriors to carry on the legacy. Death is transition rather than ending, a warrior fulfilling his purpose so that others can take up the mantle he leaves behind. But for a dreadnought, the experience is fundamentally different. Honorus did not transition to anything. He simply stopped existing for a while, and when he resumed, the world had moved on without him. There is a peculiar loneliness in this, a disconnection from the continuous flow of chapter life that his battle brothers experience. They live in a community of shared experiences, forming bonds that carry them through the challenges of their service. Honorus exists outside that community, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, never fully part of the current generation while being unable to return to his own. He wonders, not for the first time, whether this is truly the honor the chapter claims it to be. To be preserved beyond death, yes, that has a certain appeal. To continue serving the Emperor long after mortal form would have failed, absolutely that is admirable. But to exist in this liminal state, neither truly alive nor fully dead, watching the world change while remaining frozen in the moment of his internment. Sometimes Honorus questions whether this is gift or curse, whether the chapter preserves its dreadnoughts for their benefit or for its own. The thought is disloyal, and Honorus pushes it away almost as soon as it forms. Space Marines do not question, they serve. The fact that service sometimes comes at a cost that seems disproportionate to the benefit is irrelevant. What matters is that the job gets done, that the enemy is defeated, that the Imperium survives another day. Individual comfort, individual preference, individual happiness, all of these are luxuries that the galaxy cannot afford to indulge. But pushing away the thought does not make it disappear entirely. It lurks in the background of awareness, coloring everything else Honorus experiences. When he interacts with the Primaris Marines, he cannot help but notice how young they seem despite their enhanced physiology. Not young in years, perhaps, but young in experience, lacking the weight of centuries that makes every action feel like just another repetition of something done countless times before. They still have enthusiasm, still believe that this battle or that campaign might make a real difference in the grand struggle. Honorus knows better. He has fought too many battles that seemed decisive at the time, only to discover that new enemies simply emerge to replace the ones defeated. The war is endless, and individual victories are merely temporary pauses in the grinding attrition. This perspective, born of millennia rather than decades or centuries of service, is both gift and burden. On one hand, Honorus can provide tactical wisdom that comes only from extensive experience. He has fought countless battles across hundreds of worlds. He has seen strategies succeed and fail, has observed enemy tactics evolve over time, has learned lessons that cannot be taught but must be lived. This knowledge is invaluable, especially to younger commanders who might be tempted toward overconfidence or despair. On the other hand, that same perspective can make it difficult to maintain the emotional engagement that makes warriors fight with passion rather than mere competence. When every battle blurs into every other battle, when the faces of enemies become interchangeable with enemies fought centuries ago, when the whole endless war starts to feel like a cosmic joke played by indifferent gods, it becomes hard to muster the righteous fury that drives Space Marines to acts of extraordinary valor. Honorus fights with precision and skill, honed by millennia, but the fire that once burned in his breast has dimmed to barely glowing embers. Except now, there is the Primarch. This is the thought that Honorus keeps returning to, the detail that makes this awakening different from all the others. He is not simply being deployed to fight another battle in an endless war. He is fighting under the direct command of Reboot Guilliman himself, one of the Emperor's own sons. This is not just war. This is history, the kind of momentous event that chapters remember for generations. And Honorus, despite all the centuries weighing upon him, despite the weariness that sometimes threatens to overwhelm his will to continue, cannot help but feel stirrings of something that might be excitement or hope or even joy. He has lived to see a Primarch return. How many Space Marines, across 10,000 years of Imperial history, could make that claim? How many dreadnoughts, preserved through the ages, have been awakened to find not just a changed galaxy, but a fundamentally transformed Imperium, one where the sons of the Emperor walk among mortals once more? This is unprecedented, unique, a gift that Honorus never imagined receiving. And with that gift comes renewed purpose. The question that haunted so many of his previous awakenings, the nagging doubt about whether continued existence in this state was truly worthwhile, suddenly has an answer. He exists for this. He was preserved through the ages so that when the Primarch returned and the Imperium needed its most experienced warriors, he would be available. All the centuries of darkness, all the battles fought and victories won, all the loss and loneliness and existential dread, all of it led to this moment. It is a comforting narrative, and Honorus allows himself to believe it, even while recognizing that it might simply be another story he tells to make sense of a fundamentally senseless situation. But whether the narrative is objectively true or merely a useful fiction, it serves its purpose. It gives him reason to engage fully with the coming battle, to fight not just with skill but with passion, to remember what it felt like in his earliest days as a Space Marine, when every action carried weight and meaning because it contributed to something larger than himself. Preparing for War Eternal. The boarding ramp of the Thunderhawk gunship clangs beneath Honorus's massive frame as he stomps aboard, each footfall resonating through the deck, plating with force that makes the nearby Primaris Marines glance over instinctively. The dreadnought requires his own dedicated transport space, unable to share the standard troop compartments designed for warriors who still possess legs that can bend at the knee and torsos that can fit through regulation doorways. A section of the hold has been cleared and reinforced specifically for this deployment, with heavy-duty mounting clamps ready to secure the ancient chassis against the violence of atmospheric entry and combat maneuvering. Tech Marine Piriel oversees the securing process personally, his augmented eyes scanning the readouts that stream from contact points between dreadnought and ship. Each clamp engages with a satisfying chunk of metal on metal, magnetic locks activating to hold tons of armor and weaponry in place against forces that would shear apart any lesser fastening. The Tech Marine speaks a brief prayer in binary, blessing the machine spirits of both vehicle and warrior, asking them to work in harmony for the glory of the Emperor and the Primarch. Systems read optimal, Ancient One, Piriel reports through the Vox link. Your chassis is secured for transit. Estimated time to combat zone is 42 minutes. The Primarch will be broadcasting tactical updates via encrypted channel Alpha Prime 7. Your systems have been configured to receive on that frequency. Understood, brother. I am ready. The Thunderhawk's engines roar to life, their thunder filling the hold, even through the sound dampening built into every surface. Honorus can feel the vibrations through his mounting points, a sensation that his brain interprets as similar to what he once experienced in his mortal body when standing near heavy machinery. The craft lifts from the hangar deck with the smooth efficiency of a vehicle maintained by tech priests who treat it as a sacred charge rather than simple equipment. Through the open boarding ramp, Honoris catches a glimpse of the strike cruiser's vast hangar bay, filled with dozens of other craft preparing for the same descent. A fleet of angels preparing to bring the Emperor's wrath to his enemies. Then the ramp closes, sealing the hold in the red-lit gloom of combat-ready status, and the Thunderhawk banks toward the planet's surface. The acceleration presses against Honoris's frame, testing the mounting clamps, but they hold firm as the gunship transitions from gentle maneuvering to aggressive attack vector. This is what Thunderhawks were built for, inserting Space Marines into the heart of enemy territory regardless of resistance, punching through hostile fire to deliver humanity's finest warriors exactly where they need to be. The squad of Primaris Marines sharing the hold occupy their designated positions with the calm readiness of warriors who have performed this ritual countless times. They are intercessors by their equipment, the Mark X Tacticus armor and autobolt rifles marking them as line infantry rather than specialists. Their faces behind helmet visors remain invisible, but their body language speaks of confidence tempered by awareness of danger. These are veterans, experienced enough to know how quickly battle can turn from routine to catastrophic, but not so scarred by loss that they have lost the edge of aggression that makes Space Marines effective. One of them, bearing sergeant markings, glances over at Honoris and speaks through the squad-wide Vox channel. "Ancient One, we have not fought alongside one of the chapter's venerable dreadnoughts before. Our training covered basic coordination protocols, but if you have any specific tactical preferences for how we should support you, please advise." It is a reasonable question, professionally phrased. The sergeant understands that different dreadnoughts prefer different fighting styles, and coordination works better when everyone knows what to expect from their allies. Some dreadnoughts like to take point, using their massive armor to absorb fire that would obliterate standard Astartes, while their supporting squads flank around the distraction. Others prefer to hang back and provide covering fire while the infantry advances, using their heavy weapons to suppress enemy positions. Coordination between dreadnought and infantry can mean the difference between victory and catastrophic failure. "I will assess the tactical situation upon landing," Honoris replies. "But in general, I prefer to engage the hardest targets directly, while you brothers handle area denial and elimination of secondary threats. I have twin-linked lascannons that can crack open any armor the enemy might field, and a power fist for close work when the situation demands it. Your bolt rifles will be more effective than my weapons against distributed infantry, so we should divide responsibilities accordingly. I draw fire. You eliminate threats that would otherwise flank or overwhelm me." "Understood, Ancient One. We will coordinate as the situation demands." The Thunderhawk bucks suddenly, the smooth flight disrupted by atmospheric turbulence or enemy fire, or both. Honoris's mounting clamps adjust automatically, compensating for the shift to keep his chassis stable despite the violent motion. Through the hull, he can hear the rapid thump of the gunship's defensive weapons engaging targets, clearing a path through whatever opposition the enemy has mustered. The craft's machine spirit remains confident, its status indicators showing no significant damage despite the resistance. Then comes the voice that cuts through everything else, broadcast on the Primarch's command channel, deep and resonant even through Vox distortion. "All forces, this is Gilliman. We are beginning orbital descent. The enemy knows we are coming and has prepared defensive positions at all primary landing zones. This is expected and acceptable. We will strike hard, establish beachheads, and begin the liberation of this world from the traitors who have claimed it. Emperor, be with you all." The words are simple, almost perfunctory. Compared to the soaring rhetoric of other commanders Honoris has served under, the Primarch's battlefield communication style is almost businesslike. But there is something in the tone, an absolute confidence that carries its own power. This is not a commander hoping for victory or promising to do his best. This is a Primarch stating facts about how the next few hours will unfold, speaking from a position of such tactical and strategic superiority that doubt simply does not enter the equation. Honoris has heard battlefield speeches from chapter masters and company captains, rousing words meant to inspire warriors to feats of extraordinary valor. He has heard desperate calls for last stands when defeat seemed inevitable. He has heard calm, tactical assessments from commanders who treated war as a mathematical problem to be solved. But he has never before heard this particular combination of authority and certainty, the voice of someone who was literally designed by the emperor himself to command armies and win wars. It is, the ancient warrior realizes, profoundly motivating in a way that transcends simple inspiration. Honorus has been fighting for so long that the reasons why have sometimes grown dim, the original purpose subsumed under the mechanical repetition of endless combat. But hearing the Primarch speak reminds him of what he is fighting for, who he serves, why it matters. This is not just another battle. This is part of a campaign led by one of the Emperor's own sons, a campaign to save the Imperium from dissolution and restore something of what it was meant to be. And Honorus, ancient beyond reckoning, preserved through the ages in his armored tomb, has been given the privilege of participating in that great work. The Thunderhawk pitches forward sharply, beginning its final descent toward the combat zone. Through the hull, Honorus can hear the scream of atmosphere across the craft's armored skin, the roar of engines fighting gravity and air resistance to maintain controlled flight. This is the moment of greatest vulnerability during any insertion, the window where a well-placed anti-aircraft round can turn a gunship into a falling coffin filled with space marines who will never reach the battlefield. But the Thunderhawk's pilot is skilled and the Emperor is watching, and the craft punches through the defensive envelope without taking critical damage. 30 seconds to ground contact, the pilot announces. Recommend all passengers brace for hard landing. We're taking fire from the northeast. Might need to deploy under less than optimal conditions. Acknowledged, the Intercessor Sergeant replies. All units prepare for immediate combat action upon disembarkation. The last 30 seconds stretch like hours as the Thunderhawk makes its final approach. Honorus runs diagnostic checks on his weapon systems, confirming ammunition loads and power reserves, ensuring that everything will function when required. His optical sensors flick through different viewing modes, thermal and electromagnetic and standard light spectrum, testing that all options remain available. His targeting matrix runs through a final calibration, cross-referencing the tactical data downloaded during briefing with real-time environmental scans. Everything reads optimal. He is as ready as 10,000 years of warfare and technical refinement can make him. Then impact. Not quite a crash, but hard enough that Honorus's mounting clamps strain against the force. The boarding ramp drops with a hydraulic hiss, bringing blessed fresh air and natural light after the cramped confines of the hold. The mounting clamps release, magnetic locks disengaging with sharp clangs, and Honorus strides forward into the light and war and glory that await. The world outside the Thunderhawk is chaos. They have landed in what was once a plaza or parade ground, surrounded by shattered buildings and streets torn by bombardment and battle. Smoke drifts across the landscape, obscuring sightlines and making thermal imaging more valuable than normal optics. The crack of bolt weapons echoes from multiple directions as other squads engage with enemy forces that must have been waiting for exactly this insertion. And in the distance, visible as an enormous figure moving with impossible speed and grace through the combat zone, Honorus can see the Primarch himself, the Emperor's sword blazing with golden fire as he carves through enemy ranks like a farmer reaping wheat. This is it. This is what Honorus was preserved for. All the centuries of service, all the battles fought and brothers lost, all the long sleep and difficult awakening, all of it has led to this single perfect moment. He is going to war beside a Primarch, fighting to reclaim worlds lost to darkness, serving the Emperor in the most direct and meaningful way a Space Marine can possibly serve. The ancient warrior's weapons come online with the singing of capacitors charging and ammunition feeds cycling. His optical sensors acquire targets, hostile signatures painting themselves red in his vision as his targeting matrix calculates firing solutions. Around him, the Primaris Marines deploy in perfect order, establishing a perimeter and preparing to advance on the enemy positions. Above, more Thunderhawks are landing, disgorging their cargoes of ceramite armored warriors into the growing battle. And somewhere in the larger strategic picture, invisible from ground level but absolutely present in the tactical network, Reboot Guilliman coordinates the entire massive operation with the casual expertise of someone who has won more victories than any living human could count. Honorus charges forward, his massive frame eating up distance with surprising speed for something so large. The enemy ahead, traitor guardsmen wearing the marks of chaos, turn their weapons toward the approaching dreadnought with looks of terror visible even through their crude helmets. They fire, small arms and even heavier weapons, their shots sparking against armor that has turned aside tank shells and power weapons wielded by creatures of nightmare. Their efforts are futile, heroic perhaps in their desperation, but ultimately meaningless against a walking fortress designed specifically to shrug off everything they can bring to bear. Then, Honorus returns fire, and the plaza erupts with the thunder of las cannons discharging at full power. The beams of coherent light slice through enemy fortifications like cutting tools through paper, melting steel and stone and flesh with equal ease. A traitor, Lehman Russ tank, dug into a defensive position and covered with blasphemous sigils, simply ceases to exist in the practical sense, as twin Lascannon beams converge on its ammunition storage and turn it into a miniature sun. The explosion sends debris flying in all directions, shrapnel pinging off Honorus's armor like metallic rain, and the ancient warrior laughs, his mechanized voice booming across the battlefield in a sound that is equal parts joyful and terrible. After so long asleep, after so long wondering if his service still mattered, after so long questioning whether continued existence was blessing or curse, he has his answer. This is what he exists for. This is what makes the endless dark bearable. This is purpose and meaning and glory, all rolled into one perfect moment of righteous destruction. He is a dreadnought of the Adeptus Astartes, fighting beside a Primarch in service to the Emperor of mankind. And for this one perfect moment, all is right with the universe. A new age of crusade. The battle for the city rages for 3 days and 3 nights, a grinding campaign of urban warfare that sees entire districts reduced to rubble before the traitor forces are finally routed. Honorus fights throughout it all, his chassis taking hits that would have crippled lesser vehicles, but holding together through a combination of ancient engineering and constant field repairs by tech priests who work under fire to keep their most valuable asset operational. He loses count of how many enemies fall before his weapons, how many fortifications he reduces to ruin, how many times he places himself between the enemy and his battle brothers to absorb fire that would have killed them. But what he does remember, what his enhanced memory banks preserve with perfect clarity, are the moments when he fights in proximity to the Primarch himself. 3 separate occasions during the campaign find Honorus and Guilliman operating in the same tactical zone, close enough that the ancient warrior can observe firsthand what it means when a Primarch goes to war. The first time is on the 2nd day, when traitor forces make a desperate counterattack aimed at retaking the primary landing zone. They come in waves, cultist mobs backed by corrupted tanks and twisted things that were once human, but have surrendered to the warp's mutations. It is a powerful assault, well coordinated despite the chaos markings adorning every surface, and for a moment, it seems like it might actually succeed in overwhelming the Imperial perimeter. Then, Robuta Guilliman appears at the breach point, and the entire character of the battle changes instantly. He moves with speed that seems impossible for something so large. The Emperor's sword in his hands, blazing with golden fire that burns with a light entirely unlike any physical flame. Each swing of that blade cuts down multiple enemies. The psychic energies infused into the weapon by the Emperor himself, incinerating traitors before the physical edge even makes contact. The Primarch's other hand holds the Hand of Dominion, a massive power gauntlet that tears through armor and flesh with contemptuous ease. Where he walks, death follows, and the traitor assault dissolves into panicked rout as those facing him realize they are not fighting a mere warrior, but something that transcends human limitation entirely. Honorus finds himself advancing alongside the Primarch, providing supporting fire while Guilliman carves a path through the enemy ranks. The ancient warriors Lascannons pick off targets that try to flank the Primarch, eliminating threats before they can bring their weapons to bear. Together, they push the enemy back, step by grinding step, until the counterattack completely collapses and the surviving traitors flee back into the ruins they came from. The Primarch turns to Honorus as the immediate threat fades, his perfect features showing no sign of exertion despite the intensity of the combat. Well fought, Ancient One. Your targeting was precise and your positioning optimal. The Emperor chose well when your chapter decided to preserve you in that chassis. The words are simple, a brief acknowledgement of successful coordination, but coming from a Primarch, they carry weight that makes Honorus's consciousness soar. This is not some mortal commander offering praise, but one of the Emperor's own sons, a being whose judgment can be trusted absolutely. If Guilliman says Honorus fought well, then it is objective fact rather than mere encouragement. Thank you, my lord. It is an honor beyond measure to fight at your side. I remember the Great Crusade, before the heresy. I remember what it was like when the Primarchs led us. I never thought to experience that again. Guilliman's expression becomes more complex, something that might be sadness or regret flickering across those perfect features. The Great Crusade is long past, Ancient One. What we build now will be different, tempered by 10,000 years of hard lessons. But perhaps we can reclaim some of what was lost, some of the hope and purpose that drove us in those early days. If warriors like you stand with me, willing to fight for a better Imperium, rather than simply accepting the decay that has consumed my father's dream, then perhaps there is hope yet. Then the Primarch is moving again, advancing toward the next objective, and Honorus can only follow and wonder at what he has been told. The Primarch speaks of building something different, of not simply restoring what was, but creating something new and hopefully better. This is not the rhetoric Honorus has heard from other imperial leaders, who typically speak of preservation and restoration rather than transformation. Guilliman, it seems, understands that the Imperium has changed beyond recognition, and that simple restoration is impossible. Instead, he aims to steer that change, to guide the evolution towards something that serves humanity rather than consuming it. It is a bold vision, perhaps impossibly bold. The Imperium is vast beyond human comprehension, grinding slowly forward under the weight of tradition and dogma and bureaucracy that has calcified over millennia. Changing it, steering it toward a new course, seems like trying to alter the orbit of a planet through force of will alone. But if anyone can accomplish such a task, it would be a Primarch, one of the beings specifically designed by the Emperor to lead humanity to its destiny. The second time Honorus fights near Guilliman is during the assault on the governor's palace, where the traitor leadership has fortified themselves behind meters of armorplus and void shields. The palace is a fortress within a fortress, designed to withstand orbital bombardment and stocked with enough supplies to endure a siege lasting years. Under normal circumstances, taking such a position would require months of patient siege work, slowly degrading the defenses until they could be breached. But Guilliman does not have months to spend on a single world, not when the entire galaxy burns. So instead, the Primarch decides on a direct assault, leading from the front as he always does, trusting in his tactical genius and the superior capability of his forces to overcome defenses that would stop any conventional attack. Honorus is part of the breaching force, his dreadnought chassis, equipped with a siege drill specifically to punch through the reinforced walls. The assault is brutal, every meter contested by defenders who know they have nowhere to retreat. But step by step, the Loyalists advance, pushing deeper into the palace complex, clearing rooms and corridors with the methodical violence that Space Marines bring to close-quarters combat. And at the center of it all is the Primarch, wielding the Emperor's sword like an extension of his own will, his presence radiating such profound authority that even hardened traitors hesitate when facing him directly. Honorus watches in awe as Guilliman personally duels the Chaos Lord, leading the defense, a towering brute in corrupted Terminator armor, who must have been a formidable warrior before his fall. The duel lasts perhaps 10 seconds. Then the Chaos Lord's head tumbles from his shoulders, cut clean through by a blade that burns with the Emperor's own power, and the traitor defense collapses as its leadership literally loses its head. The third encounter comes on the final day of fighting, when the last traitor holdouts are being cleared from the underhive levels beneath the city proper. These are the fanatics and the desperate, those who know that capture means execution, and have decided to sell their lives as dearly as possible. They have rigged the underhive with explosives and traps, turned the entire subterranean warren into a deadly maze where every corner might conceal an ambush or improvised bomb. Clearing such spaces is slow, dangerous work, even for Space Marines. Honorus is part of a kill team working systematically through one of the deeper sections when the Vox network suddenly lights up with emergency signals. A squad of Primaris Marines has been ambushed and pinned down by heavy fire from multiple directions, their position untenable without immediate reinforcement. The coordinates put them 3 levels down and nearly half a kilometer distant, too far for Honorus to reach in time, even at his chassis' maximum speed. But it is not too far for a Primarch who knows exactly where he needs to be and has no patience for obstacles that slow lesser warriors. Guilliman reaches the ambushed squad in less than 2 minutes, moving through the underhive with such speed that the enemy barely has time to react before he is among them. By the time Honorus and his accompanying forces reach the location, the fighting is already over. The Primarch stands amid a circle of enemy corpses, calmly reloading the bolt weapon he carries, while the rescued Primaris Marines look on with something approaching religious awe. "Ancient One," Guilliman acknowledges as Honorus arrives. "Your kill team should proceed to grid reference 7 Alpha 3. Intelligence reports a munitions cache there that needs to be secured before the enemy can detonate it and collapse this entire section. I will continue clearing this level with these brothers." "At once, my lord." As Honorus moves to comply, he reflects on what he has witnessed over these 3 days of fighting. The Primarch is everything the legends said, and more. A warrior whose capabilities exceed even enhanced human limits. A tactical genius who can process information and make decisions with superhuman speed. A leader who inspires absolute loyalty simply through the force of his presence. Fighting under his command is like being part of a perfectly orchestrated symphony, every warrior playing their part in harmony with the whole, directed by a conductor who understands the music better than any individual musician ever could. But there is something else too, something that takes Honorus longer to articulate even to himself. The Primarch cares. Not in the abstract sense that all commanders must care about their forces if they hope to maintain morale and combat effectiveness, but in a genuine, personal way that seems strange for a being who rules over hundreds of worlds and commands millions of warriors. Guilliman knows the names of individual Space Marines, remembers details about their service records, takes time to acknowledge their contributions and sacrifices. He treats them not as expendable resources, but as brothers, fellow warriors engaged in a common struggle. This stands in stark contrast to the Imperial commanders Honorus has served under for most of his existence, officials who view Space Marines as weapons to be deployed against problems, rather than as individuals worthy of consideration. The Primarch remembers what the Imperium was meant to be, when the Emperor's dream was still fresh and uncorrupted by 10,000 years of dogma and decay, and he is trying, against all odds and obstacles, to bring some of that original vision back to life. It is a noble goal, perhaps a foolish one, but it gives Honoris something he has not felt in longer than he can remember. A sense that the endless war might actually be building towards something, rather than simply grinding on forever. The Primarch's crusade is not just about reconquest, but about transformation. Not just about holding the line, but about pushing forward to create something better. And if a centuries-old dreadnought can contribute to that vision in some small way, then his preservation and all the sacrifices it entailed suddenly seem worthwhile. The Dark Imperium revealed. After the victory on the planet, designated Tertius 7, there is a brief respite as the Crusade fleet regroups and prepares for the next objective. The world they have liberated burns with purifying fires as the ecclesiarchy begins the process of reconsecrating every structure that bore the taint of chaos. The work will take years, perhaps decades, but it is necessary if this world is to rejoin the Imperium as a faithful member, rather than a potential source of future corruption. Honoris watches from the strike cruiser's observation deck as Promethean flames consume the buildings where traitors made their last stands, thinking about all the other worlds across the galaxy that need similar cleansing. During this lull in operations, Honoris is summoned to the strike cruiser's strategium for a comprehensive briefing on the current state of the galaxy. The summons comes through official channels, delivered by a chapter serf who seems nervous about approaching the massive dreadnought chassis. Honoris follows the serf through corridors built for regular space marines, his frame forcing him to duck through doorways and carefully navigate tight turns. Other crew members press themselves against the walls as he passes, giving the ancient warrior the space his bulk requires. The strategium is one of the few spaces on the vessel large enough to accommodate a dreadnought comfortably. It is a vast chamber, its walls covered with display screens and hololithic projectors capable of rendering the entire galaxy in perfect detail. Tech priests man consoles around the perimeter, monitoring data feeds and coordinating communications with other vessels in the Crusade fleet. At the center stands a massive table capable of projecting three-dimensional maps and tactical displays, and around this table gather the strike cruiser's command staff. Honoris recognizes most of the faces present. Chapter Master Orestes stands at the head of the table, his expression grave. To his right is Chaplain Mordrin, whose skull-faced helmet rests on the table before him, revealing a scarred face that has seen more battles than most mortals could imagine. Several company captains are present as well, along with a handful of Primaris Marines, whose presence still feels slightly incongruous to Honoris, despite having fought alongside them for months. He has already received tactical data specific to individual engagements, of course. Before every deployment, there are briefings covering enemy dispositions and objectives and coordination protocols. But this is something different. This is a strategic overview, showing not just where the enemy is, but the larger context of why the war is being fought as it is. This is the kind of briefing that Honoris remembers from his mortal days, when chapter leadership would gather to discuss campaigns lasting years or decades, rather than mere battles lasting hours or days. Chapter Master Orestes presides over the briefing, his voice carrying the grave weight of someone delivering news that he still has trouble fully accepting himself. Ancient One, you have fought well since your awakening, but I believe you do not yet grasp the full scope of how radically the galaxy has changed. What I am about to show you may seem impossible, but I assure you every detail has been verified through multiple sources. The hololithic display activates, projecting a three-dimensional representation of the Milky Way galaxy in the center of the strategium. At first glance, it looks like any standard tactical map Honoris has seen before. The densely packed stars of the galactic core, the spiral arms extending outward, key systems marked with identifying icons that denote Imperial presence or Xenos threats. But then the chapter master gestures, and the map updates to show the current situation, and Honoris's consciousness reels at what he sees. A massive scar runs across the entire galaxy, a twisting wound in reality that stretches from the Eye of Terror in the galactic west all the way to the eastern fringe. This is no ordinary warp storm, no localized phenomenon that might dissipate given time and prayer. This is a fundamental tear in the fabric of space and time itself, a permanent breach between the material realm and the immaterium, and it has split the Imperium cleanly in two. The Cicatrix Maledictum, Orestes explains, his voice heavy with import, also known as the Great Rift. It appeared in the wake of the 13th Black Crusade and the fall of Cadia, when the pylons that had held back the Eye of Terror for 10,000 years were finally destroyed. The energies released by that catastrophe cascaded across the galaxy, tearing open warp rifts and warp storms that merged into this single massive breach. We estimate that approximately 43% of Imperial territory lies on the far side of the rift, cut off from Terra and the light of the Astronomicon. 43%, nearly half the Imperium, separated from the rest by a barrier more impassable than any physical distance. Honoris tries to process the implications and finds them almost too vast to comprehend. Thousands of worlds, hundreds of Space Marine chapters, countless billions of Imperial citizens, all isolated in what the briefing calls the Dark Imperium or Imperium Nihilus. Some have continued fighting despite the isolation, holding out against enemies that see the rift as opportunity rather than disaster. Others have succumbed to conquest or corruption, lost to Xenos expansion or chaos infestation, or simple collapse of civil order. The creation of the rift caused what we call the Noctis Aeterna, the chapter master continues, a period of darkness when the Astronomicon's light was obscured across the entire galaxy. Warp travel became impossible or fatally dangerous. Worlds were isolated from one another, unable to call for help or receive reinforcement. The exact duration of the Noctis Aeterna is difficult to determine due to temporal distortions the rift causes, but estimates range from weeks to years depending on local conditions. During that time, the Imperium came closer to total collapse than at any point since the Horus Heresy. The briefing continues, laying out detail after terrible detail. Worlds that descended into civil war when cut off from higher authority. Space Marine chapters wiped out defending planets that received no reinforcement. Forge worlds overrun by chaos invasions. Hive cities consumed by demonic incursions. The list goes on, a litany of loss that would be crushing if Honoris allowed himself to dwell on it. But the chapter master is not dwelling on past failures. He is building toward the crucial point that makes sense of everything that has happened since. This is why the Primarch's return was so critical, Orestes says. This is why his resurrection, achieved through methods some might consider heretical, was absolutely necessary despite the theological controversies it raised. The Imperium could not survive the opening of the Great Rift without exceptional leadership at the highest level. Lord Guilliman has provided that leadership, organizing and launching the Indomitus Crusade to stabilize the Imperium Sanctus, while simultaneously preparing operations to eventually cross the rift and bring aid to those worlds still fighting on the far side. The hololithic display shifts, showing fleet movements and campaign objectives, worlds liberated and sectors secured. The scope of the Indomitus Crusade becomes clear. A massive military operation involving millions of warriors and thousands of ships, all coordinated by the Primarch's strategic genius. This is not just war. This is the largest mobilization of Imperial forces since the Great Crusade itself, an attempt to not merely survive, but to actively push back against the darkness threatening to consume humanity entirely. What of the worlds beyond the rift? Honoris asks. The Dark Imperium, are they simply lost, abandoned to their fate? Not abandoned, Orestes replies, but cut off. Lord Guilliman has made it clear that once the Imperium Sanctus is stabilized, crossing the rift and bringing reinforcement to those worlds is a top priority. He has already made one crossing himself, to Baal, where the Blood Angels and their successors were under siege by Hive Fleet Leviathan. That intervention saved the sons of Sanguinius from annihilation and appointed Commander Dante as regent of the entire Dark Imperium. But the crossing was costly and dangerous, and we cannot mount such operations regularly until we better understand how to navigate the rift without losing entire fleets to the warp's fury. So there are worlds still fighting, still loyal, still holding the line, despite isolation that would break lesser cultures. This knowledge gives Honoris a strange mixture of pride and sorrow. Pride that humans can endure such circumstances and continue to resist. Sorrow that they must do so alone, without the support that a unified Imperium could provide. The ancient warrior wonders how many heroes are being born in the Dark Imperium, Space Marines and Guard regiments, and Navy crews, fighting desperate battles that no one on the Terra side of the Rift will ever know about. The briefing covers other developments as well, the Primaris Marines and how they are being deployed across the Imperium, the return of other threats like the Tyranids and the Necrons, the stirring of ancient enemies like the Aeldari, who seem to be pursuing their own agendas with increased desperation, the revelation that Chaos Primarchs like Magnus and Mortarion are actively leading forces in the material realm again, pursuing their own campaigns of destruction and corruption. Every piece of information adds to a picture of a galaxy in crisis, where the old certainties have shattered and new threats emerge constantly. But through all of it, one fact remains clear: the Imperium endures. Despite everything, despite the Rift and the Noctis Eterna, and the innumerable enemies pressing in from all sides, humanity survives. The Space Marine chapters continue their eternal vigil. The Imperial Guard musters countless regiments to fight on endless battlefields. The Imperial Navy patrols the void between stars. And now, for the first time in 10,000 years, a Primarch leads them, providing the strategic vision and tactical excellence that only one of the Emperor's own sons can offer. Honoris absorbs all of this, integrating the new information into his understanding of the galaxy and his place in it. He has awakened to find himself in an age of catastrophe, yes, but also an age of opportunity. The Great Rift has shattered the old order, forced the Imperium to adapt or die. And in that forced adaptation, perhaps there is space for something better to emerge. The Primarch certainly seems to believe so, speaking as he does of reform and rebuilding rather than mere restoration. The briefing concludes with tactical assignments for the next phase of the crusade, specific worlds and systems that need to be liberated or secured. Honoris's chassis will be deployed to Theta Secundus, an agri-world threatened by Orc raiders taking advantage of the chaos following the Rift's opening. It is not glamorous work, not the kind of battle that will be remembered in chapter histories, but it is necessary. Every world saved is a victory. Every population preserved is a contribution to humanity's survival. And Honoris has learned over his centuries of service that glory is less important than effectiveness, that quiet competence serves the Emperor better than dramatic heroism. As he leaves the strategium, the ancient warrior reflects on what he has learned. The galaxy is broken, perhaps irreparably. The Imperium faces challenges that would have seemed overwhelming even in the days of the Great Crusade when all the Primarchs fought together. But there is hope too, embodied in the return of Raboot Guilliman and the launching of the Indomitus Crusade. The war is far from won, but for the first time in longer than Honoris can remember, it seems like it might actually be winnable, and that makes all the difference. The honor of ancient days. Sleep comes for Honoris again eventually, as it must for all dreadnoughts. After months of continuous deployment, after dozens of battles fought across multiple worlds, the tech priests finally declare that his chassis requires maintenance too extensive to perform in the field. The wear and tear of sustained combat has stressed systems that were already ancient before the current generation of Space Marines was born. Seals need replacing, ammunition feeds need recalibration, armor plates require rewelding where enemy fire has scored deep gouges through blessed ceramite. The work will take weeks, possibly months, and cannot be done while Honoris remains active. So the ancient warrior is returned to the strike cruiser, to the sacred halls where dreadnoughts sleep between deployments. Tech priests swarm over his frame, beginning the laborious process of diagnostics and repair, while chanting prayers to machine spirits that may or may not actually exist. Honoris remains conscious through the initial stages of this process, watching through his optical sensors as the techs work, ensuring that they treat his chassis with the respect it deserves. Eventually, though, they will begin work on systems that interface directly with his organic brain, and he will need to be placed in stasis to prevent damage to the precious tissues that hold his consciousness. Chapter Master Orestes comes to the Dreadnought Bay the night before the stasis protocols will be initiated. It is unusual for one of his rank to personally attend such occasions, but perhaps the Chapter Master feels that acknowledgement is owed after the service Honoris has provided during this campaign. Or perhaps he simply recognizes that the ancient warrior might have concerns or questions that deserve to be addressed before the long dark claims him once more. Ancient One, Orestes begins, his voice carrying formal respect. Your service during the Indomitus Crusade has been exemplary. 14 major engagements, 57 confirmed kills of enemy armor, tactical consultations provided to 3 different company captains, and 0 instances of mechanical failure requiring field evacuation. The chapter honors you for your dedication and skill. I have done only what any warrior of the chapter would do, Honoris replies, his mechanized voice modulating to convey humility. The honor is mine, to have served beside a Primarch and contributed however slightly to his great work. You contributed more than you know. The Primarch himself noted your performance during the assault on Tertia 7. He said that warriors like you represent the best of what the Imperium can be, carrying forward the traditions and values of the Great Crusade while adapting to serve in the current age. High praise from one who does not offer empty compliments. The ancient warrior processes this information, trying to understand what it means that a Primarch has noticed and commented on his actions. It is one thing to fight beside Guilliman, to receive brief acknowledgements during active operations. It is quite another to learn that the Lord Commander of the Imperium has specifically noted a single dreadnought's performance and deemed it worthy of comment. I am humbled, Honoris says, and means it. I never imagined when I was interred in this chassis that I would live to serve directly under a Primarch. That alone would have made the sacrifice worthwhile. To learn that my service was adequate to his standards is gratification beyond measure. Orestes nods, understanding what is being said beneath the formal words. You will sleep now, for a time, but I want you to know that you will be awakened again. The crusade continues, and we will have need of your wisdom and your weapons. The Primarch has authorized expansion of the chapter, incorporation of new Primaris brothers to replace our losses and increase our strength. You will awaken to find many unfamiliar faces, but they will know your name and your deeds. You are becoming legendary, Ancient One, a living connection between the chapter's past and its future. Legendary. The word strikes Honoris with strange force. He has been a dreadnought for so long that he sometimes forgets others see him differently than he sees himself. To the ancient warrior, he is simply trying to do his duty, to serve as best he can, despite the limitations of his altered existence. But to younger Space Marines, those who have heard the tales and read the histories, but never actually met one of the chapter's venerable ancients, he must seem like something out of myth. A warrior from an earlier age, preserved through the centuries to fight on long after his mortal body should have failed. I will serve as long as I am able, Honoris says. As long as the chapter has need of me, as long as the Emperor's enemies threaten the Imperium, I will continue this vigil. There is no higher calling, no greater honor, than to spend one's existence in service to humanity's survival. That is the spirit that makes you worthy of preservation, the chapter master responds. Sleep well, Ancient One. When you wake, you will find the galaxy changed yet again. But you will also find that the chapter endures, that the Emperor's work continues, and that there is still purpose in the fight. These certainties remain constant, even as everything else shifts and transforms. With that, Orestes departs, leaving Honoris alone with the tech priests, who continue their maintenance rituals. The ancient warrior watches them work for a time, observing the careful reverence with which they handle each component, the prayers they speak over every system. They serve the machine god. These tech priests believe that consciousness can reside in circuits and code as surely as in flesh and blood. Perhaps they are right. Perhaps Honoris's essence now extends beyond the organic brain preserved at his core, distributed throughout the mechanical systems that give him form and function. Perhaps he is more machine than man now, after so long living in this state. The thought does not trouble him as much as it once did. He has made peace with what he has become, accepted that this is his fate and his purpose. The sacrifices required to serve as a dreadnought are real and profound, but they are worth making for the sake of the greater good. Individual comfort, individual preference, individual humanity, all of these matter less than the continuation of the species and the preservation of the Emperor's dream. As the tech priests finish their preliminary work and begin preparing the stasis protocols, Honoris allows his consciousness to drift, reviewing the memories he has accumulated during this awakening. The battles fought, the brothers met, the glimpses of the Primarch that have been burned into his recall with perfect clarity. These experiences will sustain him during the darkness, giving him anchors to hold on to when the void threatens to consume all sense of self. And there is one memory above all that Honoris will treasure, one moment that made the entire awakening worthwhile. It happened during the final stages of the campaign on Tertius 7, when the traitor forces were breaking and fleeing and the Imperial victory was assured. Honoris had been holding a defensive position, providing overwatch for Primaris Marines who were securing critical infrastructure. The fighting in his immediate area had died down, giving him a rare moment to simply observe the larger battlefield. And there, visible through smoke and distance, stood Roboute Guilliman, surrounded by officers and officials who were already beginning the work of transitioning the world from combat zone to liberated territory. The Primarch's armor was scored by battle damage, and his perfect features showed signs of strain despite his superhuman endurance. But his posture remained unbowed, his bearing still conveying absolute authority and determination. He was discussing something with an imperial governor, gesturing at maps and hololithic displays, already planning how to rebuild what war had destroyed. In that moment, Honoris understood something profound. The Primarch was not just a war leader, not simply a tactical genius deployed to win battles. He was a builder, an administrator, someone who thought in terms of centuries and millennia rather than campaigns and engagements. Guilliman was trying to do what the Emperor himself could not complete, create a functioning galactic civilization that could survive and thrive despite the infinite threats pressing against it from all sides. The military campaigns were necessary, yes, but they were means rather than ends. The true goal was to give humanity a future worth fighting for. This understanding gave Honoris's service new context. He was not just fighting to kill enemies or reconquer worlds. He was contributing, however minutely, to the greatest work of civilization building in human history. Every battle won, every world secured, every year that humanity survived another turn of the galactic cycle, all of it mattered, because all of it gave the Primarch more time and space to build something better than what had existed before. The tech priests activate the shutdown sequence, and Honoris feels the familiar cascade of systems going offline, awareness dimming as connections sever, and consciousness begins its retreat toward the void. But this time, the darkness does not feel quite so absolute. This time, he carries with him the knowledge that he has served something larger than himself, contributed to a work that might actually succeed in creating lasting change. And when he wakes again, whenever that might be, he will continue that service with renewed purpose and dedication. The last thing Honoris experiences before consciousness completely fades is the voice of a tech priest, speaking a final benediction over the stasis pod. Rest now, Ancient One. You have earned your repose. When the chapter calls, you will rise again to serve. Until that day, may the Emperor watch over you. May the machine god preserve your systems, and may you dream of victory eternal. Then the darkness comes, and the ancient warrior sleeps, and the galaxy turns on without him, for the glory of the Imperium. If you've been captivated by this journey through the awakening of an ancient warrior, if you've felt the weight of millennia and the sudden surge of hope that comes with a Primarch's return, then I invite you to become part of our growing community. Subscribe to Stories of Hammer for more deep dives into the rich lore of Warhammer 40,000, exploring the characters, events, and themes that make this universe so compelling. Hit that like button if this story resonated with you, and share it with fellow fans who appreciate the darker corners of the 41st millennium. The Imperium endures, and so do we, one story at a time. Thank you for listening, and remember, even in death, there is still duty. In the silent darkness of a forgotten tomb complex, two forms of immortality meet. One is ancient beyond human comprehension, a consciousness transferred into living metal 60 million years ago, awake after an eternity of dreamless sleep. The other is a more recent tragedy, a warrior hero sealed into a walking sarcophagus, counting the centuries in moments of violence, separated by voids of unconsciousness. When Necron scout units encounter a hibernating Imperial dreadnought, they stand face to face with something that mirrors their own cursed existence in ways that would be almost poetic, if the Necrons retained the capacity for such reflection. This is not simply a story about two war machines meeting in the dark. This is a confrontation between two philosophies of preservation, two methods of cheating death, two species that have chosen eternal service over the final piece of mortality. The Necrons, who shed their organic forms in a desperate bargain with star gods, now encounter humanity's own answer to preserving their greatest heroes past the point of death. Both races have created methods to extend the service of their warriors indefinitely, and both have discovered that immortality comes with costs that cannot be calculated in advance. The encounter begins quietly, as most profound moments do in the endless wars of the 41st millennium. Beneath the surface of a contested world, where human colonists have unknowingly built their settlements atop a slumbering Necron tomb complex, the awakening of the ancient race proceeds according to protocols established millions of years before humanity's ancestors first looked up at the stars. Tomb spiders click and whir as they restore stasis chambers to function. Scarab swarms flow through corridors, repairing damage accumulated over eons of hibernation. And Necron warriors begin their slow transition from dormancy to wakefulness, their consciousness flickering back into awareness like lights igniting in a vast, darkened hall. The Imperial presence on this world is substantial, but not overwhelming. A Space Marine strike force had been dispatched here months ago, responding to reports of strange technological artifacts emerging from beneath the planet's crust. The Marines conducted their operations with characteristic efficiency, establishing forward bases and launching reconnaissance missions deep into the underground structures. But when the true scale of what lay beneath became apparent, when the first Necron warriors phased into reality with their Gauss weapons already tracking targets, the situation transformed from archaeological investigation to desperate combat. Among the Imperial forces was a venerable dreadnought, a warrior who had served his chapter for over 7 centuries, witnessing conflicts that had passed into legend for most of his battle brothers. He had fought in the depths of these alien structures, his assault cannon roaring defiance at the rising tide of living metal warriors, his power fist crushing enemy constructs with the fury of the Emperor's wrath. But the battle had not gone as planned. Overwhelming numbers, combined with the reality-bending technologies of the awakening tomb complex, had forced the Imperials into a fighting retreat. In the chaos of withdrawal, the ancient warrior had fallen, not destroyed, but damaged. His systems forced into emergency hibernation as his battle brothers struggled to evacuate what forces they could. Now he lies in the darkness, his sarcophagus sealed and his consciousness suspended in the dreamless void that is the mercy granted to those interred within dreadnought chassis. His massive form rests against the wall of an ancient chamber, surrounded by Xeno's architecture that predates human civilization by millions of years. The markers that would identify his chapter are obscured by combat damage and the accumulated dust of the underground. His weapons are powered down, his sensors dark, his life support systems operating at minimal levels to preserve what remains of the organic component at his core. To any casual observer, he appears as nothing more than another piece of wreckage in a contested war zone. But to the Necrons, now slowly filling these chambers with their inexorable advance, he is something far more interesting. The first to encounter the dormant dreadnought are a pair of immortals, elite warriors, whose bodies are crafted from more sophisticated materials than the basic Necron warriors. They move through the chamber with purposeful efficiency, their Gauss blasters held ready, their sensors constantly scanning for threats. The chamber itself is ancient, its walls bearing the geometric patterns that the Necron tier favored in their architecture millions of years ago, designs that hurt human eyes to look at too long because they incorporate mathematical principles that organic brains are not optimized to process. The Immortals navigate this space with perfect precision, their targeting systems identifying potential threats and dismissing them in fractions of a second, their behavioral protocols driving them forward with the inexorable purpose that characterizes all Necron military operations. When their targeting systems identify the massive form in the corner, they pause. The readings are strange, contradictory, defying easy categorization. Metal, yes, but not the crude iron and steel of most human constructions. The sensor returns identify ceramite, adamantium, plasteel, alloys that represent the pinnacle of imperial metallurgical science, materials that require sophisticated manufacturing processes and quality control far beyond what most human forge worlds can reliably achieve. These are not the casual metals of civilian construction or even standard military equipment. This is armor designed to withstand punishment that would vaporize lesser materials, protection intended to keep its wearer functional in conditions that would destroy ordinary vehicles, and beneath those armored shells, something else, something that registers as organic, yet not quite alive in any conventional sense. The Immortals' sensors detect heat signatures consistent with functioning biological systems, electromagnetic patterns that suggest neural activity, chemical signatures that indicate the presence of organic compounds. But the configuration is all wrong for a living being. The organic components are too small, too fragmented, too intimately integrated with mechanical systems to represent a conventional life form. It is as if someone has taken a living creature and reduced it to its absolute minimum functional components, then wired those components directly into a machine designed to house them. One of the Immortals approaches, its footsteps clicking against the ancient stone floor with a rhythm that has remained precisely consistent for the 60 million years since biotransference first transformed it from organic being into mechanical construct. The Immortal is programmed to be cautious around unknown technologies, to gather data before engaging, to prioritize intelligence collection over immediate destruction unless directly threatened. These behavioral protocols, encoded into its necrodermis, along with the basic patterns that define its identity, guide its movements as it circles the dormant construct, sensors working constantly to build a complete picture of what it has discovered. Up close, the dreadnought is massive, even by the standards of the Necron's own war constructs. It stands perhaps 4 meters tall, even in its dormant, slightly hunched posture, its bulk speaking to the power contained within that armored frame. The proportions are oddly anthropomorphic, suggesting that humans designed their war machines to echo the shape of their own bodies, despite the inefficiencies that such design choices introduce. A Necron construct of similar mass would be configured differently, optimized for function rather than form, shaped according to mathematical principles rather than aesthetic preferences. But humans, the Immortals' tactical database reminds it, are a young species, still attached to the symbolism and imagery that older races have long since abandoned as inefficient. The Immortals' sensors play across the machine's surface, cataloging damage patterns, analyzing alloy compositions, attempting to understand the purpose of this strange hybrid of organic and mechanical components. Impact craters from Gauss weapons mark the ceramite, the distinctive pattern of molecular disassembly, clearly visible where the flare beam struck armor that was strong enough to resist complete destruction. Burns from Tesla arcs trace across one shoulder, the electrical discharge having briefly superheated the metal before the construct's thermal management systems could compensate. A scoring mark from a particle whip cuts across the torso, deep enough to have compromised the outer armor layer, but not deep enough to reach the vital systems beneath. These damage patterns tell a story that the Immortals' tactical analysis subroutines begin to reconstruct. The construct engaged multiple Necron units simultaneously, was subjected to concentrated fire from weapons positioned at different angles, fought with the desperation of a warrior who knew retreat was not an option, but continued fighting anyway. The pattern of impacts suggests that the construct was attempting to cover the withdrawal of other forces, was deliberately drawing fire to itself to allow lesser units to escape. This behavioral pattern is consistent with human concepts of sacrifice and duty, concepts that the Immortals database flags as important for understanding how these young beings think and fight. The data it gathers is transmitted instantly across the Tomb Complex's newly reactivated communications network, adding to the growing database of information about the younger race that has dared to intrude upon this world. Other Necron units receive the data stream and begin their own analysis, comparing what the Immortal has discovered against their stored knowledge of human capabilities and technologies. Tactical assessment algorithms calculate the threat level represented by such constructs. Strategic planning systems consider the implications of humans deploying such assets. Intelligence analysis functions attempt to determine how many similar constructs the humans might possess and where they might be located. The second Immortal maintains its position near the chamber entrance, sensors focused outward, weapon ready to engage any threats that might approach. But part of its processing capacity remains allocated to analyzing the data being gathered by its companion, contributing its own observations and conclusions to the shared tactical picture. The two Immortals function as a unit, their consciousness not truly merged, but coordinated through constant data exchange. Their individual perspectives combining to create a more complete understanding than either could achieve alone. This is how Necron military forces have always operated, through coordination so perfect that it appears telepathic to outside observers, through information sharing so complete that individual units function more like cells in a larger organism than as separate warriors. The sensor readings continue to accumulate, building a detailed picture of what the Immortals have discovered. The power source at the construct's core is identified as a compact fusion reactor, primitive by Necron standards, but functional enough to sustain operations for extended periods. The weapon systems are catalogued, an assault cannon and a power fist, both designed for devastating close-range combat, where the construct's heavy armor and massive strength would provide maximum advantage. The life support equipment, that strange collection of tubes and pumps and filters that maintains the organic components, is analyzed and its function understood even if the Immortals cannot comprehend why any species would choose such an inefficient method of preserving their warriors. The readings that confuse the Immortals most are those coming from the organic component itself. Their sensors can detect brain activity, neural patterns that indicate some form of consciousness, but the patterns are strange, reduced, not quite matching what their database suggests human brain activity should look like during normal function. It is as if the consciousness that inhabits this construct is only partially present, as if whatever intelligence guides the machine exists in a state between full awareness and complete shutdown. The immortals lack the sophistication to understand what they are detecting, lack the context to recognize stasis when they see it. But they record the anomaly faithfully, add it to the data stream, trust that more specialized units will be able to interpret what they have found. In the deeper chambers of the tomb complex, where the true masters of this dynasty are completing their awakening, this data stream attracts attention. A cryptech, one of the technological masters whose knowledge spans millions of years, directs its consciousness toward this anomaly. The cryptech has spent eons studying the physical laws of the universe, manipulating matter and energy in ways that would appear as sorcery to lesser minds, bending reality itself to serve purposes that most beings cannot even conceive. It has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, has observed the birth of stars and the death of galaxies, has accumulated knowledge that would take organic minds lifetimes merely to catalogue, let alone to understand. Yet here is something that defies easy categorization, a construct that seems to blend the organic and the mechanical in ways that the cryptech's vast database does not fully explain. The readings are fascinating in their complexity, perplexing in their implications, worthy of deeper investigation in ways that few discoveries manage to be, for a being who has seen essentially everything the material universe has to offer. The combination of advanced metalworking and primitive biotechnology, the marriage of sophisticated armor systems with crude life support equipment, the apparent decision to preserve organic consciousness through mechanical means rather than pursuing true consciousness transfer, all of these choices speak to a philosophy and capability set that the cryptech finds genuinely interesting. The cryptech's interest is not merely academic, though the scientific curiosity that drove its mortal ancestors still flickers somewhere in its mechanical consciousness, a ghost of what it once felt when confronted with unknown phenomena. There are strategic considerations as well, practical reasons why understanding this construct could prove valuable to the dynasty's larger goals. Understanding the capabilities and limitations of this technology could provide valuable intelligence about the foe they now face, could inform tactical decisions about how to engage such constructs in future battles, could reveal weaknesses that might be exploited to achieve victory with minimal expenditure of resources. The Necrons may possess overwhelming technological superiority, but they did not survive for 60 million years by being careless or dismissive of potential threats. The presence of such advanced technology, left behind in what appears to be a defensive position, suggests that the humans who built it considered it valuable, and anything valuable to an enemy is worth investigating. A command ripples through the tomb complex's communication network. The immortals are to remain at their positions, maintaining a perimeter around the strange construct. More specialized units are being dispatched. Canoptech spiders, maintenance constructs, whose understanding of technology rivals even that of the cryptechs themselves, are directed toward the chamber, and the cryptech itself begins to make its way through the awakening tomb, drawn by the puzzle that this discovery represents. The Canoptech spiders arrive first, their spider-like forms skittering across the walls and ceiling with unnatural grace. They are not sentient in the way that the Necron lords and warriors are, but their programming is sophisticated beyond anything the Imperium has ever created. They begin their own analysis of the dreadnought, their multiple limbs extending delicate sensor probes that can detect and manipulate matter at the molecular level. One of them approaches the sarcophagus at the dreadnought's core, that armored tomb within a tomb that houses what remains of the Space Marine pilot. Its sensors detect the presence of organic matter sustained in some kind of artificial fluid, kept alive by systems that are crude by Necron standards, yet undeniably functional. The spider's analysis reveals something that would be surprising to anyone familiar with both races' technologies. The life support systems maintaining the Dreadnought's pilot are failing. Not catastrophically, not yet, but the damage sustained in the recent battle has compromised several redundant systems. Power reserves are depleting more rapidly than they should. The amniotic fluid that sustains the pilot's organic remains is slowly degrading, its chemical balance shifting in ways that will eventually prove fatal. Given time, measured in months, or perhaps a year at most, the systems will fail completely, and the warrior entombed within will finally find the peace of death that was denied to him when he was first interred in this walking tomb. This information presents an interesting dilemma, one that a more emotional species might find ironic. The Necrons, who long ago shed their organic forms in pursuit of immortality, have discovered a member of a younger race who clings to organic life through technological means that are simultaneously impressive and pathetically inadequate. The human within this machine is dying, slowly, locked in a sleep from which he cannot wake himself, dependent on systems that are themselves failing. It is a situation that parallels, in its own crude way, the awakening of the Necrons themselves. They too sleep in tombs, sustained by technologies designed to preserve them through eternity. They too wake only when called to war. They too exist in a state that is neither truly alive nor fully dead. When the Cryptek arrives, gliding into the chamber on its Canoptek cloak, the analysis of the Dreadnought has been ongoing for nearly an hour by imperial time measurement. The Cryptek dismisses the immortals with a gesture, sending them to secure other sections of the tomb complex. The Canoptek spiders remain, their continuing scans feeding data directly into the Cryptek's consciousness. The Cryptek itself approaches the dormant war machine, its sensory apparatus far more sophisticated than anything the lesser constructs possess, capable of perceiving reality in ways that organic minds cannot fully comprehend. What the Cryptek sees is a marvel of primitive engineering, a solution to the problem of preserving a warrior past the point of physical death that is both ingenious and horrifying in its limitations. The human who built this never possessed the kind of understanding that would allow them to truly transfer consciousness into an artificial substrate. They lacked the Citan's knowledge of the fundamental nature of the soul, lacked the Necron's own hard-won understanding of how to encode sentience into necrodermis. Instead, they simply kept the organic components alive, wiring them into a mechanical shell through neural interfaces that are crude but functional. The Cryptek can see the entire system laid out before its enhanced perception. The sarcophagus, its walls lined with life support equipment that maintains temperature, atmospheric composition, and the circulation of the amniotic fluid. The neural connectors that interface the pilot's remaining nervous system with the Dreadnought's sensors and weapons. The power systems that feed energy to both the life support and the combat capabilities of the machine. It is all visible, transparent to the Cryptek's senses in ways that even the most skilled tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus could never achieve. And at the core of it all, suspended in fluid that cushions and sustains, is what remains of the pilot. Not much, by organic standards. The torso has been reduced to essential organs. Lungs, breathing the fluid that keeps them viable, a heart beating with the slow rhythm of deep hibernation. The brain, preserved and protected, its neurons firing in the minimal patterns of consciousness in stasis. Massive trauma is evident in the scarring and the crude mechanical replacements for organs that could not be saved. This warrior did not enter his metal tomb gently. He was destroyed in battle, his body so catastrophically damaged that only the most desperate measures could preserve any fragment of life. The Cryptek processes this information with the cold, analytical precision that is all that remains of what was once scientific curiosity. There is no empathy here, no emotional response to the tragedy of a warrior sealed forever in a tomb of his own body's remains. The Necrons lost such capacity for emotion when they underwent biotransference, trading the warmth of organic existence for the cold immortality of living metal. But there is interest, a kind of intellectual engagement with a problem that presents unexpected complexities. The technology itself is primitive, barely worthy of notice by the standards of a species that achieved mastery over dimensional engineering millions of years ago. The Cryptek could design superior systems in moments, could craft a consciousness transfer matrix that would allow the trapped warrior to exist in a body of necrodermis that would be superior in every measurable way to both his original flesh and his current mechanical prison. But the crude nature of the technology is not what holds the Cryptek's attention. Rather, it is the philosophical question that this discovery presents. The humans have created, in their own limited way, a mirror of what the Necrons themselves became. Here is a warrior who will never die, who sleeps in a tomb until called to battle, who exists in a state between life and death that can be sustained indefinitely. The parallels are undeniable, even to a mind that has long since lost the capacity for metaphorical thinking. The difference, of course, is one of scale and sophistication. The Necrons achieve total consciousness transfer, preserving their minds in substrates that would endure for millions of years. This human is merely being kept alive, his organic brain still vulnerable to age and damage, his existence dependent on technology that is already failing. Yet there is something here that merits consideration. The humans did this to preserve their greatest warriors, to allow heroes to continue serving their empire past the point of physical death. The motivation is identical to what drove the ancient Necrontyr to accept the Satan's offer of biotransference. Both species sought to preserve their warriors indefinitely, to create soldiers who could fight forever, accumulating experience and wisdom that would be lost if they were allowed to simply die. Both species chose eternal service over the finality of death. Both discovered that immortality comes with costs that cannot be fully anticipated. The Cryptek extends one of its manipulator appendages toward the dreadnought's sarcophagus, delicate sensor probes sliding across the armored surface. The technology here is interesting in its desperation, its clever solutions to problems that the humans clearly do not fully understand. The neural interface, for instance, is a crude approximation of proper mind impulse unit technology, yet it functions surprisingly well given the limitations of its design. The life support systems are inefficient, requiring constant maintenance and consuming resources at a rate that no Necron construct would tolerate, yet they have kept this warrior alive for centuries. The Cryptek's analysis continues, drilling deeper into the fundamental nature of what it has discovered. The power source is a compact fusion reactor, generating energy through processes that the humans barely understand, maintaining it through ritual and prayer as much as actual comprehension of the underlying physics. The weapons systems are powerful, if crude, capable of delivering devastating firepower that would be effective even against Necron constructs if the dreadnought were awakened and allowed to engage. The armor is layered ceramite and adamantium, materials that represent the best the Imperium can manufacture, providing protection that is genuinely impressive by the standards of younger races. But it is the organic component, the pilot, that remains the focus of the Cryptek's attention. The being that exists at the core of this machine is suffering, though it is too deeply in stasis to be aware of it. The neural interfaces cause constant low-level pain, a consequence of connecting organic nerve tissue directly to mechanical systems. The amniotic fluid, while sustaining life, is not a comfortable medium for organs designed to breathe air and pump blood through vessels. The psychological strain of being sealed in darkness, of existing only in brief windows of consciousness separated by centuries of nothingness, is something that would drive most organic beings to madness. The Cryptek recognizes this suffering because the Necrons themselves experienced something similar in the early centuries after biotransference. When their consciousness first awakened in bodies of necrodermis, many found the transition unbearable. They raged against the loss of sensation, the absence of taste and touch, and the thousand subtle feelings that organic existence provided. Some went mad, their personalities fragmenting under the strain of existing in a substrate so fundamentally different from what they had evolved to inhabit. Others simply ceased, their consciousness dissipating like smoke, unable to maintain cohesion without the biological framework that had once housed it. The humans have attempted to avoid this problem by keeping their warriors' organic components alive, by maintaining the biological substrate that houses their consciousness. It is a different solution to the same problem, one that preserves the connection to organic existence at the cost of trapping the consciousness in a body that is irreversibly damaged. The Cryptek cannot decide if this approach is more or less cruel than what the Necrons experienced. Both represent a kind of torture, an existence that is neither fully alive nor acceptably dead, a state of being that serves only the needs of eternal war. Additional Necron units begin to arrive in the chamber as word of the discovery spreads through the tomb complex's awakening hierarchy. A lord, its body adorned with the marks of rank and dynasty, emerges from a side passage to observe the strange artifact. The lord's interest is more strategic than scientific. It wants to know if this construct represents a threat that must be eliminated, or an opportunity that can be exploited. The Cryptek provides its analysis, describing the capabilities and limitations of the dormant war machine, explaining the strange hybrid nature of the technology that sustains it. The Lord considers this information with the cold calculation that passes for thought among the Necron nobility. The presence of such a construct suggests that the human forces that recently withdrew from this area considered it valuable enough to deploy, yet not valuable enough to recover when withdrawal became necessary. This implies either that they possess many such constructs, making each individual unit expendable, or that the tactical situation became so desperate that they were forced to abandon assets they would have preferred to retrieve. Either possibility has implications for the strategic assessment of the human forces on this world. There is also the question of what to do with the construct now that it has been discovered. Several options present themselves, each with its own merits and drawbacks. The simplest solution would be to destroy it, to eliminate a potential threat before it can be reactivated. The Necrons possess weapons that could reduce the dreadnought to its component atoms in moments. Gauss flayers that would strip away armor and flesh with equal efficiency. Particle whips that could shred the sarcophagus and everything it contains. Destruction would be clean, efficient, and tactically sound. It would eliminate any possibility of the construct being used against them, would prevent the humans from recovering a valuable asset, and would send a clear message about the fate of those who dare to intrude upon a Necron tomb world. But destruction has disadvantages as well. It would eliminate the opportunity to study the technology in greater depth, to fully understand the capabilities and limitations of the humans' approach to preserving their warriors. It would waste what could potentially be valuable intelligence about human military doctrine, tactical thinking, and technological capabilities. The Crypteks value knowledge above almost everything else, their scientific curiosity one of the few remnants of personality that survived biotransference. Destroying this construct before it has been fully analyzed would be wasteful in ways that offend the Cryptek's fundamental nature. There is also a more subtle consideration, one that the Lord weighs carefully in its mechanical approximation of thought. The humans trapped on this world are already aware that they face Necron opposition. The loss of this construct will not change that fundamental reality, but the manner of the construct's loss could provide intelligence about Necron capabilities that the humans do not yet possess. If the dreadnought is simply destroyed, the humans will learn only that the Necrons possess weapons capable of eliminating their heavy war machines. If the dreadnought simply disappears, never to be found, the humans will be left with questions that they cannot answer, will waste time and resources searching for an asset that no longer exists where they expect to find it. The Cryptek makes a suggestion, its voice synthesized through systems that were designed to approximate the sounds of organic speech. The dormant construct could be transported deeper into the tomb complex, moved to one of the analytical chambers where it could be studied in greater detail. The process would not harm the warrior within, would not even disturb his slumber. The life support systems could be stabilized, the failing components repaired or replaced with Necron equivalents that would function with far greater efficiency. The construct could be preserved indefinitely, maintained in perfect stasis, while Cryptex examined every aspect of its design and function. The Lord considers this proposal. There is appeal in the idea of preserving the construct for study, of adding it to the growing collection of artifacts and specimens that the Awakening dynasty is accumulating as it encounters the various younger races now infesting what was once Necron space. Collections of such specimens serve multiple purposes. They provide research subjects for the Cryptex, allowing detailed study of technologies and biological systems that might prove useful or at least interesting. They serve as trophies, evidence of the dynasty's dominance over the lesser races. And in some cases, particularly unique specimens become valuable trade goods, items that can be exchanged with other dynasties for resources or information. But there is also risk in preservation. The construct contains organic components, and organic matter is notoriously unstable, prone to decay and degradation despite the best efforts to preserve it. The life support systems are already failing, and while Necron technology could certainly repair them, there is always the question of whether such repairs would be worth the resources expended. The Necrons do not lack for resources in any absolute sense, but every action requires calculation of cost versus benefit, and the value of preserving this particular specimen is not immediately clear. There is a third option, one that neither the Lord nor the Cryptek has yet voiced, but that both are considering in their separate analytical processes. The construct could be awakened, roused from its hibernation to face its captors. This option carries obvious risks. The Dreadnought is designed for war, equipped with weapons that could inflict genuine damage on Necron forces before being overwhelmed. Its pilot, when conscious, would represent a genuine threat, a warrior with centuries of combat experience and the kind of desperate courage that makes organic beings dangerous even when facing superior forces. Awakening the construct would transform it from an inert object of study into an active combatant. Yet, there is appeal in this option as well, particularly for the more militant members of the Awakening dynasty. The Necrons may have lost much in biotransference, but the warrior ethos of their ancestors remains encoded in their behavioral protocols. There is something approaching respect for the construct and the warrior it contains. Recognition of a being who chose continued service over the peace of death, who exists in a state of eternal readiness to protect his people. The Necron warriors might be mindless automatons, their personalities erased by biotransference until only the most basic patterns of behavior remain, but the Lords and the Cryptex still retain echoes of what they once were, and what they once were, before even the transformation into mechanical bodies, was a warrior culture that valued strength and courage above almost all other virtues. The decision, when it comes, reflects both pragmatism and a kind of cold curiosity that is all that remains of what the Necrons once called scientific interest. The construct will be preserved, transported to deeper chambers where it can be studied in detail, but it will not be immediately awakened, not yet. The Cryptek wants time to analyze the technology, to understand every aspect of how the humans have attempted to preserve their warrior past the point of death. There may come a time when awakening the construct serves some purpose, when the intelligence that could be gathered from the pilot justifies the risk of rousing him to consciousness. But that time is not now. The Canoptek spiders receive their instructions and begin the process of preparing the Dreadnought for transport. Their manipulator appendages, capable of lifting objects many times their own mass through the application of gravitic technologies that humanity has yet to fully understand, grasp the dormant war machine gently. The spiders are programmed to avoid causing damage when it is not necessary, to preserve specimens in their original condition whenever possible. They lift the massive construct as if it weighs nothing, carefully maneuvering it through the chamber's entrance and into the corridors beyond. As the dreadnought is carried deeper into the tomb complex, past awakening warriors and reactivating weapons systems, past chambers that have not seen activity in 60 million years, the full reality of its situation would be apparent to any observer capable of understanding it. The Space Marine sealed within that sarcophagus went into stasis expecting to wake to the sounds of battle, to be roused by his chapter's tech marines when his service was once again required. Instead, he will wake, if he wakes at all, to find himself in the possession of an alien species that predates humanity by millions of years, studied by minds that would appear as gods to lesser beings, a specimen in a collection of curiosities gathered by a race that has forgotten how to feel curiosity in any meaningful sense. The journey through the tomb complex reveals the scale of what lies beneath this world's surface. The chambers extend for kilometers in every direction, vast halls that could hold armies, repositories of technology that represents the pinnacle of achievement from a civilization that ruled the galaxy when Earth was still cooling from its formation. Necron warriors stand in perfect ranks, recently awakened and awaiting orders that will send them forth to reclaim what their ancestors once possessed. Immortals patrol key junctions, their enhanced forms and superior weapons, marking them as the elite of the dynasty's forces. Lich Guards stand motionless at the entrances to the innermost chambers, sworn protectors of the nobility, warriors whose loyalty survived even the horror of biotransference. The analytical chamber to which the dreadnought is brought is a space designed for the examination of artifacts and specimens deemed worthy of detailed study. The room is circular, its walls lined with systems that can analyze matter at every scale from the quantum to the macro, that can subject samples to conditions ranging from absolute zero to the heart of a star, that can manipulate time itself within contained fields to observe how materials and systems respond to the passage of millennia compressed into moments. At the center of the chamber is a raised platform where the object of study is placed, surrounded by the analytical apparatus that will tease out every secret it contains. The Canoptech spiders place the dreadnought carefully on this platform, adjusting its position until it rests, perfectly centered, its damaged form illuminated by the chamber's luminescence. The spiders retreat to the edges of the room, their task completed, ready to respond if further manipulation is required. The cryptech enters behind them, gliding to a position where its sensors can observe the analysis as it proceeds. Additional cryptechs arrive, drawn by word of this unusual specimen, each bringing their own specialized knowledge to the examination. The analysis begins with the non-invasive scans, probes that examine the construct without actually touching it, mapping every surface and every internal component in exquisite detail. The armor is measured, its composition and structure recorded down to the molecular level. The weapons systems are analyzed, their firing chambers and ammunition feeds examined to understand how they function. The power core is studied, its fusion reactions observed through sensors that can perceive processes occurring at scales beyond human comprehension. Every bolt, every wire, every component of the machine is catalogued and understood. Then the analysis moves deeper, to the sarcophagus itself and the systems it contains. Here the cryptechs must be more careful, must ensure that their examination does not disturb the delicate balance that keeps the pilot alive. Probes extend, impossibly thin filaments that can slip between armor plates without leaving a trace, that can sample the amniotic fluid without removing enough to matter, that can observe neural activity without interfering with it. The organic component is examined in meticulous detail, every organ catalogued, every system analyzed and understood. What the cryptechs discover is both impressive and tragic. The human who serves as this construct's pilot has been preserved with remarkable skill, given the limitations of Imperial technology. His organic remains are in surprisingly good condition, considering the centuries of service. The life support systems, despite their current failings, have functioned far better than most human technology manages over such time spans. The neural interfaces are crude but effective, providing the pilot with sensory input and motor control that allows him to function as an effective warrior despite his catastrophically limited organic substrate. But the cost of this preservation is evident in every measurement, every reading. The pilot exists in a state of constant pain, nerve endings firing error signals that the stasis systems can only partially suppress. His body, reduced to its essential components, is held together by surgical interventions and mechanical supports that would be considered torture by any reasonable definition. His mind, when awake, must process an overwhelming flood of sensory data filtered through mechanical systems that cannot fully replicate the subtlety of organic perception. And his consciousness, when in stasis, drifts in a void without dreams, without rest, without the mercy of oblivion that true death would provide. One of the cryptechs, a specialist in what the humans would call cybernetics, observes this with something that might be recognition. The cryptech itself underwent biotransference, experienced the transition from organic existence to mechanical immortality. It remembers, in whatever way memory functions for a being whose consciousness exists as patterns in necrodermis, the horror of awakening in a body that felt nothing, that experienced the universe only through sensors that reduced reality to data streams. It remembers the sense of loss, the desperate yearning for sensations that could never be recovered, the slow adjustment to existing as something fundamentally different from what it had been. The human in this sarcophagus is experiencing something similar, though in reverse. He clings to organic existence, his brain still flesh and blood, still capable of pain and suffering in ways that necrons can no longer experience. Yet he is separated from his body by the very systems that keep him alive, experiencing the world through sensors and interfaces that can never fully replace the rich sensory input of organic existence. He is trapped between two states of being, neither fully organic nor properly mechanical, a hybrid creature that combines the worst limitations of both forms. The analysis continues for hours by human time measurement, though the cryptechs do not measure duration in such limited terms. They examine every aspect of the construct and its pilot, building a comprehensive understanding of the technology and the biological systems it sustains. They discover the redundancies built into the life support, the backup systems that activate when primary systems fail, the clever solutions to problems that the human engineers clearly did not fully understand. They find evidence of past repairs, places where components have been replaced or modified, suggesting that this particular construct has survived multiple periods of service separated by intervals of stasis. And they discover something else, something that gives even the emotionless cryptechs pause in their analysis. Deep in the neural interfaces, in the systems that connect the pilot's organic brain to the dreadnought's sensors and controls, they find patterns that suggest active mental processes even in stasis. The pilot is not fully unconscious, not completely dormant. Some part of his consciousness remains active, processing information at levels too subtle for the construct's own monitoring systems to detect. He is dreaming, in whatever way a being in his condition can dream, his mind attempting to make sense of existence that consists primarily of darkness and silence, punctuated by brief intervals of extreme violence. This discovery fascinates the cryptechs because it suggests that the pilot's subjective experience of time does not match the objective passage of centuries. For him, the intervals of stasis may feel shorter or longer than they actually are. His perception of duration distorted by the nature of his half-conscious state. He may experience each awakening as if moments have passed since his last period of activity, or he may feel the full weight of centuries pressing down on his consciousness. The cryptechs cannot determine which is the case without waking him and conducting direct analysis. But the possibility raises questions about the nature of consciousness and time perception that are interesting even by the standards of beings who have existed for 60 million years. The failing life support systems present both a problem and an opportunity. The cryptex could easily repair them, could replace the damaged components with Necron equivalents that would function perfectly for millennia. The technology required is trivial by their standards, well within the capabilities of even basic canoptech constructs. But such repair raises questions about purpose and intent. Are they preserving this specimen because it has genuine value, or simply because they can? Is there utility in maintaining this human warrior in his half-life state, or would resources be better spent elsewhere? One cryptex suggests an alternative approach. Rather than simply repairing the existing systems, they could improve them, enhance the life support to levels far beyond anything Imperial technology could achieve. They could strengthen the neural interfaces, provide the pilot with sensory input, far superior to what the crude human systems allow. They could even begin the process of biotransference, gradually replacing organic components with necrodermis equivalents, transforming the pilot into something closer to what the Necrons themselves have become. It would be an interesting experiment, a test of whether consciousness transfer could be achieved gradually rather than all at once, whether the trauma of complete biotransference could be avoided through incremental transformation. But this suggestion is rejected by the presiding lord, who has been observing the analysis with the cold patience of a being who measures time in millennia. The construct is to be preserved in its current state, as closely as possible to its original condition. Repairs are authorized to stabilize the failing systems, but enhancements are forbidden. This specimen is valuable precisely because it represents human technology and philosophy, because it provides insight into how these younger beings approach the problem of preserving their warriors. Transforming it into something else would eliminate that value, would turn the specimen into merely another example of Necron capabilities. The decision is implemented immediately. Canoptech spiders begin the delicate work of repairing the life support systems, replacing human components with Necron equivalents that have been carefully designed to maintain the exact same functionality. The power core is supplemented with a stable energy source that will function for centuries without maintenance. The amniotic fluid is replenished and its chemical balance corrected. The neural interfaces are cleaned and repaired, ensuring that when the pilot wakes, his connection to the construct will be as strong as it was when he first entered stasis. The work is completed with a precision that no Imperial tech priest could hope to match. Every system is tested, every component verified to be functioning within acceptable parameters. The life support that was failing, degrading toward inevitable failure, is now stable and will remain so for longer than the Imperium has existed. The pilot, still locked in his dreamless half-sleep, is unaware that he has been preserved by the very beings his chapter would consider the gravest threat to humanity's existence. He sleeps on, suspended between life and death, maintained now by technology that predates his species by millions of years. With the immediate work completed, the cryptex turn their attention to the broader questions raised by this discovery. What does the existence of constructs like this tell them about human military doctrine? How many such warriors do the humans possess? What role do they play in the strategic thinking of the Space Marine chapters? These questions have implications beyond mere curiosity. The Necrons are awakening on hundreds of worlds across the galaxy, encountering the younger races that now infest the territories that were once theirs. Understanding how these species think, how they organize their forces, what technologies they consider valuable, all of this information contributes to the strategic calculations that will determine how the Necrons prosecute their war of reconquest. The presence of this specific dreadnought on this specific world is also worth analyzing. The human forces that deployed here clearly expected serious resistance, serious enough to warrant bringing one of their ancient warriors. This suggests that they had some intelligence about the Necron presence beneath the surface, that they understood they were not merely exploring ancient ruins, but potentially awakening a sleeping threat. Their decision to deploy a dreadnought indicates both the seriousness with which they viewed the situation and their willingness to commit valuable assets to what they must have known would be a dangerous operation. The fact that they then abandoned this asset when forced to withdraw is equally telling. Either the tactical situation became so desperate that they had no choice, or they considered the dreadnought expendable despite its obvious value. Both possibilities provide insight into human psychology and decision-making under pressure. The first suggests that they can be forced into making poor tactical choices if subjected to sufficient pressure. The second suggests that they possess enough such constructs that the loss of one, while regrettable, is acceptable if it allows other forces to escape. Additional intelligence comes from the combat damage the dreadnought sustained. Analysis of the impact patterns and energy signatures allows the cryptex to determine exactly which Necron weapons were engaged during the battle. Gauss flare strikes, particle whip damage, Tesla arc burns, all recorded in the pattern of destruction etched into the construct's armor. By comparing the damage to the armor's properties, the cryptex can verify their models of how human defenses respond to Necron weapons, can confirm or adjust their tactical calculations about what levels of force are required to neutralize such targets. But beneath all the strategic analysis, beneath the cold calculation of military value and intelligence gathered, there remains the fundamental strangeness of this discovery. The Necrons have encountered many species in their millions of years of existence, fought countless wars against beings of every description. They have seen how different species approach the challenge of creating warriors, how they train and equip their soldiers, how they balance the value of individual combatants against the needs of the larger force. But this construct represents something unusual, a philosophical approach to warfare that mirrors the Necrons' own thinking in unexpected ways. The humans have chosen to preserve their greatest warriors indefinitely, to deny them the rest of death in favor of eternal service. This decision parallels the choice the ancient Necrontyre made when they accepted biotransference, when they traded their dying organic bodies for immortal mechanical forms. Both species looked at their heroes and decided that death was too final, that the experience and wisdom accumulated over a lifetime of war was too valuable to lose. Both found ways to cheat mortality, to keep their warriors fighting long past the point where natural law would have claimed them. The difference, of course, is one of success and sophistication. The Necrons achieved true consciousness transfer, preserving their minds in substrates that would endure for millions of years without degradation. They created bodies of living metal that could repair themselves, that could be destroyed and rebuilt without loss of continuity. They solved the problem of immortality completely, at least in the technical sense, though the cost in terms of what they lost was beyond calculation. The humans have created only a crude approximation of this achievement. Their dreadnoughts preserve life, but not truly consciousness. The pilot remains organic, remains vulnerable to all the limitations and degradations of flesh. He sleeps between battles not because it is efficient, but because remaining awake would drive him mad with isolation and pain. He serves not out of any programming or encoded behavior pattern, but because he still possesses will, choice, the capacity to decide that service matters more than comfort or peace. In many ways, his sacrifice is greater than what the Necrons experienced, precisely because he retains enough humanity to understand what he has lost. The cryptech that first discovered the dreadnought returns to the analytical chamber after attending to other duties elsewhere in the tomb complex. The repairs are complete, the specimen stabilized and preserved. The construct rests on its platform, silent and still, its systems operating at minimal levels to conserve power and reduce stress on the pilot's organic components. To an observer unfamiliar with the technology, it would appear unchanged from when it was first brought here. But the cryptech's sensors can detect the subtle differences, can see that the life support now functions with the smooth efficiency of Necron engineering rather than the barely controlled chaos of human systems. The cryptech considers the future of this specimen. It will remain here in the analytical chamber for now, subject to periodic examination as the dynasty's scholars accumulate more data about human technology and capabilities. but eventually a decision will need to be made about its final disposition. It could be kept indefinitely, maintained as part of the dynasty's collection of interesting artifacts. It could be destroyed once sufficient information has been extracted, eliminating any possibility that it might somehow escape or be recovered by human forces. Or it could be awakened, roused from stasis to face a situation that he could never have anticipated in his darkest imaginings. Each option has appeal. Preservation allows continued study, the possibility of learning more as the cryptech's understanding of human technology deepens. Destruction is clean and certain, eliminates any risks associated with maintaining an organic specimen. Awakening provides the opportunity to gather intelligence directly from the pilot, to observe how he responds to his captivity, to test whether beings in his condition can be induced to provide useful information. But the decision is not the cryptech's to make. That choice belongs to the Lord who commands this awakening tomb, and ultimately to the pharaoh who rules this entire dynasty. The cryptech is merely the custodian of this specimen, responsible for its preservation and study, but not empowered to determine its ultimate fate. So for now, it remains a sleeping warrior in a tomb world, unaware that he rests in the very heart of his enemy's territory, that the hands maintaining his systems belong to beings who view him as nothing more than a curious artifact, interesting but ultimately insignificant in the vast scope of their plans. The scenario of awakening remains the most fascinating possibility, at least from the cryptech's analytical perspective. What would happen if the dreadnought's systems were brought fully online, if the pilot was roused from his hibernation to consciousness? The process would be straightforward enough. The life support systems could be commanded to increase their activity, flooding the pilot's organs with stimulants and neural activators. The neural interfaces would report the change in status, informing the pilot's brain that wakefulness was required. Within minutes by human time measurement, the Space Marine would transition from deep stasis to full consciousness, his awareness flooding back along with the sensory input from the dreadnought's systems. What he would perceive in those first moments would depend entirely on how the cryptechs chose to manage the awakening. They could activate all of his senses at once, allowing him to see and hear and feel through the dreadnought's apparatus. In that case, his first awareness would be of the analytical chamber, the strange geometry of Necron architecture, the presence of alien beings that his chapter's training had taught him to recognize as among the gravest threats in the galaxy. The shock of that recognition, combined with the disorientation of awakening in an unexpected location, would likely trigger immediate aggressive responses. The pilot would attempt to fight, to activate weapon systems, and strike out at his captors, to fulfill the programming of centuries of combat service that insists resistance is always preferable to capture. But the cryptechs could also control the awakening more carefully, activating the pilot's consciousness while keeping his senses dark, denying him input about his location and situation. In that case, his first experience would be pure confusion, awareness without context, the knowledge that he was awake but no information about where or why. That confusion would quickly give way to concern, then fear, as he attempted to query his systems and received no response, as he tried to move and found himself locked in place by forces he could not identify. The psychological impact of such an awakening could be profound, might even break the pilot's resistance before any physical interrogation began. The Necrons possess weapons that could destroy the dreadnought easily, regardless of whether it was dormant or active. Gauss weapons would strip away its armor layer by layer, reducing ceramite and adamantium to their constituent atoms with the same efficiency they show against flesh. A focused barrage from even basic Necron warriors could dismantle the construct in seconds, peeling away defenses that were designed to withstand anti-tank weapons, exposing the sarcophagus at its core. And once that armored tomb was breached, the organic components within would be as vulnerable as any other living tissue, subject to the same molecular disassembly that makes Gauss weapons so horrifyingly effective. But destruction, while tactically sound and strategically simple, would waste the intelligence value that the dreadnought represents. Every aspect of its construction, every detail of its operation, every choice made by the engineers who built it provides information about human capabilities and limitations. The armor tells how much protection they can manufacture and transport. The weapons reveal their understanding of destructive force and power generation. The life support shows their biotechnological capabilities and their approach to preserving life in extreme conditions. All of this information is valuable, and destroying the specimen would eliminate any possibility of discovering more. There is also the question of what destroying the dreadnought would accomplish strategically. The humans already know they face Necron opposition on this world. The loss of one more construct, one more warrior, will not significantly change their calculations or capabilities. They lost dozens of Space Marines in the fighting before they withdrew, along with tanks and equipment representing far more resources than a single dreadnought. The Imperium's response to this world will be determined by larger strategic considerations, by the value they place on whatever resources or objectives attracted them here in the first place, not by the fate of one irreplaceable but ultimately individual warrior. The decision to preserve the dreadnought rather than destroy it reflects the Necron's own long view of conflict and conquest. They are not fighting for immediate tactical advantage, not seeking to maximize casualties in any particular engagement. Their campaign is measured in centuries and millennia, aimed at the complete reconquest of territories that were theirs millions of years ago. Individual battles, individual casualties, matter only insofar as they contribute to that larger goal. Preserving this specimen for study serves that goal more effectively than destroying it for immediate tactical benefit. The analytical chamber, where the dreadnought rests, is one of many such facilities throughout the tomb complex. In adjacent chambers, other specimens await study. Orc weapons, carefully preserved after their owners were eliminated, their crude but effective designs analyzed to understand the threat posed by the greenskin species. Tau battlesuits, recovered from conflicts on other worlds, their sophisticated technology examined and compared to Necron capabilities. Eldar equipment, rare and valuable because the Eldar rarely leave anything behind when they withdraw from battle, studied to understand the surviving children of the old ones. The dreadnought joins this collection, another piece in the vast puzzle the awakening Necrons are assembling as they attempt to understand the galaxy they have inherited. Time passes differently for the sleeping dreadnought pilot than it does for the Necrons who now serve as his unwitting custodians. For him, if his subjective experience could be measured, the transition from battle to stasis was instantaneous, a sudden shift from the chaos of combat to the void of unconsciousness. When he next wakes, whether that happens tomorrow or 1,000 years from now, it will feel like mere moments have passed. The centuries of service, the long intervals between battles that define a dreadnought's existence, these happen in his memory, in the gaps between periods of consciousness, but they do not accumulate in real-time experience. He sleeps away the ages while the universe changes around him. For the Necrons, time is different. They measure duration in the cycles of stars, in the slow drift of galaxies through the void, in processes that occur over spans that would be incomprehensible to organic minds. The hours and days that pass while the dreadnought lies in their analytical chamber are less than eye blinks in the scope of their existence. Yet they are also patient in ways that their organic ancestors could never achieve. They can wait decades, centuries, millennia for the right moment to act, secure in the knowledge that time is not their enemy, that they will endure long past the point where organic beings would have decayed to dust. This fundamental difference in temporal perspective shapes everything about how the two species approach warfare and conquest. Humans fight with urgency born of limited lifespans, knowing that every moment wasted is a moment they will never recover. They seek decisive victories, quick resolutions, outcomes that can be achieved within the span of years or decades that individual commanders will live to see. the Necrons fight with the patience of immortals, understanding that the galaxy itself is the battlefield and eternity is the timeline. They can afford to wait, to plan, to act only when conditions are optimal, because they know they will be here when the younger races have long since passed into extinction. The dreadnought pilot, trapped in his strange state between organic life and mechanical existence, embodies something of both perspectives. He has served for centuries, has fought in conflicts separated by decades of stasis sleep, has accumulated experience that spans timescales beyond normal human comprehension. Yet, he remains fundamentally organic in his thinking, driven by the urgency of mortal consciousness, by the knowledge that although his life has been extended far beyond natural limits, it remains ultimately finite. He will serve until destroyed, but that destruction is inevitable, a certainty that shapes his every action, even if he cannot consciously acknowledge it. As word of the captured dreadnought spreads through the tomb complex and to other awakening tomb worlds throughout the dynasty's territories, various Necron nobles and commanders begin to express interest in examining the specimen themselves. A destroyer lord, one of those Necrons who has devoted itself entirely to the extinction of organic life, requests permission to test the construct's durability against various weapons. The request is denied, not out of any concern for the specimen's well-being, but because such testing would compromise the intelligence value of keeping it intact. A chronomancer, one of the cryptechs who specializes in the manipulation of time itself, suggests an experiment involving temporal manipulation. The dreadnought could be subjected to accelerated time within a contained field, allowing observation of how the organic components degrade over what would be centuries of compressed duration. This experiment would provide valuable data about the long-term viability of the human preservation technology. But this proposal is also rejected for the same reason. The specimen is more valuable in its original state than it would be after being subjected to temporal distortion. The requests continue to arrive, each reflecting the particular interests and specializations of the Necrons making them. A psychomancer wants to attempt to influence the sleeping pilot's mind, to see if their madness-inducing technologies can affect organic consciousness, even in deep stasis. A plasmancer suggests testing how the construct's armor responds to various plasma temperatures and densities. A technomancer offers to attempt reverse engineering the life support systems to create Necron versions that could sustain organic specimens indefinitely. All of these proposals are filed for potential future consideration, but none are immediately approved. The Pharaon who rules this dynasty, awakened now and assuming command of the forces gathering on this world, eventually takes personal interest in the captured construct. The Pharaon is, ancient even by Necron standards, one of those nobles who remembers the biotransference, who existed as organic being before being transferred into necrodermis. Much of that memory has degraded over the millions of years since, personality and emotion eroding until only the core drives and purposes remain. But some fragment of what the Pharaon once was still exists, enough to recognize in this sleeping warrior something familiar, something that resonates with distant memories of choosing eternal service over the peace of death. The Pharaon visits the analytical chamber, its presence announced by the sudden precision with which every Necron in the vicinity aligns itself, by the way even the lords step aside to allow their supreme commander unobstructed view. The Pharaon approaches the platform where the dreadnought rests, its sensors examining the construct with the perspective of millions of years of experience. What it sees is both familiar and strange, a combination of the technological and the organic that represents a different solution to the problem that the Necrontyr faced so long ago. In the end, the Pharaon's decision shapes the dreadnought's immediate future. The specimen will be preserved in its current state, maintained with the same care given to the dynasty's most valued artifacts. It will not be awakened unless there is compelling reason to do so, some intelligence need or strategic purpose that cannot be served in any other way. It will not be subjected to destructive testing or experimentation that would compromise its integrity. And it will not be destroyed, not while it continues to provide value through its mere existence, as an example of how younger races approach the challenge of preserving their warriors. The dreadnought sleeps on, unaware of the debates and decisions occurring around it, unconscious of the fact that it has become a specimen in an alien collection, that the systems keeping it alive are now maintained by technology from a species that ruled the galaxy when humanity's ancestors were still single-celled organisms floating in Earth's primordial oceans. Its pilot dreams, whatever dreams are possible in his half-conscious state, his mind drifting through memories of battles fought centuries ago, of brothers long since dead, of a chapter that may no longer even exist by the time he next wakes. For the Necrons, the dreadnought represents both a mirror and a warning. They see in it their own fate reflected back, the consequence of choosing eternal service over natural death, the price of attempting to preserve consciousness in substrates not evolved to contain it. The humans made a different choice than the Necrontyre did, kept their warriors' organic components alive rather than transferring consciousness entirely, but the fundamental motivation was the same. Both species looked at their heroes and decided that death was unacceptable, that service must continue, regardless of the cost to those who serve. The irony is, apparent even to minds, as limited by biotransference as the Necrons have become. The humans fight to preserve their Imperium, to maintain control over territories they claim in the name of their God-Emperor. The Necrons fight to reclaim territories that were theirs millions of years before humanity evolved. Both species field warriors who have been denied the peace of death, who exist in states between life and extinction, who serve causes that are ultimately doomed by the simple mathematics of entropy and time. The galaxy belongs to no one permanently, regardless of what technologies are deployed or what sacrifices are made. Eventually, all empires fall, all species decline, all attempts to achieve permanence end in the same inevitable dissolution. But such philosophical considerations have little practical impact on the immediate situation. The dreadnought remains in the analytical chamber, a prisoner who does not know he is imprisoned, a specimen unaware of being studied, a warrior sleeping through what may be his final rest. The Necrons continue their awakening, bringing more systems online, activating more warriors, preparing for the campaigns that will see them reclaim this world and thousands like it. The humans, somewhere above the surface, plan their response to the Necron threat, calculate the forces needed to retake the territories they have lost, make the hard choices about which assets can be risked and which must be preserved for future conflicts. And in the darkness of the tomb complex, in a chamber where time itself seems to hold its breath, a single space marine lies in stasis, kept alive by the very enemies he was created to fight against. Maintained by technology he would consider an abomination if he had any awareness of it. His chapter believes him lost, probably dead, another casualty of the eternal war that defines existence in the 41st millennium. They will mourn him in whatever way his brothers mark the passing of their fallen, will record his deeds in the chapter's histories, will ensure that his sacrifice is remembered even if his gene seed could not be recovered. But he is not dead, not yet. He exists in a state that the Necrons understand all too well, suspended between life and death, preserved past the point where nature would have claimed him, kept functional through technologies that his mind could never fully comprehend. He is a mirror of what the Necrons themselves have become, a proof that the impulse to cheat death, to preserve warriors indefinitely, is not unique to any single species, but rather a common response to the brutal mathematics of war and attrition. The final question, the one that remains unanswered as time continues its inexorable march, is whether the dreadnought pilot will ever wake again. Will the Necrons find reason to rouse him, to activate his systems, and confront him with his captivity? Will human forces somehow discover his location and mount a rescue operation that might succeed, despite the overwhelming opposition? Or will he simply sleep on, maintained indefinitely by alien technology, his consciousness preserved in stasis while civilizations rise and fall around him, until some distant future when the galaxy itself has changed beyond recognition. The answer depends on factors beyond any single individual's control, on the vast churning of strategic decisions and random chances that determine the fate of worlds and species. For now, he sleeps, dreams his fragmentary dreams, and exists in the peculiar limbo that both he and his captors understand far too well. The Necrons continue their slow, patient campaign to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. The Imperium fights its endless defensive war against countless threats from all sides. And somewhere in the space between these vast, impersonal forces, a single warrior waits in darkness, maintained by enemies who saw in him something familiar, something that reminded them of what they themselves have become. The encounter between these two forms of preserved warriors raises profound questions about the nature of service, sacrifice, and the price of immortality that extends across the grim darkness of the far future. When we examine the Dreadnought and the Necron side by side, we see two philosophies of warrior preservation that arrived at similar endpoints through vastly different paths, each paying costs that would horrify the uninitiated. The Space Marine who becomes a Dreadnought makes his sacrifice knowingly, though perhaps not fully understanding the implications until it is far too late to reverse the decision. When the Apothecaries and Tech Marines approach a mortally wounded hero with the offer of internment, they frame it as the highest honor, as an opportunity to continue serving the Emperor and the chapter past the point where death would normally claim even the mightiest warrior. The brother, lying on the operating slab, his body shattered beyond conventional repair, accepts this honor because his entire existence has been devoted to service. To refuse would be to abandon his duty, to leave his brothers without the benefit of his experience and wisdom. But what the dying Space Marine cannot fully grasp in that moment is the reality of what internment truly means. He cannot understand what it will feel like to wake in darkness, sealed within a tomb of his own body's remnants, breathing fluid instead of air, experiencing the world only through sensors that reduce reality to data streams. He cannot anticipate the psychological burden of existing for centuries, of watching everyone he knew die while he endures, of forgetting faces and names and events until his own past becomes a fog of half-remembered images. He cannot comprehend the isolation of being awake only for battle, of sleeping away decades between conflicts, of existing in a state where violence is the only respite from the void of unconsciousness. The ancient Necrontyr who accepted biotransference also made their choice in ignorance, though their ignorance was perhaps more willful than that of the Space Marine. The Satan promised them immortality, freedom from the diseases that ravaged their bodies, power to defeat their ancient enemies. What the Satan did not explain, or perhaps explained in terms so technical that the Necrontyr could not understand, was that the process would hollow them out, would strip away everything that made existence worth living in the first place. They thought they would become immortal versions of themselves, enhanced and improved. Instead, they became something else entirely, machines wearing the memories of dead beings like ill-fitting garments. The parallel extends beyond just the mechanism of preservation to the fundamental existential crisis that both forms of warriors face. The Dreadnought pilot, in his rare moments of full consciousness, must confront the knowledge that he is no longer truly alive in any meaningful sense. His body is gone, reduced to the minimum organic components necessary to sustain consciousness. His existence is defined entirely by service to the chapter, by the intervals of violence that punctuate the darkness of stasis. He has become, in every practical sense, a weapon that can think, a tool of war that retains just enough awareness to be tortured by what it has become. The Necron warriors, those who were once the common citizens and soldiers of the Necrontyr civilization, face a different but related horror. Biotransference did not preserve their personalities intact. The process, whether by design or by cruel flaw, erased most of what made them individuals, leaving only the most basic behavioral patterns and responses. They are aware, in some limited sense, but they are not truly conscious in the way they once were. They exist in a state that is neither sleep nor wakefulness, following commands with mechanical precision, killing without understanding why, continuing to function long after the purposes they were meant to serve have been forgotten. Even the Necron lords and cryptechs, who retained more of their personalities through biotransference, are not spared from existential horror. They remember, in fragmentary ways, what it was like to be organic, to feel sensations beyond the cold precision of mechanical senses. They recall, though the memories grow dimmer with each passing millennium, what it meant to experience emotion, to feel joy or sorrow or fear or love. These memories haunt them in ways that would be unbearable if they retained the full capacity to bear suffering. As it is, they exist in a state of diminished consciousness, aware that something essential has been lost, but unable to fully remember or mourn what that something was. The cryptechs examining the sleeping dreadnought understand this truth better than most. Their specialized knowledge, their deep understanding of consciousness and its substrate, allows them to perceive with perfect clarity the tragedy of what both species have become. They see the Space Marine pilot, his organic brain still firing with the electrical patterns of thought, still capable of suffering in ways that pure machines cannot, and they recognize in him something that they themselves have lost forever. They see themselves reflected in his predicament, two solutions to the same problem, both paying prices that can never be fully calculated or repaid. This recognition does not translate into sympathy, because the Necrons have long since lost the capacity for such emotions. But it does create a kind of intellectual respect, an acknowledgement that the humans, despite their primitive technology and limited understanding, have grasped the same fundamental truth that drove the Necrontyre to accept biotransference. The truth is simple and brutal. In a universe of endless war, death is a luxury that the greatest warriors cannot afford. The species that preserves its heroes indefinitely gains an advantage in the eternal struggle for survival, even if that preservation comes at costs that would horrify those who have not yet paid them. The practical military implications of this encounter extend far beyond the fate of one captured dreadnought. The intelligence gathered from studying this specimen will inform Necron strategy across hundreds of worlds, will shape how they approach future conflicts with the Imperium's Space Marine forces. Understanding how dreadnoughts function, what their capabilities and limitations are, how they can be defeated or neutralized, all of this information contributes to the vast database of tactical and strategic knowledge that the awakening Necron dynasties are assembling. The knowledge that humans preserve their warriors in this manner also tells the Necrons something important about Imperial psychology and values. Any species that goes to such lengths to maintain its heroes, that develops complex technology specifically to deny death to those it deems worthy, is a species that values individual warriors highly, despite the brutal mathematics of war that should teach them otherwise. This suggests potential vulnerabilities that can be exploited. If the Imperials consider their dreadnoughts irreplaceable treasures, then targeting them specifically, forcing them into situations where they must be abandoned or destroyed, could inflict psychological damage beyond the simple tactical loss of a war machine. Conversely, the encounter also demonstrates to the Necrons that humanity possesses greater technological sophistication than they might have initially assumed. The life support systems keeping the dreadnought pilot alive are crude by Necron standards, yes, but they function. They accomplish their purpose despite being based on principles that the Necrons mastered millions of years ago and then improved beyond recognition. This suggests that humanity, given sufficient time, might eventually develop technologies that could pose genuine threats to Necron supremacy. Not in the near future, not within any timeline that matters to beings who measure time in epochs rather than years, but eventually, perhaps, if the younger race survives long enough. The question of what the Necrons will ultimately do with their captive remains unresolved, deliberately so. The beauty of this hypothetical encounter is that there is no single correct outcome, no predetermined path that events must follow. Different Necron dynasties might make different choices based on their own priorities and philosophies. A dynasty led by a pragmatic military commander might simply destroy the dreadnought once sufficient intelligence has been extracted, eliminating a potential asset that enemies might attempt to recover. A dynasty with a strong tradition of collecting specimens and trophies might preserve it indefinitely, adding it to vast museums of artifacts gathered from across the galaxy. A particularly aggressive dynasty, one of those led by destroyer lords who have devoted themselves entirely to the extinction of organic life, might see the dreadnought as an opportunity for cruel sport. They could awaken the pilot, allow him to fight against overwhelming odds, let him experience the futility of resistance against forces he cannot hope to overcome. Not out of sadism exactly, because such emotional motivations are beyond what most Necrons retain, but out of a cold desire to demonstrate the superiority of their own immortal forms, to prove that the human attempt at preservation is inferior to what the Necrons achieved through biotransference. Alternatively, a dynasty led by cryptex with strong scientific interests might see the dreadnought as the beginning of an ongoing experiment. They could attempt to improve the human preservation technology, to enhance the life support systems beyond what Imperial science could achieve, to gradually transform the pilot into something closer to what the Necrons themselves have become. This would not be done out of any desire to help the human, but rather as a test of whether biotransference could be achieved gradually, through incremental modifications, rather than the all-at-once process that the Necrontyr underwent. The pilot would become a living experiment, conscious or unconscious depending on the phase of testing, his existence prolonged indefinitely as subject rather than warrior. There is even the possibility, remote but not impossible, that the encounter could lead to a form of communication between the two species. If the Necrons chose to awaken the pilot and engage him in something resembling dialogue, both sides might gain insights that would be valuable in ways that transcend immediate military advantage. The pilot could provide information about Imperial strategies and capabilities, yes, but more importantly, he could offer perspective on what it means to exist in the state between life and death, could share his experience of consciousness preserved in a failing organic substrate maintained by machines. The Necrons, in turn, could provide the pilot with truths about his own condition that no Imperial tech priest could fully articulate. They could explain, in terms that transcend the religious mysticism that the Mechanicus wraps around all technology, exactly what has been done to him, how the systems keeping him alive actually function, what his future holds if he continues to serve in his current form. This knowledge would be devastating, would strip away the comforting lies that the Imperium tells itself about the honor of dreadnought service. But it would also be honest, a kind of truth that is rare in a universe where most species prefer comfortable falsehoods to uncomfortable reality. The philosophical implications of the encounter extend even further when we consider what it reveals about the nature of consciousness and identity. Is the pilot still the same person he was before internment, or has the process of being sealed in the dreadnought created something new? Something that merely believes itself to be continuous with the warrior who accepted this fate. The organic brain is the same physical object, yes, but consciousness is not merely the presence of a functioning brain. It is the pattern of activation, the network of connections, the ongoing process of perception and response that creates the subjective experience of being someone. The dreadnought pilot's consciousness has been fundamentally altered by the process of internment. His sensory input now comes through mechanical systems that cannot replicate the full richness of organic perception. His motor output is channeled through weapons and actuators rather than muscles and limbs. His sense of time has been distorted by the long intervals of stasis, by the discontinuity between sleeping for decades and experiencing only moments of subjective time. Is he still himself, or has he become a new being who merely inherited the memories of the warrior he once was? The Necrons face similar questions about their own identity, questions that are perhaps even more troubling because biotransference was supposed to preserve them completely. The Lords and Overlords insist that they are the same beings they were as Necrontyr, that the transfer process maintained perfect continuity of consciousness. But the evidence suggests otherwise. Their personalities have eroded over millions of years. Their emotions have dulled to the point of near absence. Their memories have become unreliable, fragmentary things that may or may not accurately reflect the past. Are they still the same beings who accepted biotransference so many millions of years ago? Or are they something else wearing the names and memories of the dead? These questions have no answers that both species would accept. The Dreadnought pilot, if asked, would almost certainly insist that he remains himself, that despite everything that has been done to him, some core of identity has survived intact. The Necron Lords would say the same about themselves, would assert that biotransference preserved what was essential even if it cost them much that they once valued. But the truth is probably more complex and more tragic than either species wants to acknowledge. Identity is not a fixed thing that can be preserved like data on a storage medium. It is a process, ongoing and dynamic, shaped by experience and embodiment. Change the embodiment radically enough, and the identity that emerges may be continuous with what came before, but is not truly the same. The tragedy is that both the Dreadnought pilot and the Necrons have been forced to confront this truth in the cruelest possible way. They continue to exist, to function, to serve their respective causes, but they do so as diminished versions of what they once were, as beings who have paid costs that can never be repaid and made sacrifices that can never be unmade. They are warriors preserved past the point of death, yes, but the preservation has hollowed them out, has taken away much of what made their existence valuable in the first place. They are victories in the war against mortality that look very much like defeats when examined closely enough. The humans of the Imperium tell themselves stories about their dreadnoughts, create myths of honored service and eternal vigilance that make the reality more palatable. They speak of ancient heroes who continue to guide and protect their chapters, of wisdom accumulated over centuries that would be lost if these warriors were allowed to truly die. They frame the internment as a gift, as an opportunity that is granted only to the greatest heroes, as something to be sought rather than feared. And perhaps some of these stories are true. Perhaps some dreadnoughts do find meaning in their extended service, do experience their existence as honor rather than curse. But the reality, visible to any who look closely enough, is that most dreadnoughts are suffering in ways that their brothers cannot fully understand or acknowledge. The isolation, the discontinuity, the reduction of existence to intervals of violence separated by voids of unconsciousness, these are not the conditions under which consciousness thrives or finds meaning. They are conditions of endurance, of survival, in a state that is barely preferable to death, sustained only by the warrior's commitment to service and the chapter's need for his capabilities. The dreadnought continues because continuing is what warriors do, because duty requires it, because the alternative is admitting that the sacrifice was for nothing. The Necrons, similarly, maintain the fiction that biotransference was a triumph, a successful escape from the mortality and disease that plagued their organic forms. They do not openly acknowledge the losses that came with the transformation, do not admit that what they gained in immortality they paid for in diminished consciousness and eroded identity. They continue to fight their wars of reconquest, as if reclaiming their ancient territories will somehow restore what was lost, as if controlling the galaxy again will make the eons of empty existence meaningful in retrospect. They endure because they are programmed to endure, because the alternative is confronting the possibility that their entire civilization made a catastrophic mistake millions of years ago. When the Necron cryptechs look at the sleeping dreadnought, when they analyze its systems and study its pilot, they are looking at a mirror that reflects their own condition with uncomfortable clarity. They see a warrior who has been preserved past natural death, who exists in a state that is neither fully alive nor properly dead, who serves causes that may or may not be worth the costs he has paid. They see themselves, in other words, and if they retained the capacity for self-reflection that would trouble them, they might ask whether the dreadnought pilot made a better choice than they did, or a worse one. The pilot chose continued organic existence, acceptance of suffering in exchange for maintaining his connection to the flesh that defined him as human. The Necrontyr chose transcendence of flesh, acceptance of diminishment in exchange for escaping the diseases and frailties that made their organic existence unbearable. Neither choice was clearly correct. Both led to states of being that are tragic in their own ways, that represent victories over death, that feel very much like defeats when experienced from the inside. If the pilot ever wakes in the custody of the Necrons, if he is ever forced to confront his captors directly, this mutual recognition could create a moment of profound understanding between beings who should be enemies. The pilot would see in the Necrons what he himself has partially become, would recognize the end state toward which his own transformation tends. The Necrons would see in the pilot what they once were, would be reminded of the organic existence they traded away for cold immortality. The encounter would be brief, probably ending in the pilot's destruction or return to stasis. But in that moment, both sides might glimpse truths about themselves that are normally hidden behind the necessities of war and the comfortable lies that all species tell themselves. The broader implications for the Warhammer 40,000 universe are significant. The existence of these parallel attempts at warrior preservation, the Imperium's dreadnoughts and the Necrons' biotransference, suggests that the impulse to cheat death is universal among species sophisticated enough to attempt it. Every species that reaches a certain level of technological capability eventually confronts the same question. Should we preserve our greatest individuals indefinitely, denying them the peace of death in service of collective survival? And every species that answers yes to that question eventually discovers the same truth. That preservation comes with costs. That immortality is not the victory. It appears to be that existence extended indefinitely becomes something other than life as it was originally experienced. The Tau, with their relatively young civilization, have not yet reached this point. They still allow their heroes to die naturally, honoring them with remembrance, but not attempting to preserve them beyond their organic lifespans. The Orcs, in their own crude way, achieve a form of collective immortality through their spore-based reproduction, allowing individual Orcs to die freely because the species itself is functionally immortal. The Eldar, who once achieved true immortality through their soul stones and their relationship with their gods, lost that security when Slaanesh was born, and now face the horror of having their souls consumed if they do not take extraordinary measures to preserve them. Only the Imperium and the Necrons have created technological solutions to individual mortality that successfully preserve consciousness in functional forms, and both have discovered that success in this endeavor is indistinguishable from a particularly refined form of torture. The Dreadnoughts and the Necron warriors both continue to serve, both fulfill their designated purposes, both contribute to their species' survival in measurable ways. But the cost of their service, measured in terms of consciousness diminished and identity eroded and existence reduced to something barely recognizable as life, is beyond calculation. The encounter between Necrons and a sleeping dreadnought therefore represents more than just a tactical situation or a potential source of intelligence. It represents the meeting of two species who have both chosen the same path, who have both decided that preserving their warriors indefinitely is worth whatever costs must be paid, who have both discovered that those costs are higher than any calculation suggested they would be. It is a confrontation with uncomfortable truths, a mirror held up to realities that both species would prefer to ignore, a moment where the grim darkness of the far future reveals itself with perfect clarity. As the Necron forces continue their campaign on the world above, as they systematically eliminate the remaining Imperial presence and establish their control over what they consider their rightful territory, the sleeping dreadnought remains in his chamber deep within the tomb complex. He is unaware of the debates about his fate, unconscious of the analysis that continues around him, oblivious to the fact that he has become a specimen in an alien collection. His dreams, such as they are, continue undisturbed. His organic components, now maintained by Necron technology that functions with perfection, that Imperial systems could never achieve, remain stable and viable. Time will determine what ultimately becomes of him. Perhaps he will sleep forever, maintained indefinitely by systems that will not fail, preserved as a curiosity that the Necrons occasionally examine but never activate. Perhaps he will be awakened someday, roused to consciousness in circumstances he could never have anticipated, forced to confront realities that would break lesser warriors. Perhaps he will be destroyed, reduced to his component atoms by weapons that strip matter apart, layer by layer, his long service finally ended by the very beings who kept him alive longer than his own systems could have managed. Or perhaps, in some distant future, that neither he nor his captors can predict, he will be recovered by his chapter, rescued from captivity in a campaign that manages to achieve what seems impossible now. Perhaps he will wake to the familiar voices of his battle brothers, will return to service in the chapter he has protected for centuries, will continue his duty as if the interval of captivity was merely another period of stasis between battles. The universe of Warhammer 40,000 is vast enough to allow for any of these outcomes, grim enough to ensure that even the most hopeful result will be tinged with tragedy. What remains certain is that the encounter has revealed something fundamental about the nature of warfare in the 41st millennium, about the costs that species are willing to pay for survival, about the thin line between preservation and damnation that defines so much of existence in this dark future. The Dreadnought and the Necrons are not enemies in any conventional sense, despite being on opposite sides of a war that spans the galaxy. They are reflections of each other, two solutions to the same problem, two species that chose immortality over death and discovered that immortality is not the escape from horror that they hoped it would be. If you found this exploration of one of Warhammer 40K's most philosophically rich hypothetical encounters compelling, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There's much more lore to explore in this grim darkness of the far future, where ancient evils awaken and where even death offers no escape from duty. The universe of Warhammer 40,000 is vast and filled with countless stories of sacrifice, horror, and the thin line between preservation and damnation. Join us as we continue to explore these dark corners where technology and tragedy intertwine, where immortality is a curse as much as it is a gift, and where even the mightiest warriors can become nothing more than specimens in collections assembled by beings older than stars. There are warriors in the Imperium of Man who remember a time before the galaxy burned. They walked when the Emperor still moved among his sons, when Primarchs led their legions to bring the light of civilization to a dark and savage universe. They heard words spoken by the master of mankind himself, words that were never meant to echo through 10,000 years of bloody history. And now, entombed in walking sarcophagi of adamantium and ceramite, they keep those words locked behind layers of silence as impenetrable as their armor. In the deep sepulchres of chapter fortresses across the Imperium, ancient dreadnoughts slumber in darkness. These venerable warriors, some dating back to the founding of their chapters, to the Horus heresy itself, or even to the glory days of the Great Crusade, are roused only when their wisdom or their fury is desperately needed. When they wake, younger Space Marines gather to hear tales of battles long forgotten, to receive counsel from those who fought beside legends. Yet for all the stories these ancients tell, for all the tactical wisdom they dispense, there remains a conspicuous void in their narratives. They speak of the Primarchs with reverence, describe the campaigns that forged the Imperium with vivid detail, recount the horror of brother turning against brother during the heresy. But when it comes to the Emperor himself, when the conversation turns to the master of mankind, and the things he said, the things he believed, the vision he held for humanity's future, the Ancient Ones grow careful with their words. They offer platitudes. They speak in generalities. They redirect the conversation. This is not an accident. This is not the simple fog of memory that comes with millennia of intermittent consciousness. This is a deliberate choice, made by warriors who have endured longer than any should have to endure, who carry knowledge that could shake the very foundations of the Imperium they have spent 10,000 years defending. The question is not whether these ancient dreadnoughts know things that the rest of the Imperium does not. The question is why they have chosen, across countless awakenings, through the rise of the imperial cult and the transformation of everything the Emperor built, to keep those things to themselves. Why does Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who fought at the Emperor's side, who knew Lemon Russ as both man and Primarch, respond to the title God Emperor with what might be laughter or might be the sound of weapons systems reloading? Why do the handful of other dreadnoughts who remember those days deflect questions about the Emperor's true nature with practiced ease? The answer lies in understanding what these warriors are, what they have become through the centuries of their tortured half-life, and what they protect by their silence. It lies in recognizing that sometimes the greatest service a warrior can render is not to speak the truth, but to guard it like a fortress under siege. It lies in comprehending the terrible burden of being one of the last who remembers what the Emperor actually said, what he actually wanted, what he actually was, when the Imperium you have bled for across 10 millennia has been built on a foundation of carefully maintained misunderstanding. Understanding dreadnoughts, walking tombs of heroes. Before we can understand why ancient dreadnoughts keep their secrets, we must first understand what it means to be a dreadnought at all. The process of internment is not, as imperial propaganda suggests, a simple honor bestowed upon the greatest heroes. It is a nightmarish fusion of man and machine, a desperate measure taken when a space marine's body has been so catastrophically damaged that death is certain. Yet some spark of life remains that the chapter's apothecaries are unwilling to let slip away into the Emperor's embrace. When a space marine suffers wounds that even their superhuman physiology cannot overcome, when their torso is crushed, their spine shattered, their limbs torn away, when they lie on the battlefield with minutes or seconds left before their twin hearts finally cease their beating, a choice is made. Not by the dying warrior, not usually, but by those who stand over him, weighing the value of what this brother knows against the horror of what they are about to condemn him to. The chapter's most skilled tech marines and apothecaries work in concert, performing surgery that is as much arcane ritual as medical procedure. They harvest what remains of the warrior, cutting away everything that cannot be sustained, everything that is too damaged to preserve. What remains is almost unrecognizable as having once been human. The organic remnant that is finally sealed within the armored sarcophagus at the heart of a dreadnought is little more than a brain, perhaps some vital organs, floating in nutrient-rich amniotic fluid that is thick as oil and numbingly cold. Neural interface plugs stab into what remains of the brainstem, connecting the warrior's consciousness to the dreadnought's systems. When the process is complete, when the last seals are welded shut and the final prayers are spoken over the newborn machine warrior, the man who entered is gone. What emerges is something else, something that will never again feel the warmth of sunlight on skin, never again taste food or water, never again know the simple pleasure of moving through a world with a body of flesh and bone. The sensory experience of being a dreadnought is fundamentally alien to anything that could be called human. Vision comes through optical sensors that can see across spectrums no natural eye could perceive, but which can never again see the face of a battle brother with the clarity and depth that human vision provides. Sound is filtered through acoustic sensors that can detect the whisper of enemy movement kilometers away, but which translate all input into mechanical approximation. Touch becomes pressure readings on armor plating, the sensation of fingers replaced by the impact of power fists against enemy armor. Taste and smell, those most primal of senses, are simply gone, replaced by atmospheric analysis readouts and chemical composition data. But the true horror of the dreadnought's existence is not the loss of the body. Space Marines are already so far removed from baseline humanity, so conditioned to see their physical forms as merely tools in service of a greater purpose, that the loss of flesh alone might be bearable. The true horror is the isolation, the stasis, the slow dissolution of self that comes with the centuries. Between battles, dreadnoughts are returned to their chapter's sepulchre, a sacred space deep within the fortress monastery where these venerable warriors are maintained. Here, the Tech Marines disconnect the higher functions, placing the entombed warrior into a state of induced unconsciousness that is not quite sleep and not quite death. In this darkness, decades pass, sometimes centuries. The dreadnought's consciousness floats in a void, aware but not aware, existing but not experiencing. There are no dreams, no thoughts, no passage of time as a conscious being would measure it. There is only the absence, vast and cold and empty. When the dreadnought is finally awakened, when crisis demands that the chapter rouse one of its ancients, the transition is jarring beyond description. Systems that have lain dormant for decades roar to life. Neural connections that have carried no traffic suddenly flood with sensory input. The warrior's consciousness, which has existed in comfortable oblivion, is suddenly and violently returned to awareness. And with that awareness comes the recognition of how much time has passed, how much has changed, how many of the brothers they knew are now dead and dust. This cycle of awakening and sleep is what ultimately destroys the personality, the individuality, the essential humanness of the warrior within. Each time they wake, they find themselves more disconnected from the world around them. Faces they remember are attached to names they can no longer recall. Battles they fought begin to blur together, melding into a single endless campaign. The details of their former life, the things that made them who they were before their internment, fade like old parchment exposed to sunlight. What remains is the warrior, the tactical knowledge, the fighting skills honed across centuries. But the man, the person who once inhabited that warrior's frame, slowly erodes away. This is the fate that awaits all dreadnoughts, given enough time. Some go mad, their damaged psyches unable to cope with the endless cycle of battle, sleep, and isolation. These unfortunates must be restrained when awakened, their consciousness so fractured that they can no longer distinguish friend from foe, past from present, memory from hallucination. Others become hollow, going through the motions of war with mechanical precision, but no passion, no drive, no spark of the person they once were. They answer questions in monosyllables, offer tactical assessments devoid of context or creativity, and return to stasis with what seems like relief. For Chaos Space Marines, internment in a dreadnought is considered a fate worse than death, a punishment reserved for those who have failed their dark masters. Without the sacred oils and careful maintenance provided by loyalist chapters, without the protective stasis between battles, Chaos dreadnoughts deteriorate rapidly. The warp itself seems to corrupt them, their organic components mutating, their mechanical systems becoming fused with demonic essence. They are kept chained between battles, howling their rage and madness into the void, and released only when their masters have need of their fury. This is what awaits warriors who lack the discipline, the chapter structure, the sacred rituals that make the suffering of loyalist dreadnoughts at least bearable. Yet even loyalist dreadnoughts, maintained with reverence and awakened only when necessary, face the same inevitable erosion. The process is slower, more gradual, but it is no less certain. With each century that passes, more of the man is lost. Memories become fragmented. Emotional connections fade. The ability to relate to those who still live in bodies of flesh becomes increasingly difficult. The world moves on while the dreadnought remains trapped in an eternal present, unable to fully participate in the life of the chapter, unable to truly die. This is what makes the ancients, those dreadnoughts, who have somehow maintained their clarity of mind across millennia, so remarkable. Warriors like Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who has been entombed for over 10,000 years, yet still speaks with coherence and wit, who still remembers not just the battles he fought, but the brothers he fought beside, who can still recall the voice of Leman Russ and the face of the Emperor himself. Such longevity of consciousness is almost unheard of, achieved through some combination of iron will, advanced life support systems, and perhaps simple stubbornness, the refusal to let the endless dark take what remains of who they were. These are the warriors who hold the secrets. These are the ones who remember what the galaxy was like before the Imperium became an empire of faith, before the Emperor became a god, before 10,000 years of war ground down everything that the Great Crusade was meant to achieve. They have watched the slow transformation of everything they fought to build, seen the imperial truth give way to the imperial cult, witnessed the Imperium of reason and science become an Imperium of superstition and dogma. And they have chosen, again and again across the centuries, to keep what they know to themselves. Understanding their silence requires understanding their suffering. These are not simply old soldiers with long memories. They are beings who have endured torments that would break lesser minds, who have persisted through isolation that should have driven them mad, who have clung to their sanity and their identity through sheer force of will. When such warriors choose not to speak, when they deflect questions about the Emperor with practiced ease, it is not from forgetfulness or confusion. It is from a purpose so deeply held that even the erosion of centuries cannot shake it. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the last who remembers. Among all the ancient dreadnoughts that still serve the Imperium, one stands apart as the undisputed eldest, the last living link to the age when the Emperor walked among his warriors, and the Primarchs led their legions to conquest. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, ancient of the Space Wolves chapter, has been entombed for over 10,000 standard years. He fought in the Great Crusade. He stood beside Leman Russ during the burning of Prospero. He saw the Emperor with his own eyes, heard his voice with his own ears, before the master of mankind was interred within the Golden Throne. He is, by any measure, the oldest living loyalist space marine in the Imperium, and the weight of that longevity is both his honor and his burden. Bjorn's story begins not as a legend, but as a relatively unremarkable space wolf. He was a grey hunter in the Tra Great Company, one warrior among thousands in the 6th Legion, distinguished mainly by a mistake that nearly cost a remembrancer his life. When Bjorn, in his zeal to defend Fenris, shot down a shuttle carrying the archivist Caspar Hauser, he was assigned to guard the very man he had nearly killed. This inauspicious beginning would set in motion events that would shape Bjorn's legend, but in those early days, he was simply another young warrior learning the hard lessons of war. His moniker, the Fell-Handed, meaning he who lost his hand, came during the burning of Prospero, that terrible campaign when the Space Wolves descended upon their brother Legion at the Emperor's command. It was here, in the smouldering ruins of the Thousand Suns homeworld, that Bjorn confronted a demon wearing the face of Horus, the war master who had not yet revealed his true allegiance. In that battle, Bjorn lost his arm, severed by demonic claws, and earned both his title and his first real glimpse into the horrors that the galaxy contained. The Horus heresy transformed Bjorn from a promising young warrior into a leader of men. When brother turned against brother, when legions that had fought side by side for decades suddenly found themselves locked in civil war. Bjorn stood firm in his loyalty to the Emperor and to Russ. He fought in the Alaxes Nebula, where the Space Wolves were ambushed by the Alpha Legion, barely escaping with his life. He helped pull Russ back from the brink of despair, convincing the Wolf King to forge his own path rather than simply serving as the Emperor's executioner. Through it all, Bjorn was there, witnessing firsthand the unraveling of everything the Great Crusade had built. After the heresy, when Russ disappeared into the Eye of Terror, searching for answers, or perhaps for the Tree of Life that might heal the Emperor, Bjorn became the first Great Wolf, leading the Space Wolves through the treacherous years of the Great Scouring. He led his chapter for centuries, adding glory to his already considerable reputation, earning the respect even of Primarchs from other legions. But the wars of the 31st millennium were brutal beyond measure, and eventually, even Bjorn's luck ran out. During the Proxima Rebellion in 934 M31, Bjorn led a raid against a fortress that should have been just another victory in a career full of them. Instead, he was so catastrophically wounded that the chapter's apothecaries had no choice but to inter him in a dreadnought or watch him die. The process saved his life, after a fashion, but it also marked the end of Bjorn as he had been, and the beginning of Bjorn as he would be for the next 10 millennia. As a dreadnought, Bjorn's legend only grew. He remained active for 500 years after his interment, his kill count rivaling that of entire chapters. His advanced dreadnought chassis, incorporating technology that was rare even during the heresy, allowed him to move with a speed and precision that belied his massive form. He fought with the fury of a warrior who understood that each battle might be his last opportunity to serve, knowing that eventually the long sleep would claim him for good. And eventually, it did. The years took their toll, and Bjorn began spending longer and longer periods in stasis, awakened only when the chapter faced its gravest threats or needed the wisdom that only he could provide. By the 41st millennium, he wakes perhaps once every 1,000 years, or when the fate of Fenris itself hangs in the balance. Each awakening is a jarring transition from the comfortable void into a galaxy that has changed yet again, where faces that were young are now old or dead, where brothers he remembers as initiates are now great wolves themselves. It is in these rare awakenings that we catch glimpses of what Bjorn truly knows, and more importantly, what he chooses not to say. During the months of shame, that dark period after the First War for Armageddon, when the Space Wolves nearly went to war with the Inquisition and the Grey Knights, Bjorn was awakened to mediate the dispute. It was then, in conversation with Grey Knights who spoke of the God Emperor, that Bjorn offered perhaps his most famous response. When the Grey Knight referred to the Emperor as a god, Bjorn made a sound that his dreadnought systems translated either as laughter or as weapon systems reloading. The ambiguity itself is telling. He then spoke words that have been repeated across the Imperium by those few who heard them. Calling him a god was how all this mess started. These words, simple though they appear, contain multitudes. They acknowledge that the Emperor was not, in Bjorn's direct experience, a deity. They suggest that the deification of the Emperor, the transformation of the imperial truth into the imperial cult, was not only incorrect, but actively harmful. They imply that Bjorn understands, far better than most, how the Imperium went from the rational, atheistic empire the Emperor intended to build to the theocratic nightmare it has become. And they demonstrate that Bjorn remembers what the Emperor actually said, actually wanted, actually was. But notice what Bjorn does not do in this moment. He does not elaborate. He does not explain what the Emperor told him during the Great Crusade. He does not detail the conversations he heard between Russ and the Master of Mankind. He does not reveal the secrets that he must carry about the Emperor's true nature, his plans for humanity, his vision of what the Imperium was meant to become. He offers a single sardonic observation, wrapped in what might be laughter or might be threat, and then he moves on. This is not accident. This is not the rambling of a mind too old to maintain coherent thought. Bjorn's responses, when he speaks of the Emperor at all, are carefully calibrated to acknowledge that he knows more than he's saying, while offering nothing that could actually destabilize the faith that holds the Imperium together. He walks a razor's edge between truth and necessary deception, maintaining his integrity as a warrior who has never been known to lie, while refusing to volunteer information that would shatter the foundations of everything the Imperium has become. Consider another moment from the same incident. When Inquisitor Lord Kisneros expressed shock that Bjorn had walked when the Emperor still lived, Bjorn responded with characteristic bluntness. Walked, ran, pissed, and killed. I did it all. I met the Allfather, you know. Fought at his side more than once. I do believe he liked me. Again, there is so much in what Bjorn says, and, more importantly, in what he doesn't say. He confirms that he knew the Emperor personally, that he fought alongside him, that there was some personal connection between them. The use of Allfather, a title from Fenrisian mythology, rather than God Emperor, subtly reinforces that Bjorn's relationship with the Emperor was different from the worshipful adoration that defines the 41st millennium. The casual mention that the Emperor liked him treats the master of mankind as a person capable of personal preferences, not as an abstract divine being beyond such human concerns. But when pressed for details, when asked what the Emperor was like, what he said, what he wanted, Bjorn becomes evasive. He tells stories about the battles, about the campaigns, about the Primarchs. He speaks of Russ with the affection of a warrior who served under a beloved commander. He recounts tactical decisions made during the Great Crusade. But about the Emperor himself, about the master of mankind's actual words and intentions, Bjorn remains conspicuously vague. This pattern holds across all of Bjorn's recorded awakenings. When younger Space Wolves gather to hear his stories, they always want to know about Leman Russ, about the glory days of the Legion, about what the Emperor was like. And Bjorn, who has endured 10,000 years of isolation specifically so that he could serve as a link to that past, deflects these questions with practiced skill. He tells them what they need to hear, what will reinforce their faith and their determination, but not what he actually knows about the vast gulf between what the Emperor intended and what the Imperium has become. The question, then, is why? Why does Bjorn, who owes no loyalty to the ecclesiarchy, who predates the imperial cult by millennia, who remembers when the Emperor explicitly forbade worship of himself as a god, choose to maintain this silence? Why does he not simply tell the truth about what he heard, what he saw, what the Emperor told him during those long-ago campaigns? The answer lies in understanding what Bjorn has become through the centuries of his service. He is not simply an old soldier with good memories. He is one of the last remaining anchors to a time that must remain, in some ways, mythologized. He has watched the Imperium transform, has seen it adapt and survive through the age of apostasy, the age of redemption, the countless wars and crises that would have destroyed a less resilient civilization. And he has come to understand, with the terrible clarity that only 10,000 years can bring, that sometimes the truth is less important than survival. Sometimes the lie, however uncomfortable, serves a purpose that truth cannot. Bjorn's silence is not betrayal. It is the ultimate loyalty, the willingness to bear the burden of uncomfortable knowledge so that others can maintain the faith that keeps them fighting. It is the recognition that the Imperium the Emperor wanted, the rational empire of science and reason, is no longer possible, that it died during the heresy, if not before. What remains is an Imperium that runs on faith, on the belief that the God Emperor watches over his servants and guides them through the darkness. And Bjorn, who knows that this belief is built on foundations of misunderstanding, chooses to let it stand because the alternative would be chaos. The age of the Emperor, when giants walked among men. To understand why ancient dreadnoughts keep their secrets, we must first understand what they are keeping secret. We must go back to a time that exists now, only in fragmented records and the fading memories of warriors who should have died millennia ago. We must reconstruct, as best we can, what it was like when the Emperor walked among his legions, when the Great Crusade blazed across the stars, when the future seemed bright with the promise of a unified humanity ruling a rational empire. The Emperor during the Great Crusade was not the silent, enthroned deity of the 41st millennium. He was a being of tremendous presence and power, yes, but he walked and talked, and commanded his forces directly. He stood on the bridges of warships, planning campaigns alongside his sons. He descended to conquered worlds and spoke with their leaders, offering them the choice to join the Imperium or be destroyed. He was real in a way that the distant figure on the golden throne can never be, present in a way that 10,000 years of separation have made impossible. Those who served during the Great Crusade describe encountering the Emperor in terms that emphasize his humanity as much as his power. He was tall, taller than even the Primarchs, radiating an aura that made lesser beings want to kneel in his presence. But he was also pragmatic, strategic, willing to engage in detailed discussions about tactics and logistics. He had preferences, made jokes, showed anger and approval. He was, in the most fundamental sense, a person, however far beyond normal human capacity that person might have been. The warriors who served him knew this. They saw him in the planning chambers, heard him give orders, watched him fight alongside them when the situation demanded it. They knew that whatever else the Emperor might be, he was not a god in the traditional sense. He claimed no divine parentage, performed no miracles in the religious sense, demanded no worship. Indeed, he explicitly forbade such worship, viewing it as one of the many superstitions that had held humanity back during the age of strife. This was the foundation of the imperial truth, the philosophical framework that the Emperor intended to guide his empire. The imperial truth held that the universe operated according to natural laws, that the warp and its denizens were simply another aspect of physics rather than supernatural entities, that humanity's salvation lay in reason and science rather than faith and prayer. The Emperor intended to drag humanity kicking and screaming into an age of rationality, to strip away the accumulated superstitions of old night and replace them with cold, hard fact. To this end, he explicitly banned all forms of religious worship throughout the Imperium. The Word-Bearers Legion, led by the Primarch Lorgar, learned this the hard way when they were censured for building temples to the Emperor and preaching his divinity. The Emperor himself descended upon the planet Monarchia, the greatest of the Word-Bearers' holy cities, and had it razed to the ground as an object lesson. He made Lorgar and his entire legion kneel in the ashes of their greatest achievement, while he explained, with terrible clarity, that he was not a god and would not be worshipped as one. This moment is crucial to understanding the tragedy of what the Imperium has become. The Emperor was so committed to his vision of a rational empire, so determined to prevent the deification that he knew would corrupt and distort his work, that he humiliated one of his own sons and destroyed the works of an entire legion to make his point clear. He did not want worship. He did not want faith. He wanted humanity to stand on its own, guided by reason rather than superstition. The ancient dreadnoughts remember this. They remember serving in an imperium where the Emperor explicitly forbade what the 41st millennium considers its highest virtue. They remember when calling the Emperor a god was not an expression of devotion, but a failure to understand his vision, a regression to the kind of thinking he was trying to eliminate. They remember when the imperial truth was not a forgotten philosophy, but the governing principle of the entire imperium. They also remember what the Emperor told them about his plans for humanity. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor was relatively open about his ultimate goals. He intended to reunite all of humanity under one banner, to reclaim the lost colonies of Old Night and forge them into a single, unified civilization. Once this was accomplished, once the great enemies of mankind, the Xenos and the heretics, were defeated or driven to the edges of the galaxy, he intended to withdraw from direct rule. The Imperium would become a rationalist paradise, guided by the principles of science and reason, with humanity reaching heights of achievement that would make the dark age of technology look primitive by comparison. The Primarchs were central to this plan. Each was designed with specific roles in mind, skills, and temperaments suited to different aspects of building and maintaining this new civilization. Guilliman would organize and administrate. Dawn would fortify and defend. Sanguinius would inspire and lead. Horus would conquer and bring compliance. Each had their place in the grand design, and once that design was complete, once their assigned tasks were finished, the Emperor intended to guide them toward new purposes suited to peacetime rather than war. The Space Marines themselves, those transhuman warriors who formed the backbone of the legions, were also supposed to be transitional. They were tools of conquest, designed to bring the galaxy to heel through superior combat capability. But once the Great Crusade was complete, once the Imperium stretched from one edge of the galaxy to the other, there would be no more need for such warriors. The Emperor's plans for what would happen to the Legions Astartes after their purpose was fulfilled were never entirely clear, but those who served him knew that he did not envision endless war. The Space Marines were meant to be temporary, a necessary evil to achieve unification, not a permanent fixture of human civilization. This was the dream that the Emperor shared with those who served him most closely. This was the vision that motivated the warriors of the Great Crusade, that made them willing to spend decades or centuries away from terror, conquering world after world in his name. They believed that their sacrifices would lead to something better, that the endless war would eventually end, that humanity would finally be able to rest and prosper under the guidance of reason and science. The ancient dreadnoughts remember this dream. They remember believing in it, fighting for it, bleeding for it. They remember when the Imperium was not a theocratic nightmare sustained by faith and fear, but a rational empire guided by the best minds humanity could produce. They remember when the future seemed bright, when it seemed possible that humanity might actually achieve the Emperor's vision. And they remember when it all went wrong. The Horus heresy shattered the Emperor's dream beyond any possibility of repair. When Horus turned traitor, when fully half the legions followed him into damnation, when brother fought brother across 1,000 worlds, and the very fabric of the Imperium tore itself apart, all hope of the rational paradise died. The Emperor's injuries at Horus's hands, his internment within the Golden Throne, meant that he could never again guide his empire directly. The Primarchs were scattered, dead, or lost. The imperial truth was revealed as insufficient, unable to protect against the very real threats of chaos that the Emperor had tried to hide by denying their supernatural nature. In the ashes of the heresy, the Imperium that emerged was nothing like what the Emperor had planned. It was an empire born of desperation, held together by fear and faith rather than reason and science. The very worship that the Emperor had forbidden became the glue that held human civilization together. The Space Marines, meant to be transitional, became permanent fixtures. The chapters scattered across the galaxy as guardians of an empire that had lost its way. The rationalist dream died, replaced by the theocratic nightmare. The ancient dreadnoughts watched this transformation happen. They lived through it, fighting to hold together an imperium that was fundamentally changing from what they had believed they were building. They saw the rise of the imperial cult, the gradual deification of the emperor, the transformation of his vision into something he would not have recognized. And they realized, slowly or suddenly depending on the warrior, that they could not stop it. The Imperium needed this new form to survive. Without the faith that the Emperor was a god watching over his people, without the belief that service to him was service to divinity itself, the fragmented remnants of humanity would have torn themselves apart. This is the fundamental tragedy that ancient dreadnoughts carry with them through the centuries. They know what the Emperor wanted. They remember his actual words, his actual plans, his actual vision for humanity's future, and they have watched that vision die, replaced by something he explicitly tried to prevent. They have become custodians of a truth that can never be spoken, guardians of knowledge that would destroy the very thing they have spent millennia protecting. When Bjorn says that calling the Emperor a god is how all the mess started, he is expressing this tragedy in the only way he can, without betraying the Imperium he serves. He knows that Lorgar's worship of the Emperor, the very worship that led to the destruction of Monarchia, was ultimately proven more resilient than the Emperor's rationalist philosophy. He knows that the faith the Emperor rejected has become the foundation of the Imperium's survival. And he knows that revealing this truth to those who have only ever known the God Emperor would accomplish nothing except destruction. The burden of memory. What ancient warriors carry. The knowledge that ancient dreadnoughts carry is not abstract philosophy or academic debate about the nature of divinity. It is concrete, specific, personal. These warriors heard the Emperor speak. They received orders from him directly. Some, like Bjorn, fought alongside him in battle. They know, with the certainty that only direct experience can bring, exactly what the Emperor said about himself, about his plans, about his vision for humanity. And that knowledge is a burden that grows heavier with each passing century. Consider what these ancient warriors know about the Emperor's true nature. They remember that he ate and drank, that he could be wounded, that he required rest. They saw him make mistakes in judgment, change his mind when presented with new information, express frustration when plans went awry. All of these are marks of a being who, whatever else he might be, is not the omniscient, omnipotent deity that the imperial cult worships. The Emperor was supremely powerful, yes, possessed of psychic might beyond anything else in the galaxy, but he was not infallible. He was not all-knowing. He was not beyond the possibility of error. The ancient dreadnoughts also know about the Emperor's mistakes, and they know that he acknowledged them as such. The handling of the Primarchs, for instance, was riddled with errors that the Emperor himself recognized. The decision to ban the study of the warp while simultaneously using it as a tool of conquest. The failure to properly explain to his sons why certain things were forbidden. The catastrophic misjudgment of Magnus's character and intentions that led directly to the Thousand Sons' fall. These are not the actions of an infallible god, but of a supremely powerful being, doing his best with incomplete information and facing challenges even he could not fully predict. More than this, the ancient warriors know what the Emperor said about gods and worship. They heard him explain, in councils of war or in conversations with his Primarchs, why he rejected divinity. They heard him describe gods as parasitic entities that fed on human belief, that grew powerful on worship, and used that power to manipulate and control their followers. They heard him say that the only way to defeat such entities was to starve them, to deny them the worship they needed, to build a human civilization that stood on reason and science rather than faith and prayer. This philosophical framework was not incidental to the Emperor's plans. It was central to everything he was trying to achieve. The Emperor understood, better than anyone else in the galaxy, the true nature of the warp and the beings that dwelt within it. He knew that the Chaos Gods drew their power from human emotion and belief, that every prayer offered to them made them stronger, that every act of worship fed their endless hunger. His atheistic philosophy was not mere preference or intellectual exercise. It was a calculated strategy to weaken the forces of chaos by denying them the one thing they needed most, acknowledgement of their power. The ancient dreadnoughts know this. They understand the Emperor's reasoning because they heard him explain it, and they have watched, across 10,000 years, as the Imperium has done precisely what the Emperor warned against. The imperial cult, with its endless prayers and its worship of the God Emperor, feeds psychic power into the warp on a scale that the Emperor would have considered catastrophic. Every prayer offered by a faithful citizen, every invocation of the Emperor's name by a desperate soldier, every ritual performed by a priest of the ecclesiarchy, adds to the vast psychic tide that flows through the warp. But here is the terrible irony that the ancient dreadnoughts also understand. This may be why the Imperium has survived. The faith that the Emperor tried to prevent has become humanity's greatest weapon against the darkness. The belief in the God Emperor, however false that belief may be in terms of the Emperor's actual nature and desires, creates a psychic phenomenon in the warp that acts as a barrier against chaos. The Emperor, enthroned upon the Golden Throne and sustained by the sacrifice of 10,000 psykers every day, has become something like a god, whether he wanted to or not. The faith of trillions of humans has shaped the warp around him, creating a psychic entity that might not be the Emperor as he was, but is certainly something godlike in its power and its nature. This is perhaps the most uncomfortable truth that ancient dreadnoughts carry. They know that the Emperor would have hated what he has become. They know that the worship offered to him is precisely what he tried to prevent. But they also know, or at least strongly suspect, that without this worship, without this faith, the Imperium would have fallen millennia ago. The God Emperor that the masses worship is not the man these ancient warriors knew, but that false god may be the only thing holding back the tide of chaos. The ancient warriors also carry specific knowledge about events and decisions that shaped the Imperium. They know about the Webway project, the Emperor's secret plan to build a human equivalent of the Eldar's network of tunnels through the warp. This project, meant to free humanity from dependence on warp travel and thus from exposure to chaos, was the Emperor's greatest hope for securing humanity's future. When Magnus's warning about Horus's treachery accidentally destroyed the Webway project, when the demon hordes came pouring through the breach that Magnus created, the Emperor's plans fell apart. He was forced to sit upon the Golden Throne, holding shut a door into hell, unable to lead his Imperium through the crisis of the heresy. The ancient dreadnoughts who knew about the Webway project understand what humanity lost when it failed. They know that the Imperium, forced to continue using warp travel, remains forever vulnerable to the predations of chaos. They know that every ship that enters the warp risks corruption, that every navigator who looks into its depths risks madness, that every psyker who channels its power risks possession. They know that the Emperor intended to free humanity from this vulnerability, and they know that his plan failed. More than just factual knowledge, the ancient dreadnoughts carry emotional truths about the Emperor that contradict the image promoted by the ecclesiarchy. They know that he was capable of affection for his sons, that he showed what might be called love in his own way for the Primarchs he created. They know that he grieved when Ferrus Manus fell, that he was enraged by Horus's betrayal, that he wept when he was forced to strike down his most beloved son. These are not the actions of an abstract, distant deity, but of a father who loved his children and was destroyed by their betrayal. The ancient warriors remember conversations where the Emperor expressed doubt or uncertainty, where he admitted that he was operating on incomplete information or making the best guess he could with the data available. They remember him asking for advice, considering alternatives, changing his plans when new circumstances arose. They remember, in short, a being who was more like them than the distant god of the 41st millennium could ever be. And they carry this knowledge in silence, watching as generation after generation of space marines are raised in the faith of the God Emperor, knowing that what these young warriors believe is fundamentally at odds with what the ancient dreadnoughts witnessed. They watch as the ecclesiarchy grows in power, as faith becomes ever more central to imperial society, as the rational vision the Emperor tried to build is replaced by the theocratic structure he tried to prevent. And they say nothing. Because what would they say? How would they explain to a space marine raised in the imperial cult, whose every action is motivated by faith in the God Emperor, that the being they worship explicitly rejected that worship? How would they convince a warrior whose chapter has been sustained for millennia by the belief that they serve a god, that their god wanted them to serve a man instead? How would they tear down the foundations of faith that hold the Imperium together without offering something to replace it? The ancient dreadnoughts understand that their knowledge is useless. It cannot change what has happened. It cannot restore the Emperor's vision. It cannot return the Imperium to what it might have been before the heresy shattered everything. All it can do is cause pain, confusion, and doubt. And so they keep it to themselves, bearing the burden of uncomfortable truth so that others can maintain the comfort of necessary faith. This is not moral cowardice. It is pragmatic acceptance of reality. The ancient dreadnoughts have lived long enough to understand that truth, however valuable it may be in the abstract, is not always useful. Sometimes lies, or at least carefully maintained misunderstandings, serve purposes that truth cannot. The lie that the Emperor is a god has sustained the Imperium for 10,000 years. The truth that he was a man with a plan that failed would accomplish nothing except destroying what he spent 30,000 years building. Why silence is necessary? Protecting the Imperium. The decision by ancient dreadnoughts to maintain their silence is not merely a personal choice driven by fear or uncertainty. It is a strategic calculation made by warriors who understand the Imperium at a level that few others can match, about what revelations would accomplish and what they would destroy. To understand why these ancient warriors choose silence, we must understand what would happen if they chose to speak. Imagine, for a moment, that Bjorn the Fell-Handed decided to tell the complete truth about the Emperor to anyone who asked. Imagine that he shared, without reservation or careful editing, everything he knew about the Emperor's actual nature, his explicit rejection of divinity, his vision of a rationalist empire, his specific plans for humanity that bore no resemblance to the Imperium that exists in the 41st millennium. What would happen? The immediate effect would be confusion and doubt among those who heard these revelations. Space Marines, whose faith in the God Emperor forms the core of their identity, would be forced to confront the fact that the being they worship explicitly rejected worship. Guardsmen who pray to the Emperor for protection in battle would have to grapple with the knowledge that their God was a man who wanted humanity to stand without divine assistance. The billions of imperial citizens who find meaning and purpose in service to a divine emperor would discover that their entire worldview is built on a foundation of misunderstanding. But the damage would not stop with mere confusion. The Imperium is not held together by rational self-interest or utilitarian calculation of what serves humanity best. It is held together by faith, by the belief that service to the God Emperor is the highest calling a human can answer, that death in his name guarantees a place at his side, that the suffering and sacrifice of imperial life have meaning because they serve divine purpose. Take away that faith, reveal that the Emperor was a man with a plan that failed rather than a god with a grand design that is still unfolding, and the entire structure of imperial society begins to crumble. Consider what would happen on a world that learned the truth. The priests of the ecclesiarchy, whose authority derives from their claimed ability to interpret the will of the God Emperor, would be revealed as either liars or fools. The faith that keeps planetary populations obedient in the face of grinding poverty, endless war, and lives of desperate suffering would collapse. The mechanisms of control that the Imperium uses to maintain order across 1 million worlds would suddenly seem arbitrary and cruel rather than necessary service to divine purpose. Rebellion would follow, not out of malice or corruption, but from simple loss of faith in the system that governs their lives. Multiply this across the Imperium, and the scale of the catastrophe becomes clear. The ecclesiarchy, one of the most powerful organizations in human space, would face an existential crisis as its fundamental claims were revealed as false. The Space Marine chapters, many of which have built their identity around worship of the Emperor, would fracture as some embraced the truth, while others rejected it as heresy. The Imperial Guard, whose soldiers fight and die by the millions under the banner of the God Emperor, would lose the faith that makes them willing to face the galaxy's horrors. The Inquisition, charged with rooting out heresy, would face the impossible task of determining whether these revelations were themselves heresy, or whether the faith they had defended for millennia was the real heresy. But the damage would go even deeper than institutional crisis. The Imperium faces enemies that are sustained and empowered by faith themselves. The Chaos Gods draw strength from human emotion and belief, and the faith in the God Emperor has created a psychic phenomenon in the warp that acts as a counterbalance to their power. The destruction of that faith would not simply be a loss of morale or institutional authority. It would be the removal of one of humanity's few effective weapons against the forces of the warp. The Emperor, as he exists in the warp, is at least partially a construct of the faith of trillions. Remove that faith, and the psychic entity that holds back the darkness might weaken or disappear entirely. The ancient dreadnoughts understand all of this with a clarity that only millennia of experience can bring. They have watched the Imperium evolve, seen it adapt to crisis after crisis, observed the mechanisms by which it maintains cohesion across vast distances and diverse populations. They know that faith is not merely a pleasant myth or a comforting lie. It is the weight-bearing pillar that holds up the entire structure. Remove it, and everything collapses. More than this, they understand that the truth they carry offers nothing to replace what it would destroy. The Emperor's vision of a rationalist empire guided by science and reason is dead. It died during the heresy, if not before, killed by the revelation that the warp and its denizens were not simply physics to be understood, but malevolent entities actively seeking humanity's destruction. The imperial truth could not protect against chaos because it denied the reality of chaos, and that denial left humanity vulnerable. The faith that replaced the imperial truth, however false it may be in terms of the Emperor's actual nature and desires, at least acknowledges the spiritual dimension of the threats humanity faces. Consider the alternative. If the ancient dreadnoughts revealed the truth, if they destroyed the faith in the God Emperor, what would they offer in its place? A return to the imperial truth is impossible. That philosophy has been proven inadequate by 10,000 years of warfare against chaos. A new philosophy, built on accurate understanding of what the Emperor was and what he wanted, would have to somehow motivate billions of humans to continue the grinding sacrifice that imperial life demands without the promise of divine purpose or transcendent meaning. It would have to replace the faith that makes guardsmen charge into certain death with the cold calculation that their individual lives matter less than the collective survival of humanity. Such a philosophy might be theoretically superior, might even be more in line with what the Emperor wanted, but it would not work. The Imperium exists in a state of constant crisis, always on the edge of collapse, held together by faith and fear and the sheer stubborn refusal to give up. It is not a rational system because rational systems cannot function in the 41st millennium. It is a system built for survival at all costs, and the cost it has chosen to pay is the abandonment of the Emperor's vision in favor of pragmatic faith. The ancient dreadnoughts have made their peace with this reality. They have accepted that the Imperium the Emperor wanted is gone, that it cannot be rebuilt, that attempting to return to his vision would accomplish nothing except the destruction of what remains. Their silence is not betrayal of the Emperor's memory. It is the recognition that his vision, however noble, is no longer achievable, and that the best they can do is support the Imperium that exists, rather than mourn the one that might have been. This acceptance comes at tremendous personal cost. These warriors fought for the emperor's vision. They believed in the Great Crusade's promise of a rational empire. They sacrificed everything to build what he wanted to build. And now they must watch in silence as that vision is twisted into something he would have hated, knowing that this twisted version is the only thing standing between humanity and extinction. They must bow their heads when called upon to serve the God Emperor, must listen to prayers offered in his name without correcting the fundamental misunderstanding those prayers represent, must participate in the very system of worship that the emperor spent his life trying to prevent. But they do it because the alternative is worse. They have lived long enough to understand that purity of vision means nothing in the face of survival. The emperor wanted a rationalist empire, but he got a theocratic nightmare instead, and that theocratic nightmare has kept humanity alive for 10,000 years. Perhaps that is victory enough. Perhaps the measure of the emperor's success is not whether his specific vision was achieved, but whether humanity survived. And by that measure, however uncomfortable the methods, the Imperium has succeeded. The imperial cult versus imperial truth. The transformation of the Imperium from an atheistic empire of reason to a theocratic civilization of faith represents one of the most profound ideological shifts in human history. Understanding this transformation is essential to understanding why ancient dreadnoughts, who remember the imperial truth, choose to remain silent in the face of the imperial cult. The conflict between these two philosophies is not merely academic debate. It is the fundamental tension at the heart of what the Imperium is and what it was meant to be. The imperial truth, as promulgated by the emperor during the Great Crusade, rested on several core principles. First and foremost was the rejection of all gods and all worship. The emperor insisted that there were no gods, that the entities in the warp were not divine beings, but rather powerful psychic constructs that fed on human belief and emotion. By denying them worship, by refusing to acknowledge them as gods, humanity could weaken them and eventually reduce them to insignificance. Second was the elevation of reason and science as the proper guides for human civilization. The emperor believed that humanity's salvation lay in understanding the universe through observation and experimentation, not through faith and prayer. Third was the vision of humanity as a self-sufficient species, capable of standing on its own without divine intervention or supernatural assistance. This philosophy was not merely idealism, it was strategic doctrine, carefully calculated to achieve specific goals. The emperor understood that the chaos gods grew strong on worship and belief. Every human who prayed to them, every ritual that acknowledged their power, every sacrifice made in their name, fed them psychic energy that made them more powerful in turn. The only way to defeat entities that existed as constructs of belief was to stop believing in them, to deny them the worship that gave them strength. The imperial truth was designed to starve the chaos gods by cutting off their supply of psychic sustenance. The word-bearers, ironically, were the first to truly understand both the power of faith and the danger of abandoning the imperial truth. Before their fall to chaos, they were the most devout of all the legions, believing absolutely in the emperor's divinity, even when he explicitly rejected such worship. Their primarch, Lorgar, wrote the Lectitio Divinitatis, a religious text proclaiming the emperor as the one true God of humanity. The emperor's response was brutal and unambiguous. He had the word-bearer's greatest achievement, the city of Monarchia, razed to the ground by the Ultramarines while forcing Lorgar and his entire legion to kneel in the ashes. The message was clear. Worship of the emperor was not merely discouraged. It was forbidden, punishable by the most extreme measures. But Lorgar's insight about the power of faith, however twisted it became after his fall, was fundamentally correct. Faith could move mountains. Belief could reshape reality, at least in the warp. The emperor's attempt to deny this, to insist that faith was merely superstition without real power, was undermined by the nature of the warp itself. The chaos gods were proof that belief had real, measurable effects. The emperor's attempt to build a rational empire was swimming against a fundamental current of the universe itself. The Horus heresy shattered the possibility of maintaining the imperial truth. The horrors of the warp, the existence of demons, the power of chaos, all became impossible to deny in the face of civil war that split the galaxy. The emperor's insistence that these were merely psychic phenomena to be understood through science seemed naive, even criminally negligent, when demons were pouring through warp rifts and primarchs were falling to corruption. The imperial truth had left humanity unprepared for spiritual warfare because it denied that such warfare was possible. In the wake of the heresy, as the emperor sat upon the golden throne and could no longer guide his imperium, the vacuum of spiritual authority was filled by those who had never accepted the imperial truth in the first place. The ecclesiarchy rose to power, building on the foundations laid by Lorgar's Lectitio Divinitatis. The worship of the god emperor became not merely accepted but mandatory, the defining characteristic of imperial culture. The rationalist vision was swept away, replaced by a faith that, whatever its falsehoods, at least acknowledged the reality of the spiritual threats humanity faced. The ancient dreadnoughts watched this transformation happen. They saw the imperial truth abandoned, saw faith in the god emperor become the new orthodoxy, saw the very worship the emperor had forbidden become the foundation of imperial society. And they understood, however uncomfortable the understanding might be, that this transformation was necessary for survival. The imperial cult, for all its deviation from the emperor's vision, solved problems that the imperial truth could not. It provided spiritual weapons against chaos by acknowledging that such weapons were needed. It gave meaning to the suffering of imperial life by framing it as service to divine purpose. It created unity across vast distances and diverse cultures by giving all humans a common object of worship. It motivated soldiers to fight and die by the billions, by promising that their sacrifice had transcendent meaning. These are not small achievements. In a galaxy of endless war and horror, the faith that the imperial cult provides is perhaps humanity's most important weapon. But the cost of this transformation is the betrayal of everything the emperor said he wanted. The being who spent 30,000 years insisting that he was not a god has been transformed into the god emperor of mankind, the central figure in the largest religion human civilization has ever produced. His explicit rejection of worship has been forgotten or reinterpreted as testing the faith of his followers. His vision of a rationalist empire has been replaced by a theocratic nightmare where questioning the faith is heresy punishable by death. Everything he said he wanted has been turned inside out, and the result is an imperium he would not recognize. The ancient dreadnoughts live in this contradiction. They remember what the emperor actually said, what he actually wanted, what he explicitly tried to prevent. They know that every prayer offered to the god emperor would have horrified the man they knew. They know that the ecclesiarchy is built on a foundation of misunderstanding so profound that calling it a lie seems insufficient. And yet they also know that this misunderstanding has kept humanity alive for 10,000 years, that the faith they know to be false has achieved things the truth could not. This knowledge creates a moral burden that would crush lesser beings. The ancient dreadnoughts must participate in a system built on foundations they know to be false. They must listen to prayers offered to a god who insisted he was not a god. They must accept the devotion of warriors who worship an image of the emperor that bears little resemblance to the being they knew. They must watch as the imperial cult grows ever stronger, knowing that every expansion of faith is a further betrayal of what the emperor wanted, yet also knowing that this betrayal is necessary for survival. They cannot speak the truth because the truth would accomplish nothing except destruction. They cannot remain entirely silent because their knowledge and experience make them valuable advisors to younger generations. So they walk a middle path, offering carefully edited wisdom, sharing memories that reinforce faith rather than undermining it, telling stories about the Great Crusade that emphasize the emperor's power and vision while quietly omitting his explicit rejection of worship. They become, in effect, propagandists for a faith they know to be false, guardians of a lie they understand to be necessary. This is perhaps the deepest tragedy of their existence. These are warriors who pride themselves on honor and truth, who have never been known to lie, who built their reputations on absolute integrity, yet they have spent millennia engaged in what is, by any measure, a massive deception. They have allowed the Imperium to believe something they know to be false. They have watched lies become truth through repetition and faith. And they have done this not out of cowardice or malice, but out of the coldest possible calculation that the lie serves the Imperium better than the truth ever could. The psychology of ancient dreadnoughts. To truly understand why ancient dreadnoughts maintain their silence about the Emperor, we must delve deeper into the psychological landscape of beings who have existed for millennia, in a state that can barely be called life. The mental state of these warriors is shaped by isolation, suffering, and an accumulation of experiences that would shatter lesser minds. Their silence is not merely a strategic choice. It is also a reflection of how centuries of entombment have fundamentally altered their relationship with memory, truth, and duty. Consider first the nature of memory itself for a dreadnought. Human memory is not a simple recording of events, but rather a constant process of reconstruction and reinterpretation. Each time we remember something, we are not playing back a perfect record, but rather rebuilding the memory from fragments, filling in gaps, adding context from subsequent experiences. For a being that sleeps for decades or centuries between awakenings, this process becomes wildly unstable. The ancient dreadnoughts wake to find that events they remember as happening yesterday occurred hundreds of years ago. Brothers they remember as young warriors are long dead. Enemies they fought against are extinct or transformed beyond recognition. The constant dissonance between memory and reality erodes the certainty with which they hold any recollection. This creates a profound uncertainty about the reliability of their own memories. When Bjorn recalls conversations with the Emperor that took place over 10,000 years ago, processed through centuries of sleep and thousands of awakenings, filtered through the degradation of organic tissue and the translation of cybernetic systems, how certain can he be that he remembers accurately? The words he heard, the context in which they were spoken, the precise meaning the Emperor intended, all of these are subject to the same erosion that affects all memory, multiplied by timescales that no human is meant to endure. The ancient dreadnoughts may choose silence partly because they are no longer entirely certain that what they remember is true, or at least not certain enough to stake the stability of the Imperium on the accuracy of their recollection. There is also the psychological impact of isolation itself. Between battles, dreadnoughts exist in a void of unconsciousness that is not quite sleep and not quite death. In this state, they have no sensory input, no thoughts, no awareness of time passing. When they wake, the transition is jarring, a sudden violent return to consciousness that must be endured before they can function. Imagine experiencing this cycle thousands of times over thousands of years. Imagine waking again and again to a world that has changed, beyond recognition, where everyone you knew is dead, where the very purpose for which you fought has been transformed into something unrecognizable. This kind of chronic disconnection changes a being at a fundamental level. The ancient dreadnoughts become detached not just from the world around them, but from their own past, from their own identity. The person they were before internment fades, replaced by something else, something that is more memory than man, more function than personality. In this state, the truth they carry about the Emperor may seem less important than it once did, less urgent, less worth the effort it would take to explain to beings so far removed from the context in which that truth was relevant. The ancient warriors also face the psychological burden of being the last witnesses to a time that has become myth. Everyone else who knew the Emperor during the Great Crusade is dead. The Primarchs are gone, scattered or fallen or lost. The remembrances who recorded the era are long dust. The other Space Marines who served during that time have died and been replaced by successors who know the past only through stories and records. The ancient dreadnoughts alone remain, isolated islands of direct experience in an ocean of second-hand knowledge. This isolation creates its own form of madness. To be the only one who remembers, to carry knowledge that no one else can verify or refute, to be unable to share the burden of memory with anyone who truly understands. This is a form of loneliness so profound that it challenges the sanity of even a transhuman mind. The ancient dreadnoughts cannot discuss their memories with peers because they have no peers. They cannot seek validation or correction of their recollections because there is no one left to provide it. They are trapped in their own past, unable to move forward, unable to let go, unable to find anyone who shares the weight of what they know. This loneliness may, perversely, make their silence easier to maintain. When the truth you carry is so isolated, so disconnected from the lived experience of everyone around you, it becomes almost abstract, almost unreal. The ancient dreadnoughts may keep their secrets partly because those secrets have become so divorced from the reality of the 41st millennium that speaking them feels less like revelation and more like discussing a dream or a story from a different life. There is also the psychological protection that comes with maintaining established patterns. The ancient dreadnoughts have been deflecting questions about the Emperor for millennia. They have developed practiced responses, familiar ways of avoiding topics that might be uncomfortable, reflexive methods of steering conversations away from dangerous truths. These patterns become comfortable, become routine, become part of how they manage the cognitive load of their extended existence. Breaking these patterns, choosing to speak the truth after so long, would require an effort of will that may simply be beyond beings so exhausted by the weight of years. Consider, too, the impact of watching the Imperium slowly transform over centuries. The ancient dreadnoughts did not wake one day to find that the imperial truth had been replaced by the imperial cult. They watched it happen gradually, awakening every few decades or centuries to find that faith had grown a little stronger, that the ecclesiarchy had gained a little more power, that the emperor's divinity was being asserted a little more confidently. Each awakening presented a choice: speak out against this deviation from what the emperor wanted, or remain silent and let the transformation continue. Each time they chose silence, the next choice became easier. Each time they let the lie stand, the cost of revealing the truth grew higher. Eventually, the momentum of accumulated silence became so great that speaking out would require overcoming not just the immediate obstacles, but the weight of thousands of years of complicity. This is not moral weakness. It is the simple psychological reality of incremental change. When transformation happens slowly enough, it becomes possible to accommodate almost any deviation from the original vision, justifying each small step as necessary or unavoidable, while never confronting the totality of how far you have strayed. The ancient dreadnoughts may keep their silence partly because they have been keeping it for so long that breaking it would require them to confront their own role in allowing the Imperium to become what it is. Finally, there is the question of duty itself and how millennia of service reshape a warrior's understanding of what duty requires. The ancient dreadnoughts were created to serve the Emperor and the Imperium. That was their purpose, the meaning of their existence, the goal that justified all the suffering and sacrifice. But what does service mean when the Emperor is gone and the Imperium has changed beyond recognition? What does duty require when loyalty to the Emperor's vision conflicts with loyalty to the Imperium's survival? The ancient warriors have chosen to interpret their duty as service to the Imperium that exists, not the Imperium that the Emperor wanted to create. They have decided that their oath was to serve humanity's survival. And if humanity survives through faith in a lie rather than through dedication to truth, then serving that faith becomes their duty. This interpretation may be self-serving, a way of justifying their silence, but it is also psychologically necessary. Without it, the ancient dreadnoughts would face the unbearable conclusion that they have spent millennia serving a cause that betrayed everything they fought to build. Their silence, then, is not merely strategic calculation or political prudence. It is also psychological necessity, a way of maintaining sanity in a situation that should, by all rights, drive them mad. They cannot speak the truth without confronting their own complicity in its suppression. They cannot tear down the faith without acknowledging that they helped build it through their silence. They cannot restore the Emperor's vision without admitting that they failed to preserve it when they had the chance. Better to maintain the silence, to continue the patterns established over millennia, to let the burden of uncomfortable truth remain unshared rather than face the consequences of revelation. Specific secrets they might hold. While we have discussed the general nature of what ancient dreadnoughts know and why they keep it secret, it is worth considering the specific knowledge these warriors might carry, the concrete details that could shake the foundations of the Imperium if revealed. These are not abstract philosophical points, but precise, factual information about the Emperor, the Primarchs, and the nature of the Imperium that would fundamentally challenge everything the 41st millennium believes. First and most fundamentally, the ancient dreadnoughts know definitively that the Emperor was not a god in any traditional sense. They saw him eat and drink. They witnessed him sleep and rest. They watched him make decisions, change his mind, express frustration and satisfaction. More than this, they heard him explicitly reject divinity, not once, but repeatedly, in contexts that left no room for interpretation. The Emperor was not merely humble about his powers. He was actively hostile to any suggestion that he was anything more than an extraordinarily powerful and long-lived human being. The ancient warriors might know specific conversations where the Emperor explained his nature. Perhaps they heard him discuss his origins, whether he was a single perpetual human who had lived for 30,000 years, or a fusion of ancient shamans, as some texts suggest. They might know whether he was born with his powers or acquired them through some process. They certainly know that he considered himself bound by the same natural laws as everyone else, merely operating at a level of power and understanding that appeared godlike to lesser beings. This knowledge directly contradicts the central claim of the imperial cult, that the Emperor is the divine creator and sustainer of humanity. They also know about the Emperor's plans for the Space Marines, and this knowledge is perhaps more dangerous than any revelation about his nature. The ancient dreadnoughts remember when the legions were tools of conquest, means to an end, not the end itself. They know that the Emperor intended to move beyond the need for Space Marines once the Great Crusade was complete. What exactly he planned to do with the legions Astartes after unification is unclear even to them, but they know he did not envision eternal war. The Space Marines were meant to be temporary, a necessary evil to bring compliance, not a permanent fixture of human civilization. This knowledge threatens the very identity of the Adeptus Astartes. Every Space Marine in the 41st Millennium believes that their chapter exists to serve the Emperor eternally, that their purpose is endless war in his name. To learn that the Emperor viewed them as transitional, that he planned for a future where humanity would not need warriors like them, would force a fundamental re-evaluation of what it means to be a Space Marine. The chapters might conclude that they exist in defiance of the Emperor's wishes, that their eternal war is a failure to achieve his vision rather than fulfillment of his purpose. The ancient dreadnoughts might also know the truth about the Primarch's creation, and this truth could be devastating. The exact nature of how the emperor created his sons is deliberately obscured in imperial records, but those who served during the Great Crusade had access to information that has since been lost or suppressed. They might know what genetic material the emperor used, what bargains he made to acquire the knowledge and power necessary for the Primarch project, what prices were paid in the process. If the emperor used warp-based powers, or made deals with warp entities to create the Primarchs, as some sources suggest, this would undermine the very foundation of his supposed rejection of chaos. More specifically, the ancient warriors would know details about individual Primarchs that the Imperium has chosen to forget or reinterpret. They remember Primarchs who have been purged from all records, whose legions were destroyed and their names struck from history. They know why these Primarchs and legions were erased, what they did that was so terrible that even their existence had to be denied. They know the details of the Rangdan genocides and other campaigns from which entire legions never returned. This knowledge of suppressed history demonstrates that the Imperium has always been willing to rewrite its past when convenient, which calls into question the reliability of any official history. The ancient dreadnoughts certainly know more about the Horus heresy than the sanitized versions that survive in official records. They were there, they fought in it. They saw Primarchs fall to chaos and watched brothers turn on brothers. But more than just the bare facts, they understand the context, the mistakes that led to the heresy, the signs that were missed, the opportunities to prevent it that were squandered. They know that the heresy was not simply evil arising from nowhere, but rather the product of the emperor's own errors in judgment, his failure to properly communicate with his sons, his tendency to keep secrets that needed to be shared. This knowledge is particularly dangerous because it suggests that the Imperium's current problems are not aberrations, but continuations of flaws that existed from the beginning. If the emperor's secrecy and his failure to properly prepare the Primarchs for the threats they would face led directly to the heresy, then perhaps the Imperium's current dysfunction is similarly rooted in fundamental design flaws rather than in corruption or deviation from some pure original vision. The ancient dreadnoughts could reveal that the Imperium has always been deeply flawed, that there never was a golden age to return to, that the problems of the 41st millennium are not corruptions of the Emperor's plan, but rather natural consequences of that plan's limitations. They would also know about the Webway project in detail, not just that it existed and failed, but how it was meant to work, what it would have achieved, why it was so important to the Emperor's vision. They might know the specific circumstances of Magnus's attempt to warn the Emperor about Horus, exactly what Magnus did wrong, and why the Emperor's wards were insufficient to prevent it. They certainly know that the Emperor's plan for securing humanity's future died with the Webway project, that his injury and internment on the Golden Throne was him trying to hold together something that was already broken beyond repair. This knowledge would demonstrate just how close humanity came to achieving the Emperor's vision and how completely it failed. The Webway project was meant to be the key to everything, the solution that would allow humanity to travel the galaxy without depending on the warp, to develop its psychic potential without risking chaos corruption, to build the rational empire the Emperor envisioned. Its failure was not just a setback, but a fundamental shift in what was possible. The ancient dreadnoughts know that the Imperium of the 41st millennium is not a work in progress toward the Emperor's vision, but rather a completely different civilization built on the ruins of what he tried to achieve. Perhaps most dangerously, the ancient warriors might know the Emperor's true feelings about the faith that has grown up around him. Not just his rejection of divinity in the abstract, but his specific reaction to worship, his feelings about those who insisted on treating him as a god despite his objections. They might have heard him express frustration, anger, even despair at humanity's tendency to seek gods to worship. They would certainly remember his destruction of Monarchia and his punishment of the word-bearers, and they would understand that this was not merely policy enforcement, but a deeply personal response to what he viewed as betrayal of everything he was trying to achieve. if the ancient dreadnoughts revealed that the Emperor actively hated worship, that he viewed the very faith that now sustains the Imperium as a cancer to be cut out, the psychological impact on imperial society would be catastrophic. The priests of the ecclesiarchy would face the realization that they have spent millennia doing precisely what the being they worship most opposed. The faithful would have to confront the fact that their devotion is the opposite of what he wanted. The entire spiritual foundation of imperial civilization would collapse. These specific secrets, any one of them, would be sufficient to destabilize the Imperium if widely known. Together, they represent a comprehensive indictment of everything the Imperium has become, a demonstration that the current state of human civilization is not just different from what the Emperor wanted, but actively opposed to his vision at almost every level. The ancient dreadnoughts carry this knowledge, specific and detailed and utterly damning, and they have chosen across millennia to keep it to themselves. The cost of truth in the 41st millennium. Having explored what the ancient dreadnoughts know and why they keep it secret, we must now confront the fundamental question. What would actually happen if they broke their silence? Not in abstract terms of philosophical consistency or moral purity, but in concrete, practical terms of how the Imperium would react and what the consequences would be. The cost of truth in the 41st millennium is not measured in hurt feelings or embarrassment. It is measured in worlds lost, in chapters fracturing, in the possibility of civil war on a scale that would make the Horus heresy seem restrained. Begin with the immediate problem of authority and belief. When an ancient dreadnought like Bjorn speaks, people listen. His status as the last living link to the Great Crusade, his personal service alongside Primarchs and the Emperor himself, gives him an authority that few others in the Imperium can claim. If such a figure were to publicly proclaim that the God Emperor is a lie, that the Emperor explicitly rejected worship, that the entire imperial cult is built on misunderstanding, the shockwave would be felt across human space. This is not some fringe heretic making wild claims. This is a witness with unimpeachable credentials, stating facts he knows to be true from direct experience. The ecclesiarchy would be forced to respond, and their options are all terrible. They could accept the ancient warrior's testimony as true, which would require them to effectively dismantle their own institution and admit that they have been propagating falsehoods for millennia. They could reject it as the ravings of a mind gone mad, but this would require them to declare one of the Imperium's most revered warriors insane, damaging their own credibility in the process. They could try to suppress the information, but how do you suppress testimony from a figure as publicly visible and widely respected as Bjorn? They could declare it heresy and try to destroy the dreadnought, but this would pit the ecclesiarchy against a Space Marine chapter, potentially triggering civil war. No matter what the ecclesiarchy chose, the mere existence of this challenge from such an authoritative source would create doubt where there was certainty. Billions of imperial citizens whose faith sustains them through lives of grinding hardship would suddenly face questions they have never had to consider. Is the God Emperor truly divine? Did he want to be worshipped? Is the suffering they endure actually service to divine purpose? Or is it simply suffering, meaningless and cruel, in service to a system that has betrayed what its founder intended? This doubt would not remain abstract. It would have immediate practical effects. The Imperial Guard depends on faith to make its soldiers willing to die by the millions in wars they barely understand. Take away that faith. Replace it with uncertainty about whether their deaths serve any purpose, beyond sustaining an empire that might be fundamentally illegitimate, and the willingness to sacrifice collapses. Planetary governors, who maintain control through the authority derived from serving the God Emperor's will, would find their power challenged by populations who no longer believe that authority is divine. The mechanisms of imperial control, already strained to breaking across 1 million worlds, would begin to fracture. The impact on Space Marines would be even more direct and more dangerous. The chapters of the Adeptus Astartes have built their identities around service to the Emperor over 10,000 years. For many chapters, particularly those like the Black Templars, who explicitly embrace the imperial cult, faith in the God Emperor is not merely belief, but the core of their existence. To learn that this faith is contrary to what the Emperor wanted, that they have spent millennia doing precisely what he tried to prevent, would force a crisis of identity that some chapters might not survive. We can predict how different chapters would react based on their histories and cultures. Some, like the Ultramarines with their emphasis on duty and pragmatism, might find ways to rationalize the revelation, arguing that serving the Imperium's survival is more important than strict adherence to the Emperor's original vision. Others, like the Dark Angels with their obsession with loyalty and their own history of hidden shame, might fracture between those who accept the truth and those who reject it as lies meant to test their faith. Still others, like the Black Templars, might simply refuse to believe, declaring the ancient dreadnought corrupted or deceived, and continue in their faith regardless of evidence. This fracturing would not remain peaceful. Space Marines are warriors, trained and conditioned to solve problems through violence. If chapters split over whether to accept revelations about the Emperor, if some embrace the truth while others reject it as heresy, the resulting conflicts could tear the Adeptus Astartes apart. Brother would fight brother not over corruption or treachery, but over competing interpretations of loyalty to the Emperor's memory. The Imperium has seen this before, during the Horus Heresy, and barely survived. A second such split, even on a smaller scale, could be the blow that finally breaks humanity's faltering empire. But the damage would extend beyond institutional crisis and civil conflict. The faith in the God Emperor has shaped the warp itself, creating a psychic phenomenon that acts as a bulwark against chaos. The Emperor, as he exists in the warp, is at least partially a construct of the faith of trillions of humans. This psychic entity, whether it is truly the Emperor or merely shaped in his image by the collective belief of humanity, has real power, real effect on the material universe. The destruction of faith in the God Emperor might weaken or eliminate this phenomenon, removing one of humanity's few effective weapons against the forces of chaos. Consider what the Chaos Gods would make of such a revelation. They grow strong on human emotion and belief, and the crisis of faith that would follow the destruction of the imperial cult would provide a feast of fear, despair, doubt, and rage. Worlds that have stood firm against chaos for millennia might suddenly find themselves vulnerable as the faith that protected them collapses. The Great Rift already splits the galaxy, and a spiritual crisis of the magnitude that truth about the Emperor would create might allow chaos to advance further than ever before. The ancient dreadnoughts understand all of this because they have watched the Imperium long enough to understand how it actually functions. They know that truth, however valuable in the abstract, is not always useful in practice. They know that the lies that sustain the Imperium are not merely convenient falsehoods, but necessary fictions required for the survival of human civilization in a galaxy that actively wants to destroy it. They know that their silence is not cowardice, but the coldest possible pragmatism, the recognition that some truths are too dangerous to speak. This does not make their burden lighter. If anything, understanding exactly what revelation would cost makes their silence more painful. They must live with the knowledge that they could, at any moment, speak truths that would shake the galaxy. They must choose, again and again across centuries of awakening, to protect a lie they know to be false because the truth would accomplish nothing except destruction. They must watch as the Imperium continues to build itself on foundations they know are rotten, unable to offer alternatives or corrections, consigned to the role of silent witnesses to a grand deception. The cost of truth in the 41st millennium is civil war, the collapse of faith, the fracturing of the Space Marines, the strengthening of chaos, and quite possibly the end of the Imperium itself. When weighed against this cost, The burden of silent complicity seems almost bearable. Almost. But the ancient dreadnoughts must live with this choice, must justify it to themselves across the centuries, must somehow maintain their sense of honor and integrity while participating in the greatest lie human civilization has ever told. Conclusion. The guardians of uncomfortable truths. In the deep sepulchres of the Imperium, in chambers where ancient machines sleep their centuries-long sleep, there are warriors who know the truth. They remember when the Emperor walked among his soldiers, when the Great Crusade promised a future of reason and science, when faith was forbidden and worship was heresy. They heard his words directly, received his commands, fought at his side. They know, with a certainty that only direct experience can provide, that everything the Imperium has become is a betrayal of what he wanted to build. And they choose silence. This silence is not simple cowardice, though it carries elements of all too human fear. It is not ignorance, though memory fades and certainty erodes across millennia. It is not betrayal, though it enables a lie to continue unchallenged. The silence of the ancient dreadnoughts is something more complex and more terrible than any of these simple explanations. It is pragmatic acceptance of reality, recognition that truth and survival sometimes pull in opposite directions, understanding that sometimes the greatest service a warrior can render is to guard knowledge too dangerous to share. Bjorn, the fell-handed, and the handful of other ancient warriors who remember the Emperor's time embody one of the Imperium's deepest contradictions. They are living history, direct links to a time that has become myth, guardians of truths that must remain hidden. They are honored as heroes, revered as wise elders, consulted when only the wisdom of ages will suffice. Yet they are also trapped, prisoners of knowledge they cannot share, witnesses to a transformation they cannot prevent, complicit in a deception they understand to be necessary. Their silence protects the Imperium, but at tremendous personal cost. These warriors, who have endured physical suffering beyond imagination in their entombment, who have persisted through isolation that should have driven them mad, carry an additional burden that might be heavier than all the rest. They must watch as everything the Emperor said he wanted is systematically destroyed or perverted. They must participate in rituals of worship that he explicitly forbade. They must listen to prayers offered to a god-emperor that the Emperor insisted he was not. And they must do all of this knowing that speaking the truth would accomplish nothing except destruction. The tragedy is not merely that the Emperor's vision failed. The tragedy is that its failure was so complete that even those who remember it cannot resurrect it, cannot restore it, cannot even properly mourn it without endangering the thing that rose in its place. The Imperium of the 41st millennium bears the Emperor's name and claims his authority, but it is not what he wanted to build. It is something else entirely, something he would likely have opposed if he could, yet something that has kept humanity alive through 10,000 years of war and horror. The ancient dreadnoughts have made their choice. They have decided that their duty is to the Imperium that exists, not to the Imperium that might have been. They have accepted that the Emperor's vision is dead, that attempting to resurrect it would kill what remains. That the best they can do is support the survival of humanity, even if humanity survives in ways the Emperor would have hated. This acceptance has come slowly, across centuries of gradual awakening to the reality of what the Imperium has become. But it has come. What makes their choice particularly poignant is that it is, fundamentally, the same choice the Emperor himself made. He wanted to build a rational empire, but he built it on lies and secrets. He claimed to reject divinity while demanding absolute obedience. He preached the imperial truth while hiding truths he deemed too dangerous to share. The Emperor was, in his own way, the first guardian of uncomfortable knowledge, the first to recognize that sometimes truth must be sacrificed for pragmatic necessity. The ancient dreadnoughts, in their silence, honor his memory not by revealing what he said, but by following his example of protecting truth when revelation would serve no useful purpose. In the end, the silence of the ancient dreadnoughts is an act of love. Love for the Imperium, flawed and terrible though it may be. Love for humanity, struggling to survive in a galaxy that wants to destroy it. Love for the Emperor's memory, even as that memory is twisted and transformed into something he would not recognize. They keep their secrets, not because they are weak or cowardly, but because they are strong enough to bear the burden of uncomfortable truth so that others can maintain the comfort of necessary faith. When Bjorn the Fell-Handed makes that sound that might be laughter or might be weapon systems reloading, when he says that calling the Emperor a god was how all this mess started, he is offering the only truth he can safely give. An acknowledgement that he knows more than he's saying, a hint that the official story is incomplete at best, a suggestion that those who seek deeper truth should be careful what they wish for. It is a masterclass in saying everything while revealing nothing, in honoring both the truth he knows and the lie he must protect. The ancient warriors will continue their vigil, waking every few centuries to find the galaxy changed again, sleeping their long sleep between awakenings, carrying truths that grow heavier with each passing century. They will continue to deflect questions about the Emperor with practiced skill, to tell stories that reinforce faith rather than undermining it, to serve an Imperium that betrayed everything they fought to build. And they will do this until they finally achieve the true death that has been denied them for so long, taking their secrets to whatever lies beyond, leaving the Imperium to continue on foundations they know are false, but have chosen to support. This is their burden. This is their choice. This is their sacrifice. They are the guardians of uncomfortable truths, the protectors of dangerous knowledge, the witnesses to a vision that failed. And they bear this weight in silence, choosing duty over truth, survival over purity, pragmatism over principle. In a galaxy of endless war and horror, perhaps this is the greatest heroism of all, not to fight and die for noble causes, but to live and suffer in service of necessities that contradict everything you believe, to guard truths you know should be spoken, but understand must remain hidden, to be complicit in a lie you recognize as necessary for survival. The ancient dreadnoughts won't say what the Emperor told them, because the price of revelation is too high, because truth serves no purpose when lies are all that hold civilization together, because sometimes the greatest loyalty is knowing when to stay silent. They are the last guardians of a dying truth, watching over knowledge that must die with them, ensuring that the Imperium's necessary fictions remain unchallenged by the uncomfortable facts they carry. In the darkness of their sepulchres, in the void of their long sleep, the ancient dreadnoughts keep their secrets, and the Imperium survives. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the silent guardians of the Imperium's darkest truths, please hit that like button and subscribe for more Warhammer 40k lore. The ancient warriors of the Adeptus Astartes have many more secrets, and will continue exploring the hidden corners of the 41st millennium together. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, sometimes silence is the highest form of service. What happens when Dark Eldar capture a dreadnought in Warhammer 40k? In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates worse than death, much worse. And for a Space Marine dreadnought, those fates begin the moment they fall into the hands of the Dark Eldar. Imagine, if you will, that you are a warrior who has already died once. Your body was shattered beyond all recognition in some forgotten battle, reduced to little more than a torso and a head suspended in amniotic fluid. The apothecaries of your chapter salvaged what they could, sealing your broken form inside a walking tomb of adamantium and ceramite. You became a dreadnought, trading the mortality of flesh for an existence measured in centuries of endless warfare and dreamless sleep. It's a half-life at best, but it's service to the Emperor, and service is all you've ever known. Now imagine that your dreadnought chassis, lies disabled on some distant battlefield, its systems failing, your connection to the war machine growing dim. You watch through failing optics as Xenos warriors approach, their movements too quick, too precise. They're not here to destroy you. They're here to take you. And in that moment, as alien hands begin working on your hull with tools that shouldn't exist, you realize something that fills you with a horror greater than any you've known in centuries of war. Your nightmare is just beginning. This is the reality that awaits any dreadnought unfortunate enough to be captured by the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar of Komorrach. And what happens next makes death seem like a mercy you'll spend eternity begging for. The Dark Eldar, or Drukhari as they call themselves, are a race born from the ashes of catastrophe. 10,000 years ago, the ancient Eldar Empire collapsed in an event so terrible that it literally tore a hole in reality itself. The excessive pleasures and dark pursuits of the Eldar had grown so extreme, so utterly depraved, that they birthed a chaos god from the collective psychic echoes of their civilization. Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, came screaming into existence, and in that moment of birth, consumed the souls of trillions of Eldar across the galaxy. But some survived. Those who had already fled to the webway, that labyrinthine network of tunnels between real space and the warp, found themselves beyond Slaanesh's immediate grasp. These refugees gathered in Komorrach, the greatest of the webway's port cities, and there they discovered a terrible truth. Even in this sanctuary, Slaanesh was slowly draining their souls. Every moment of their existence, the Dark Prince was feeding on their essence, drawing them inexorably toward an eternity of torment in the warp. The Eldar of Komorrach could have chosen different paths. They could have embraced the discipline and sacrifice of their Craftworld cousins, learning to contain their souls in spirit stones. They could have rejected their old ways entirely, as the Exodites did. But the denizens of Komorrach chose a third option, one that would define them for the next 10 millennia. They discovered that by inflicting suffering on others, by feeding on the pain and terror of lesser beings, they could sustain themselves. They could replenish what Slaanesh was stealing, staving off damnation for another day, another year, another century. And so the Dark Eldar were born, a civilization that had elevated torture to an art form, slavery to an economic system, and suffering to a currency more valuable than any material wealth. From their hidden city in the webway, they launched lightning raids on the worlds of real space, striking without warning through dimensional portals that can open anywhere, at any time. They come for slaves primarily, for living beings whose pain can sustain them, but they also come for sport, for the sheer exhilaration of the hunt. And sometimes, they come for prizes. A Space Marine dreadnought is perhaps the greatest prize they could claim. To understand why, you need to understand what the Dark Eldar crave above all else: new experiences in suffering. They've been perfecting the art of torture for 10,000 years. They've inflicted every conceivable form of agony on every species in the galaxy. Human victims scream much as they always have. Orc physiology limits the complexity of their pain responses. Tau are interesting but ultimately predictable. But a Space Marine, and especially a dreadnought, that's something special. The Dark Eldar don't raid for simple pleasure, though pleasure is certainly part of it. They raid because they must. Every day they don't feed on suffering is a day closer to the moment when Slaanesh will finally claim them. It's biological necessity twisted into sadistic art. Their entire civilization depends on a constant supply of victims. And the arenas of Komorrach, the torture chambers of the Homunculi, the private collections of the Archons, they all hunger for fresh subjects. The slave markets of the Dark City trade in sentient beings the way other civilizations trade in grain or ore, and business is always good. But in this economy of agony, not all victims are created equal. A Space Marine represents months, perhaps even years of entertainment. Their enhanced physiology, designed to help them survive the most extreme combat conditions, means they can endure far more than any normal human before their bodies finally give out. Their mental conditioning, the hypno-indoctrination and psycho-conditioning, that makes them the Emperor's finest warriors means they resist mental breaking far longer than civilians. They're the ultimate challenge for a Dark Elder torturer, the canvas on which the most elaborate works of suffering can be painted. And a dreadnought. A dreadnought is a space marine who has already been broken once, who has survived injuries that would kill even their enhanced brethren, and who has been given a second life in a walking war machine. Inside that armored sarcophagus is a warrior with centuries of experience, tactical knowledge that could fill libraries, and a will that has already proven unbreakable. To the homunculi of Commorragh, those insane flesh sculptors who rule the covens beneath the Dark City, a dreadnought isn't just a prize. It's the masterpiece they've been waiting for their entire existence to create. The question isn't whether the Dark Eldar would want to capture a dreadnought. The question is, what happens when they succeed? Before we can understand the horror that awaits a captured dreadnought, we need to understand what a dreadnought truly is. Because contrary to what many Imperial citizens believe, a dreadnought is not simply a large suit of armor or a robot. It's something far more complex and far more tragic. A dreadnought begins with a space marine who has been mortally wounded in battle. Not killed outright, that would be too clean, too final, but injured so severely that even the legendary regenerative capabilities of Astartes' physiology cannot save them. We're talking about injuries that would vaporize a normal human, wounds that leave the Marine with perhaps a torso, maybe parts of their limbs, and a head that still contains a functioning brain. The kind of damage that means they'll be dead within minutes or hours at most, no matter how many organs their enhanced biology can do without. When such a warrior is found on the battlefield, the chapter faces a choice. They can grant them the Emperor's peace, a quick death that allows their gene seed to be recovered and their service to be honored. Or, if the Marine in question is deemed valuable enough, if they possess tactical knowledge or experience that the chapter cannot afford to lose, they can offer them what is framed as the highest honor a Space Marine can receive: internment within a dreadnought. The process of creating a dreadnought is not for the faint of heart. It begins with the apothecaries and tech marines stripping away everything that isn't absolutely necessary for life. Arms, legs, much of the torso, anything too damaged or unnecessary is removed. What remains is reduced to its most essential components: the brain, the spinal column, some critical organs, and whatever flesh is needed to keep those organs functioning. This biological core is then hardwired into a sarcophagus, an armored life support system that will keep the Marine alive indefinitely. The sarcophagus is filled with amniotic fluid, a thick oil-like substance that sustains the body, fills the lungs, and maintains the temperature at just above freezing. The cold slows everything down, preserving what little flesh remains while the machine does the work of living. Neural interfaces, called mind impulse units, are surgically implanted directly into the brain and spinal cord, creating a connection between the Marine's consciousness and the dreadnought's systems that is so complete, so total, that the line between man and machine becomes almost impossible to distinguish. When the process is complete, this sarcophagus is installed into the chest cavity of a dreadnought chassis, a walking war machine that stands 3 to 4 times the height of a man and weighs several tons. The chassis is equipped with weapons that would normally require a crew to operate, power sources that could run a small city, and armor thick enough to withstand direct hits from anti-tank weapons. Through the mind impulse unit, the entombed Marine can control all of this as if it were their own body, moving with surprising agility despite the dreadnought's massive size. To the outside observer, a dreadnought is an awe-inspiring sight. It strides across the battlefield with purpose and power, its weapons speaking death to the enemies of the Emperor, its mere presence inspiring nearby space marines to greater acts of valor. It's easy to see why the Imperium frames internment as an honor, as a way for a hero to continue their service beyond the normal limits of mortality. But the reality inside the sarcophagus is very different. Imagine being reduced to a brain in a jar, stripped of every physical sensation you once knew. You can't feel the ground beneath your feet because you have no feet. You can't feel the weight of a weapon in your hands because you have no hands. You can't feel the rush of air in your lungs because your lungs are filled with cold fluid. Every sense you once had has been replaced by mechanical approximations, data feeds, and sensor readouts that your brain struggles to interpret as reality. The mind impulse unit allows you to move the dreadnought's limbs, but it's not the same as moving your own body. It's more like operating a vehicle, except the vehicle is supposed to be you, and you can't ever get out. The psychological toll of this existence cannot be overstated. Many newly interred dreadnoughts go through a period of extreme disorientation and distress as they struggle to accept their new reality. Some rage against their confinement, their fury only barely contained by the restraints and neural limiters built into their sarcophagi. Others fall into deep depressions, spending their first few awakenings in near catatonic states. A few, a very unlucky few, simply go mad, their minds unable to reconcile the disconnect between what they once were and what they've become. The chapter deals with this by keeping dreadnoughts in stasis between battles. When not needed, the sarcophagus is sealed in a stasis vault deep within the chapter's fortress monastery, where the marine inside is placed in a state of suspended animation. They don't dream in stasis. They don't think or feel or experience the passage of time. They simply cease to exist in any meaningful sense until the chapter awakens them for battle or to seek their counsel. This might seem like a mercy, but it comes with its own horror. Every time a dreadnought awakens, they find that decades or even centuries have passed. The world they knew is gone. Their battle brothers are long dead. The enemies they once fought have been replaced by new threats. Even the chapter itself may have changed beyond recognition, new traditions replacing old ones, new heroes taking the place of those the dreadnought once served alongside. They are strangers in their own chapter, living relics from a time that no longer exists. And slowly, inexorably, the dreadnought begins to lose themselves. The extended periods in stasis, the neural stress of interfacing with the machine, the sheer psychological weight of existence spanning centuries, all of it takes a toll on the mind. Memories fade, emotions dull. The personality that once defined the Marine begins to erode, worn away like stone underwater, until what remains is more machine than man. Some dreadnoughts last millennia before this final dissolution occurs. Others lose themselves much faster, but all of them, eventually, reach a point where the person they once were is gone, leaving only the dreadnought, still functioning, still fighting, but hollow. This is what the chapter doesn't tell newly interred Marines. They speak of honor and continued service, of the privilege of fighting for the Emperor for centuries to come. They don't mention the isolation, the slow loss of identity, the way each awakening takes you further from everything you once knew. They can't, because if they did, no Marine would choose internment. They would choose death instead, the clean finality of it, over an existence that is neither truly living nor truly dying. And yet, despite all of this, despite the horror of existence as a dreadnought, there are moments when it is worthwhile. Moments when the Marine within remembers why they chose this path, or had it chosen for them. When they stride into battle alongside their brothers, when their weapons turn the tide of a desperate fight, when their centuries of experience allows them to see a solution that no one else could have found. In those moments, purpose returns. In those moments, the dreadnought remembers what it means to serve. But what happens when those moments are taken away? What happens when the dreadnought falls not in glorious battle, not fighting to the last against impossible odds, but helpless, disabled, and at the mercy of an enemy that knows exactly what kind of prize they've found? That's when the true horror begins. The capture of a dreadnought by Dark Eldar is not a common occurrence, but it's not unheard of either. The Drukhari have been raiding real space for 10,000 years, and in that time, they've refined their tactics to an art form. They know what they're looking for, and more importantly, they know how to take it. Dark Eldar raids follow a predictable pattern. They strike from the webway, dimensional portals opening without warning in the midst of populated areas, military installations, or battlefields. The raiders pour through on their anti-gravity skimmers, raiders and venoms, carrying squads of Kabbalite warriors, Wyches, and sometimes the dreaded grotesques and pain engines of the homunculi covens. They move with inhuman speed, their reflexes enhanced by the combat drugs that flow through their veins and the pure adrenaline rush of the hunt. The objective is never to fight a prolonged engagement. Dark Eldar are fragile compared to many of the galaxy's warrior races. Their bodies, for all their speed and grace, lack the durability of orcs, the armor of space marines, or even the numbers of Imperial Guard. They compensate for this with speed, surprise, and overwhelming initial violence. They hit hard, they hit fast, and they're gone before any organized resistance can form. Those they want dead are killed with brutal efficiency. Those they want alive are paralyzed with specialized toxins, wrapped in cocoons of webbing, or simply grabbed by the torture devices built into their vehicles and dragged screaming back through the portal. But capturing a dreadnought requires a different approach. You can't just shoot it with a splinter rifle and hope the poison works. The marine inside is protected by feet of adamantium and ceramite, sealed in an environment suit that makes them immune to biological and chemical weapons. You can't overpower it physically, not without risking damage to the sarcophagus inside, which would ruin the prize. And you can't take your time, because dreadnoughts, even when alone, are among the most dangerous weapons in the Space Marine arsenal. Left to its own devices, a functioning dreadnought can hold off an entire raiding party long enough for reinforcements to arrive. So the Dark Eldar have developed specific tools and tactics for dealing with armored vehicles and war machines. Chief among these are haywire weapons, esoteric devices that emit pulses of electromagnetic energy designed to disrupt and disable mechanical systems. A haywire bomb going off near a dreadnought sends cascading pulses through its systems, shorting out servo motors, disrupting power conduits, and most critically, severing the neural connections between the sarcophagus and the chassis. For the marine inside, this is a moment of sudden, complete helplessness. One moment, they're fighting, their weapons speaking thunder, their massive form crushing enemies beneath its feet. The next, everything goes dark. The connection to the dreadnought's limbs is severed. The weapon systems go offline. The optical feeds cut out. They're trapped inside their sarcophagus, blind, paralyzed, and utterly at the mercy of whatever's outside. This is the moment the Dark Eldar have been waiting for. Specialized salvage teams move in, warriors trained in the techno-arcana necessary to extract high-value prizes intact. They work quickly, attaching grappler claws to the disabled dreadnought, hooking it up to the anti-gravity systems of their transport vehicles. The whole process takes mere minutes. By the time any Space Marine reinforcements arrive, all they find is scorch marks and the tracks where their ancient brother was dragged away. The journey back to the webway portal is perhaps the last chance for escape, but it's a slim chance at best. The Marine inside the sarcophagus is fully conscious, but completely unable to affect what's happening. They can hear the sounds of the battlefield growing distant, replaced by the alien sounds of Dark Eldar technology and speech. They might feel the lurch as their entire chassis is lifted onto a transport platform. They definitely feel the moment when they're dragged through the portal into the webway itself, a sensation that survivors describe as being turned inside out, while simultaneously being in too many places at once. And then they're gone from real space entirely, pulled into a dimension where the laws of physics operate differently, where the light has a strange quality that doesn't quite match reality, where the very air seems to whisper with echoes of ancient atrocities. The journey through the webway to Komarach can take hours or days depending on the route, time that the imprisoned Marine spends in total darkness, unable to do anything but wait and wonder what fate awaits them. There have been historical examples of dreadnoughts falling into enemy hands, though records are understandably sparse and often classified by the chapters involved. The Salamanders chapter, for instance, has fought multiple battles specifically to recover captured battle brothers from the Dark Eldar, including the famous assault on Komarash itself, when an entire strike cruiser was captured and dragged into the Dark City. While that particular incident ended with the Salamanders successfully raiding Komarach to recover their brothers, not every such mission succeeds. Some dreadnoughts are lost forever, their fate unknown to their chapters, their final days spent in the torture chambers of the Dark City. The Imperium's response to such captures is telling. Standard protocol for when a dreadnought is captured by Xenos is to immediately dispatch recovery teams if at all possible. If recovery is not feasible within a limited time frame, the chapter is supposed to declare the dreadnought lost and perform rites of mourning for the fallen hero. In practice, many chapters refuse to give up so easily. They will hunt for years, sometimes decades, following every scrap of intelligence, every whisper of where their lost brother might be, hoping against hope that they can find and recover them before it's too late. It's almost always too late. The Webway is a place that defies easy description. It's not quite the warp, though it exists in the spaces between real space and that chaotic dimension. It's not quite a physical location, though you can walk through it and travel its passages. The ancient Eldar created it as a network of tunnels that would allow them to traverse the galaxy without exposing themselves to the predations of the warp, and it served that purpose well for millions of years. But like everything else the Eldar touched, it has become twisted and dangerous in the ages since their empire's fall. For a captured dreadnought being transported through the Webway toward Komarach, the journey is a sensory nightmare. Even with their external sensors disabled, the sarcophagus itself picks up emanations from outside. Strange lights that seem to penetrate the armor, sounds that shouldn't be able to reach them, and worst of all, a sense of wrongness, of being in a place that was never meant to contain them, that their very presence violates in some fundamental way. The Dark Eldar transport moves quickly through passages that twist and turn in ways that make no geometric sense. The raiders might take shortcuts through sub-dimensions where hours pass in minutes, or they might deliberately take longer routes to avoid territories claimed by their rivals in the Dark City. The Webway is not safe, even for its primary inhabitants. Demons lurk in broken sections, waiting to ambush the unwary. Craftworld Eldar sometimes patrol certain passages, attacking Dark Eldar on sight. And there are things in the deep Webway, entities that predate even the Eldar's ancient civilization, things that hunger for any soul foolish enough to wander into their domain. But for all its dangers, the Webway is also the Dark Eldar's greatest advantage. From Komarach, they can reach almost anywhere in the galaxy through the network of portals and passages. They can raid a world on the Eastern Fringe, retreat back to the Dark City, and be raiding another world in the Ultima Segmentum before Imperial authorities even know the first attack happened. This mobility, combined with their speed and the element of surprise, makes them almost impossible to defend against and even harder to retaliate against. How do you launch a counterstrike against an enemy whose city exists in a dimension you can't reach? As the captured dreadnought's journey continues, they begin to notice changes. The quality of the darkness shifts. The sounds of the Webway itself, that strange whisper song that seems to emanate from the very walls, grows louder and more complex. And then, finally, they feel it. The presence of Komarach itself. A weight on their consciousness that grows stronger with every passing moment, like approaching a black hole made of suffering and malice. The first glimpses of Komarach, even for a dreadnought with disabled visual sensors, are unforgettable. The Dark City announces itself through every sense at once. The temperature drops precipitously as the raiders enter the outer districts, the cold so profound it seems to leach warmth from the very soul. The air, even filtered through the sarcophagus's life support, carries scents that should not exist. Burning flesh mixed with exotic perfumes, ozone from ancient power systems, and underneath it all, the copper-iron stench of blood so old and so abundant, it's become part of the atmosphere. Komorok is not one city, but thousands, an impossible metropolis that defies every law of architecture and physics. Spires rise higher than mountains, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight that passes for sky in this realm. Buildings hang from the underside of floating platforms, their lights casting strange shadows in directions light should not fall. Streets twist at angles that hurt to look at, creating shortcuts through space itself that allow travel from one district to another with a single step through a dimensional gateway. The entire city is lit by the Ilmea, the black suns, dying stars that the ancient Eldar captured at the height of their technological prowess and installed within sub-realms of the webway to provide light and power to Komorok. But these are not the warm, life-giving stars of real space. They're red giants, on the verge of collapse, their light a sickly crimson that bathes everything in a color reminiscent of blood. In this light, the spires of Komorok cast shadows that seem alive, that move independently of the structures that create them. And in those shadows, things lurk that even the Dark Elder fear. The architecture itself is deliberately hostile, designed not for comfort or efficiency, but to instill awe and terror in equal measure. Every surface is decorated with scenes of torture and debauchery, carved into the stonework or projected as hololithic displays. Gargoyles that might or might not be alive leer from buttresses. Chains hang from every overhang, sometimes empty, sometimes bearing cages containing still living prisoners who are displayed as decoration. And everywhere there are spikes, on walls, on doors, on the vehicles that flow through the air lanes, each one bearing the unmistakable stains of use. As the raiding party approaches the district where they will deliver their prize, the dreadnought might catch glimpses through brief activations of external sensors. They see platforms where gladiatorial games are in progress, the arenas packed with screaming crowds as slaves fight for the entertainment of the masses. They see market squares where beings of every species are bought and sold like cattle, their cries lost in the cacophony of haggling and cruel laughter. They see the high spires where the Archons dwell, those who rule the cabals and command the raiding fleets, each spire a fortress and palace combined, each one competing to outdo the others in displays of wealth and power. And then, as the transport begins to descend toward the lower levels, toward the foundational layers, where the oldest and darkest parts of Komorok exist, the dreadnought realizes where they're being taken. Down to the subterranean districts, down to where the Homunculi dwell. The Homunculi covens occupy territories deep beneath the Dark City proper, in vast cavern systems that predate Komorok itself. These are the mad scientists of Dark Eldar society, the flesh sculptors whose skills are necessary for the survival of their species, but whose presence is disturbing even to other Dark Eldar. They've been practicing their art for 10,000 years, and in that time, they've achieved a mastery of biology and pain that would be impressive if it weren't so utterly horrifying. A homunculus is ancient beyond measure. Most are survivors from before the fall, having extended their lives through countless regenerations and modifications to their own bodies. They no longer resemble the Elder they once were. Their forms are twisted, elongated, decorated with additional limbs and organs harvested from other species or grown in their laboratories. They wear masks of iron and bronze, though whether these are truly masks or have been grafted directly onto their faces is anyone's guess. Some have replaced their hands with surgical implements, choosing to make themselves living tools of their craft. The process of becoming a homunculus is not something anyone fully understands, least of all other Dark Eldar. Some were torture technicians in the old Eldar Empire, practicing their art even before the fall made it a necessity. Others are Dark Eldar who, after millennia of life, find that they've grown bored with everything except the science of suffering and choose to join a coven to learn its secrets. The transformation, whatever it entails, changes them fundamentally. They lose what little empathy Dark Eldar possess, becoming beings who view all other creatures purely as raw materials for their experiments. To understand why a dreadnought is such a prize for a homunculus, you need to understand what drives these creatures. It's not just sadism, though that's certainly part of it. The homunculi are artists, in their own twisted way. They see flesh as a canvas, pain as a pigment, and suffering as the brushstroke that creates their masterpieces. They're scientists too, constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible, discovering new ways to modify bodies, new methods to extract and prolong agony, new techniques to deny death its ultimate victory. A space marine represents a unique challenge. Their enhanced physiology, the results of genetic modification and surgical implantation that begins when they're recruited as children, makes them resistant to many forms of torture that would quickly break a normal human. Their extra organs, their enhanced bone structure, their ability to enter suspended animation or shut down pain responses through sheer mental discipline. All of these create obstacles that a homunculus must overcome. It's like trying to sculpt with adamantium instead of clay. Difficult, certainly, but when successful, the results are so much more impressive. A dreadnought takes this challenge to another level entirely. Here is a space marine who has already survived what should have been fatal injuries, whose will has already proven strong enough to endure internment in a walking tomb, whose mind has potentially survived for centuries or even millennia. They're a puzzle box of suffering, each layer more complex than the last, and solving that puzzle, breaking that will, extracting secrets from that ancient mind. That's the kind of challenge that would make a homunculus abandon every other project they're working on. The covens themselves are organized communities, though the word community barely applies to beings this solipsistic and cruel. Each coven occupies a domain, a territory that includes laboratories, torture chambers, regeneration vaults, and storage areas for raw materials. Some of these domains are labyrinths of mirrors, where nothing is quite as it seems. Others are spiral pits, with narrow walkways over drops that descend into darkness. A few are even constructed from living flesh, entire structures grown from the bodies of slaves, kept alive and aware as their forms are shaped into walls and floors and ceilings. Within these domains, the homunculi practice their art. They create new life through vat-grown technology, accelerating embryos to full growth in months rather than years. They modify their servants, the racks, transforming Dark Elder volunteers into something stronger, more resilient, and utterly loyal to their masters. They build pain engines, semi-sentient constructs of flesh and metal that serve as both guardians and mobile torture chambers. And they experiment, constantly, on the endless stream of slaves that flow into their laboratories from the markets above. The tools of a homunculus are varied and horrifying. Some are recognizable as surgical instruments, scalpels and saws and clamps, though the purposes they serve are far from medical. Others are more esoteric, devices that stimulate specific nerve clusters, machines that can extend a moment of pain over subjective hours, drugs that enhance consciousness while removing the body's ability to enter shock. There are tools that can keep a subject alive indefinitely, sustaining their body through artificial means even as it's systematically disassembled. And there are tools that work on the mind, that can extract memories, alter perceptions, or simply drive the subject into carefully calibrated states of madness. For the Dark Eldar as a species, the homunculi provide essential services. They're the ones who regenerate fallen warriors, regrowing bodies from preserved tissue samples. They're the ones who create new Dark Eldar through vat growth technology, since natural birth among their kind is extremely rare. They're the ones who provide the exotic body modifications that Archons and their favored warriors desire, adding new limbs, enhancing reflexes, or grafting weapons directly onto bodies. In return, the homunculi demand payment, usually in slaves, sometimes in favors, and always in the freedom to pursue their research without interference. A cabal that captures a dreadnought would almost certainly bring it to a homunculus, partly because extracting the marine from the sarcophagus requires technical expertise that few others possess. but mostly because the homunculus would pay handsomely for such a prize. The exchange might involve years of regeneration services for the Cabal's warriors, a discount on pain engines for their fleet, or simply a massive payment in slaves that the Cabal can then sell or use as they see fit. For the homunculus, no price is too high for a specimen this rare and valuable. And once the dreadnought is delivered to the homunculus's domain, once it's sealed in one of those subterranean laboratories where screams echo for eternity and nothing ever truly dies, the real horror begins. The first challenge a homunculus faces when presented with a captured dreadnought is technical. The sarcophagus that holds the Space Marine is a marvel of imperial engineering, constructed by tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus and protected by layers of security measures, encryption, and mechanical safeguards. It's designed to withstand battlefield damage, to remain sealed even if the dreadnought chassis is destroyed, and most importantly, to prevent anyone from accessing the Marine inside without proper authorization. Under normal circumstances, attempting to open a dreadnought sarcophagus without the correct access codes and tools would be nearly impossible. The Adeptus Mechanicus guards its secrets jealously, and the rituals involved in properly unsealing a sarcophagus are known to only a handful of tech priests. There are mechanical locks that require specific tools to manipulate, digital security systems that will trigger self-destruct protocols if tampered with incorrectly, and in some cases, purity seals blessed by chaplains that are believed to provide spiritual protection against corruption. But the homunculi are not trying to work within imperial protocols. They don't care about preserving the sarcophagus intact or maintaining the purity of the machine spirit. They have tools and knowledge that predate the Imperium by millennia, technology from the height of the Eldar Empire when they were the galaxy's dominant power, and they're patient. For beings who have lived for 10,000 years, spending weeks or even months carefully dismantling the protective layers of a dreadnought is nothing. The process begins with study. The captured dreadnought is secured in a specialized chamber, held in place by stasis fields and gravitational clamps that prevent any possibility of movement, even if its systems somehow came back online. Homunculus Coven members and their rack servants swarm over it, like insects over a corpse, scanning it with devices that can see through layers of armor, mapping its internal structure, identifying power conduits and control systems, and, most critically, locating the exact position of the sarcophagus within the chassis. For the Marine inside, this is a period of mounting dread. They're still conscious, still aware, though the haywire blast that disabled their dreadnought may have disrupted some of their higher cognitive functions. They can feel vibrations through the hull as tools are applied to their exterior. They might catch fragments of sound, alien voices discussing them in a language they can't understand, and they absolutely know what's happening. Every Space Marine is taught about the Xenos threats of the galaxy, and the Dark Eldar feature prominently in those lessons. They know where they are. They know what awaits them. Some Marines try to activate the self-destruct sequences that many dreadnought chassis possess, systems designed to prevent the enemy from capturing valuable Imperial technology. But the haywire pulse that disabled the dreadnought has usually taken these systems offline as well, and even if they're accessible, the Marine might hesitate. Not out of fear for themselves. Space Marines are conditioned to face death with courage, but out of fear of what knowledge might be lost. Inside their head is centuries of tactical experience, information about their chapter's defenses and battle doctrines, and sometimes, in the case of very old dreadnoughts, historical knowledge that exists nowhere else. To destroy that, even to prevent it falling into enemy hands, requires a choice that few can make easily. And while they're hesitating, while they're trying to decide whether death is preferable to whatever comes next, the homunculi are working. They've identified the weakest points in the sarcophagus's armor, the places where access panels exist for maintenance, or where the seals between the sarcophagus and the chassis are thinnest. They begin cutting through these points with tools that don't rely on heat or physical force, but instead manipulate matter at the molecular level, weapons that were old when humanity first discovered fire. The breakthrough, when it comes, is both relief and terror for the imprisoned Marine. Relief because the waiting is over, because uncertainty is replaced by the horrible certainty of what's about to happen. Terror because that first breach in their containment, that first whisper of outside air that doesn't belong in their sealed environment, means they're no longer protected. The amniotic fluid that has sustained them begins to leak out, replaced by the air of Komorach itself, and that air carries with it scents that no space marine ever wants to smell: blood and fear and things that have no name. The homunculi work with methodical precision now, carefully expanding the breach, installing their own devices to stabilize the sarcophagus's life support systems before they remove too much of the original equipment. They don't want the Marine to die. Not yet. Not when there's so much more they can do with a living subject. Every connection is carefully noted and replicated. Every tube that carried nutrients or removed waste is replaced with their own equivalents. Every neural interface is mapped before it's disconnected. They're not opening the sarcophagus. They're learning how it works, reverse engineering imperial technology that will prove useful in future experiments. And then, finally, the moment arrives. The sarcophagus is opened. The Marine, reduced to little more than a torso and head floating in rapidly draining amniotic fluid, is exposed to open air for the first time in decades or centuries. The cold of the homunculus laboratory hits them like a physical blow. The lights, the horrible red lights of Komorach's illumination, burn through eyelids that may not have opened in longer than they can remember. And the sounds of the laboratory, screams from other chambers mixing with the hum of dark technology, and the wet, organic sounds of flesh being modified, all of it crashes over them at once. This is the moment of ultimate helplessness. The Marine is still alive, still conscious, still themselves in every way that matters. But they're utterly powerless. They have no limbs to fight with. They can't even move their head effectively, suspended as they are in the restraints of the sarcophagus. They're completely dependent on artificial life support for every breath, every heartbeat. They're exactly what they've been for however long they've been a dreadnought. But now that vulnerability is exposed, naked before beings whose entire existence revolves around exploiting such vulnerability. The homunculus leans in close, examining their new prize with eyes that have seen 10,000 years of suffering and remained unsated. They might speak, though the Marine probably doesn't understand the Eldar tongue. But understanding isn't necessary. The intent is clear in every gesture, every preparatory movement, every tool selected from the vast array available. The homunculus is an artist about to begin their masterpiece, and the canvas is screaming. The laboratories of a homunculus are designed to be functional spaces, purpose-built for the practice of their art. But they're also designed to break the mind as efficiently as they break the body. The chamber where a captured dreadnought would find themselves is engineered to assault every sense, to make the victim understand that they are in a place where the normal rules of reality no longer apply, where hope is not just absent, but actively punished. The architecture itself is aggressive. The ceiling might be uncomfortably low in some areas, forcing a sense of confinement, then suddenly vault upward into darkness, where things move that might be servants, or might be previous subjects, transformed beyond recognition. The walls are never quite vertical, always angled just slightly wrong to create a subliminal unease. And the surfaces are decorated with frescoes depicting scenes of torture so intricate, so detailed, that they must have been created by someone who had witnessed or performed every act depicted. The lighting is carefully controlled. The red illumination from Komorach's black suns is supplemented by other sources, bioluminescent growths that pulse with irregular rhythms, crystalline structures that glow with their own internal light, and occasionally cages of burning gas that cast dancing shadows across the room. No light source is quite steady. All of them flicker, or pulse, or shift in intensity, creating an environment where the eye can never quite focus. where shapes at the edge of vision might be real or might be illusions conjured by an exhausted mind. Sound is omnipresent. The laboratory echoes with screams, some near, some distant, all of them indicating that what's happening to the marine is happening to others as well, has been happening for longer than they can imagine, will continue long after they're gone. But it's not just screams. There's music too. Strange melodies played on instruments that seem to produce notes that shouldn't exist. Songs that work their way into the mind and refuse to leave. And underneath it all, a subsonic rumble, barely perceptible, but constant. A vibration that some believe is the sound of Komorek itself. The city breathing, living, feeding on the suffering of all who dwell within it. The tools of the homunculus are arranged on racks that surround the central workspace where the marine has been positioned. Some of these tools are recognizable, scalpels and saws and needles, though their proportions are wrong and their edges catch the light in ways that suggest they're sharper than any blade should be. Others are completely alien, devices whose function can only be guessed at from the screams they produce when applied to flesh. And some appear to be living things, semi-organic constructs that writhe with their own motion, eager to be employed. The homunculus begins with assessment. They need to understand the full extent of their canvas before they can begin to work. This means examining every remaining part of the marine's body, testing nerve responses, measuring pain thresholds, documenting the baseline from which all future modifications and tortures will be measured. For a space marine, this process is uniquely horrible, because their enhanced physiology means they can't simply retreat into shock. Their bodies are designed to keep them conscious and aware through injuries that would kill a normal human. That same adaptation now works against them, keeping them alert and present for every moment of what's being done to them. The psychological component of the torture begins immediately. Homunculi are masters of the mind as well as the body. They understand that breaking a space marine requires more than just physical pain. You have to attack the foundations of their identity, the things that make them who they are, the beliefs and loyalties that have sustained them through centuries of war. A homunculus will often begin by simply talking to their subject, asking questions about their chapter, their battles, their beliefs in the Emperor, not because they care about the answers, but because they want the marine to hear themselves speak, to recognize how weak their voice sounds, how small they are in this place. If the marine tries to resist, if they respond with defiance or oaths of loyalty, the homunculus will demonstrate just how little such things matter here. A small application of pain, carefully calibrated and precisely delivered, not enough to cause real damage, but more than enough to make the point. You're in a place where your conditioning means nothing, where your loyalty changes nothing, where your willpower is just another resource to be exhausted and consumed. The actual torture takes many forms, limited only by the homunculus's creativity and their desire to make the experience last. Some methods are classical: the systematic flaying of skin, the careful breaking of bones, the introduction of foreign substances into the body to cause pain from within. Space marines can survive injuries that would kill normal humans, which means a homunculus can inflict much more damage before approaching the threshold where the subject might die. They can remove organs that the marine has backups for, can break bones knowing they'll heal, can inflict wounds that would be fatal to others, but are merely agonizing to an Astartes. Other methods are more esoteric. The homunculi have devices that can stimulate specific nerve clusters, creating pain that has no source, that the mind perceives as coming from body parts that no longer exist. They have drugs that heighten every sensation to unbearable levels, that stretch subjective time so that a minute of torture feels like hours, that prevent the mind from escaping through unconsciousness no matter how much the body begs for that release. They have techniques that work on the mind directly, extracting memories and forcing the marine to relive them, editing those memories to make them horrific, creating doubt about what's real and what's been fabricated. The extraction of information is ongoing throughout all of this. The homunculus wants to know everything the Marine knows: tactical doctrines, defensive positions, the names and capabilities of their battle brothers, the location of their chapter's fortress monastery, the rituals and traditions that define their chapter's culture. Not because the Dark Elder plan to use this information for military purposes. They're raiders, not conquerors, and they don't care about the strategic disposition of Space Marine forces. They want the information because extracting it is another form of torture, another way to make the Marine betray everything they've sworn to protect. And here's the truly insidious part. Even if the Marine refuses to answer, the homunculus will eventually extract what they want. They have devices that can read thoughts, technology that can interpret the firing patterns of neurons and reconstruct memories from brain activity. The Marine's silence accomplishes nothing except to draw out their suffering, to make the process take longer, to ensure that when the information is finally taken, they've endured so much that the betrayal feels almost welcome, a surrender that brings temporary relief from the relentless assault. For a Space Marine, beings who have been conditioned since childhood to endure pain, whose psycho-indoctrination is designed to make them resistant to torture, this is a special kind of horror. Their training tells them that they can endure, that pain is temporary and faith is eternal, that no matter what's done to their body, their soul belongs to the Emperor. But the homunculi have been breaking strong-willed beings for 10,000 years. They know every technique the Imperium uses to condition its soldiers. They know how to work around it, through it, or simply outlast it. The duration of the torture varies. For some Marines, the initial breaking might take days or weeks as the homunculus systematically dismantles their resistance. For others, especially those who have already endured centuries as a dreadnought, who have spent so long in isolation that their grip on identity is already tenuous, the process might be faster. But regardless of how long it takes, the endpoint is always the same. The moment when the Marine stops being a warrior of the Emperor and becomes just another piece of raw material in the homunculus's laboratory. But death, that final mercy that every captured soldier hopes for, that doesn't come. Because the homunculi don't let their subjects die. They have techniques to sustain life indefinitely, to repair damage even as it's being inflicted, to bring subjects back from the very brink of death over and over again. For a Space Marine, whose enhanced physiology already makes them difficult to kill, this means their suffering can continue far longer than any normal humans would. The ultimate cruelty is this: a Space Marine's body is engineered to survive. That gift becomes a curse in the hands of the homunculi. What makes the fate of a captured dreadnought uniquely horrible, worse even than the torture inflicted on regular Space Marines, is the way the Marines' own enhanced physiology becomes their greatest enemy. The modifications that once made them superhuman warriors, that allowed them to stride across battlefields like demigods of war, now serve only to prolong their suffering and make death an impossible dream. Consider the Laraman cells, specialized organs implanted in every Space Marine that secrete a substance to quickly seal wounds. In battle, this means a Space Marine can suffer injuries that would cause a normal human to bleed out in minutes and continue fighting. In the torture chambers of a homunculus, it means that wounds inflicted don't stay open long enough to cause blood loss that might lead to unconsciousness or death. The Marine's own body works against them, healing them just enough to keep them aware and suffering. The Biscopea and osmold, organs that enhance muscle development and bone growth, mean that even the most severe physical damage heals relatively quickly. Bones that are broken will knit back together, sometimes incorrectly if the homunculus desires it, creating new angles of pain. Muscles that are torn or removed can regenerate, providing a renewable resource for a torturer who wants to experiment with the same subject repeatedly. The catalepsian node, which allows Space Marines to remain conscious even when parts of their brain are sleeping, becomes a nightmare when it prevents the Marine from escaping their torment through true unconsciousness. Sleep, when it comes at all, is only partial, leaving part of the mind aware of what's happening even when they should be resting. There is no true respite, no moment of oblivion where the pain stops existing. Most cruelly, the Susan membrane, which can put a space marine into a state of suspended animation when grievously wounded, doesn't activate properly in the controlled environment of a homunculus laboratory. That organ requires specific triggers, usually massive trauma combined with certain environmental factors. A skilled homunculus knows how to inflict damage that's severe enough to be excruciating, but not severe enough to trigger the Susan response. The Marine remains conscious, aware, present for every moment of their torment. The homunculi enhance these natural resiliences with their own techniques. They have regeneration vats where subjects can be submerged overnight, healing all damage but retaining the memories of how that damage was inflicted. They have drugs that accelerate healing while preventing the body from entering shock. They have neural stimulators that keep the brain active and aware, no matter how much the body is telling it to shut down. In the hands of a homunculus, a space marine's ability to survive becomes an endless loop of suffering, healing, and suffering again. But the physical torture, as terrible as it is, isn't the worst part. The homunculi understand that to truly break a space marine, you have to destroy what they are on a fundamental level: their identity as a warrior, their loyalty to their chapter and their emperor, their sense of purpose and meaning. All of these must be systematically dismantled until nothing remains but raw suffering, without context or hope. This psychological torture takes many forms. Sometimes it's as simple as forcing the Marine to watch as other prisoners are tortured, making them complicit in suffering they can't prevent. The homunculus might bring in captured civilians, people the Marines chapter was supposed to protect, and torture them while explaining that this is happening because the Marine failed, because they allowed themselves to be captured, because their weakness has led directly to these innocents suffering. Other times, the approach is more insidious. The homunculus might offer the Marine choices, false choices that seem to provide some control, but actually just force them to participate in their own torment. Which limb should be removed first? Would you prefer pain that's intense but brief, or lesser pain that continues for hours? If you answer one question about your chapter, we'll stop for the day, but if you refuse, we'll continue indefinitely. Every choice is designed to make the Marine feel complicit, to erode the sense that they're simply a victim of circumstances beyond their control. The homunculi are also masters of manipulating time perception. They have drugs and techniques that can make minutes feel like hours, hours like days, days like years. A Marine might experience subjective decades of torture in what's actually only weeks of real time. When they're finally pulled out of that state, they find they can't tell what's real anymore. How long have they been here? Days? Centuries? Has anyone come looking for them, or have they been forgotten entirely? The uncertainty is itself a form of torture, one that breaks down the mental defenses that might otherwise allow them to endure. Memory manipulation is another tool in the homunculus arsenal. They can extract specific memories, force the Marine to relive them with modifications that make them traumatic. A memory of a victorious battle might be altered so that the Marine remembers their brothers dying due to their own failures in tactics. A memory of their original induction into the chapter might be edited to make them remember begging not to be chosen, pleading to be left alone, showing cowardice that they know they never displayed. These false memories are installed alongside the real ones, creating a confusion of identity. What did they really do? Who are they really? If they can't trust their own memories, what can they trust? Some homunculi take particular delight in breaking down the Marine's faith. They'll engage in philosophical debates, pointing out the logical inconsistencies in imperial theology, noting how the emperor's protection has utterly failed in this case. They'll describe in detail what will happen to the Marine's soul when they finally die, how Slanesh or whatever warp entity is closest will claim them because they died in a state of such suffering and despair. They'll suggest that the emperor never cared about them personally, that they were just a tool, and now that the tool is broken, they've been discarded and forgotten. And perhaps worst of all, they introduce the slow poison of hope repeatedly offered and then crushed. A homunculus might pause the torture for days or weeks, allowing the Marine to heal, giving them time to think maybe, just maybe, it's over. Then they resume with renewed vigor, or they might stage a fake rescue attempt, complete with sounds of battle and familiar voices calling for the Marine, only to reveal it was all an elaborate illusion designed to make the subsequent return to torture even more crushing. Every time hope rises, it's specifically so the homunculus can destroy it again, teaching the Marine that hope itself is just another form of suffering. The stretching of time, the manipulation of memory, the systematic destruction of identity, all of it serves a singular purpose: to make the Marine forget who they were. To reach a point where they can't remember being a warrior, can't recall the face of their chapter master, can't recite the oaths they've sworn thousands of times. When they reach that point, when the person they were has been erased and only suffering remains, only then does the homunculus consider the initial phase of their work complete. Because at that point, the real experimentation can begin. Once a Space Marine has been thoroughly broken, once their resistance has been overcome and their identity shattered, the homunculus faces a choice about what to do with their prize. A fully intact Space Marine body, even one as reduced as a dreadnought's occupant, represents raw material for a variety of projects. The fate of any individual Marine depends on the homunculus's current interests, their standing in their coven, and what favors or debts they owe to other Dark Eldar. One possibility is that the Marine becomes a permanent exhibition piece, a living trophy displayed in the homunculus's laboratory, or sold to a wealthy Archon's collection. In this scenario, the Marine is modified to ensure they survive indefinitely while remaining constantly aware of their situation. They might be partially flayed, their enhanced musculature and organs visible beneath transparent replacement skin, serving as both a demonstration of Astartes' physiology and a constant source of suffering. They might be suspended in a stasis field that prevents movement but doesn't prevent sensation, unable to do anything but experience their situation for years or decades or centuries at a stretch. These exhibition pieces are sometimes displayed in semi-public areas, places where other Dark Eldar can come to view them. Part of the appeal is educational, Dark Eldar warriors paying to learn about the physiology and weaknesses of the Imperium's finest soldiers. But mostly, it's entertainment, the chance to see a broken demigod, to mock something that was once so powerful. The Marine remains conscious through all of this, unable to respond, unable to die, just existing as a curiosity for beings who find their suffering amusing. Another common fate is conscription into the gladiatorial arenas. Komorragh has vast stadiums where combat for entertainment is a daily occurrence, and Space Marines, even broken and mutilated ones, are always popular attractions. The homunculus might sell the Marine to a witch cult, those gladiator warriors who rule the arenas, or they might lease them out for specific events. The Marine is given basic augmentations to ensure they survive the fights, but these augmentations are deliberately painful, a constant torment even between battles. In the arena, the Marine is forced to fight for the entertainment of crowds that number in the tens of thousands. Sometimes they fight other slaves, orcs, humans, tyrannid organisms captured and shipped in just for the occasion. Sometimes they fight Dark Eldar warriors who want the prestige of defeating an Astartes in single combat. And sometimes, in the cruelest matches, they're forced to fight other captured Space Marines, brothers turned against brothers for the amusement of a species that has no concept of loyalty or honor. The conditioning required to make a Space Marine fight in the arena is extensive. Even broken, even tortured beyond what any being should endure, a Space Marine's indoctrination runs deep. They won't fight for their captors willingly, so the homunculi employ a combination of drugs, neural implants, and psychological programming to override their will. Pain compliance systems that activate if they refuse to fight. Stimulants that flood their system with artificial aggression. In the worst cases, personality overrides that temporarily suppress their consciousness entirely, leaving their body fighting on pure instinct and training, while their mind screams in the darkness. Some Marines last years in the arenas. Their enhanced physiology and combat training make them survivors, even in these hopeless circumstances. But survival in the arenas isn't mercy. Every fight is designed to injure but not kill, to provide maximum entertainment value while keeping the fighters alive for future matches. The Marine accumulates damage that their body struggles to heal, developing a kind of physical and psychological scarring that goes beyond what even Space Marine resilience can handle. Eventually, even the strongest break completely, reduced to something that barely remembers it was once human, much less a warrior of the Imperium. Perhaps the most horrifying fate is transformation into a grotesque. These are the homunculus' most successful experiments in flesh sculpting, beings that have been so extensively modified that they bear almost no resemblance to their original form. The process of creating a grotesque is extensive and varies depending on the homunculus's preferences, but it generally involves massive increases in size and strength, the addition of weapons grafted directly onto the body, and modifications to the brain that increase aggression while reducing higher cognitive function. For a Space Marine, becoming a grotesque is the final death of who they were. The process strips away everything that made them an individual, leaving only a creature of muscle and rage. They're used as enforcers by the homunculi, living weapons that protect laboratories and drag away subjects who become uncooperative. Sometimes they're leased to cabals as shock troops, their enhanced strength and durability making them effective in the front lines of raids. The Marine's consciousness, what little remains of it, is trapped inside this twisted body, aware on some level of what they've become, but unable to do anything except follow the imperatives that have been programmed into them. The truly insidious part of the grotesque fate is that it's sometimes offered as a reward, a release from the torture. The homunculus will explain that if the Marine cooperates, provides information, betrays their chapter, they'll be transformed into a grotesque and all the suffering will end. The thing they'll become won't remember being human. It won't feel guilt or shame or psychological pain. It'll just be a simple creature of violence. And isn't that better than the endless torture? Some Marines, after enough time in the laboratories, actually accept this offer, choose to betray everything they once stood for in exchange for the promise of oblivion. Another possibility is that the Marines simply become source material for other experiments. Homunculi are constantly working on new projects, developing new toxins, creating new types of pain engines, improving their regeneration techniques, all of which require test subjects. A Space Marine's enhanced biology makes them ideal for this research. Their organs can be harvested and studied, revealing insights into Imperial augmentation technology. Their blood can be analyzed for clues about gene seed modification. Their brains can be dissected to understand how their psycho-conditioning works. In this scenario, the Marine is slowly disassembled, piece by piece, each part used for a different experiment. The homunculus ensures they remain alive and conscious as long as possible during this process, both to gather data on pain responses and simply because keeping them aware is more interesting. The Marine watches as their own body is taken apart and distributed to various projects, their organs ending up in different storage units, their genetic material being cultured in vats, their consciousness eventually reduced to just a brain in a jar, still thinking, still aware, but utterly divorced from any possibility of action or escape. Some homunculi specialize in creating what they call living tapestries, art pieces made from the bodies of victims arranged in elaborate displays. A Space Marine might be incorporated into one of these, their flesh stretched and positioned to create a specific aesthetic effect. The homunculus might combine multiple subjects, weaving them together so that where one body ends and another begins becomes impossible to determine. These tapestries are considered high art in certain circles of Camorra, and successful pieces can bring the homunculus tremendous prestige and wealth. The psychological torture inherent in becoming a living tapestry is profound. The marine is locked in position, unable to move, their body bent and shaped into forms that cause constant pain. They can see and hear, aware of others being added to the tapestry around them, aware of Dark Elder coming to view the artwork and discussing its aesthetic merits while completely ignoring the suffering of the beings that compose it. Time loses all meaning in this state. Days blend into years. The marine's mind, desperate for stimulation, begins to fracture, creating elaborate internal worlds that are sometimes more terrifying than the reality they're trapped in. In rare cases, a homunculus might attempt to recreate the Space Marine's dreadnought, not to allow them to fight again, but to make a mockery of their former glory. They build a twisted parody of a dreadnought chassis, all spikes and blades and torture devices, and install the Marine's sarcophagus at its heart. But this new shell doesn't respond to the Marine's control. Instead, it's puppeteered by the homunculus, or their servants, forcing the Marine to watch through their optical sensors as their body, or what passes for it, commits atrocities against other prisoners. The Marine is turned into a weapon against those they should protect, powerless to stop their own actions, their existence reduced to being a forced observer of horrors committed in their name. Regardless of which fate befalls the captured Marine, certain constants remain. They're kept alive far longer than they want to be. They're never allowed the mercy of death. Their suffering serves a purpose in the Dark Elder economy, feeding the homunculus's need for souls to sustain themselves, entertaining other Dark Elder who view suffering as art, and providing research data that advances the already terrifying capabilities of homunculi science. The Marine becomes a resource to be used, a toy to be played with, an experiment to be conducted, anything except what they once were: a warrior, a protector, a hero of the Imperium. And all the while, deep in whatever remains of their mind, they remember what it was like to be more than this. They remember having purpose, having dignity, having worth beyond the amusement value of their screams. That memory, that impossible distance between what they were and what they've become, is perhaps the cruelest torture of all. The question of whether any dreadnought has ever escaped from Camorra after being captured is one that the Imperium has never been able to answer definitively. The official records maintained by most Space Marine chapters are deliberately vague on the subject, acknowledging that captures have occurred, but providing few details about outcomes. This ambiguity serves a purpose. It allows chapters to claim their fallen brothers have been recovered or granted the Emperor's peace when the reality might be far darker. What we do know is that rescue attempts have been made. The most famous example is the Salamander's assault on Camorra itself, a raid of such audacity that it shocked even the Dark Elder who thought themselves safe in their hidden city. When a Salamander's strike cruiser was captured by the forces of Archon Zelian and dragged into the Dark City, along with its entire crew, the chapter refused to accept the loss. They tracked the psychic, beacon left by one of their librarians, and launched a full-scale counterattack, bringing not just the Salamanders, but also contingents from the Howling Griffins and Silver Skulls chapters. The raid was devastatingly successful in its immediate objectives. The Space Marines recovered their captured cruiser and many of their brothers, and in the process, they caused such damage to Camorra's noble houses that it triggered a complete reorganization of power in the Dark City. The old aristocracy was broken, and Asdrubal Vecht, then merely an ambitious Archon rather than the supreme overlord he would become, rose to fill the power vacuum. From the Imperium's perspective, it was a clear victory, proof that even the Dark City could be breached and that the Dark Eldar were not invulnerable. But even this legendary raid, which is still taught in Space Marine Chapter Keeps as an example of brotherhood and determination, was not a complete success. Many Salamanders who had been captured were never found. Some had been killed in the initial fighting, their bodies irretrievable. Others had been moved to other parts of Comorragh, scattered across the sprawling city-state to prevent exactly this kind of concentrated rescue effort. And some, including at least one dreadnought, according to classified chapter records, were found but could not be saved. They had been so thoroughly modified, so completely transformed into something else, that recovery was impossible. Mercy killings were performed in those cases, giving the captured Marines the death they should have received on the battlefield rather than leaving them to their fate in the Dark City. The Salamander's raid was exceptional in its success. Most rescue attempts don't even come close to achieving their objectives. The logistical challenges of launching an assault into Comorragh are almost insurmountable. First, you need to find a way into the webway, a feat that requires either Eldar cooperation, which is rarely forthcoming, or the discovery of an active webway portal, which the Dark Eldar guard jealously. Then you need to navigate the webway itself, a dimension that shifts and changes, where paths that existed yesterday might be gone today. And if you somehow reach Comorragh, you find yourself in a city of impossible scale, where millions of Dark Eldar live, where every district is a death trap designed to defeat invaders, where the very architecture serves as a weapon against intruders. Even if a rescue force reaches the location where their captured brother is being held, they face the problem of extraction. The captured Marine has likely been there for weeks or months at minimum, possibly years, depending on how long it took the chapter to organize a rescue attempt. In that time, the homunculi have had ample opportunity to begin their work. The Marine might be barely recognizable as what they once were. They might be too badly injured to move. They might be so deeply conditioned that they attack their would-be rescuers. And even if they can be freed from whatever apparatus holds them, getting them out through hostile territory back to the webway portal, while under attack from every Dark Eldar force in the vicinity, borders on the impossible. The mathematics of such rescue attempts are brutally clear. To have any chance of success, a chapter needs to commit significant forces, potentially including multiple companies of Space Marines, which represents a substantial portion of their available strength. The likelihood of success is low, the casualties will be high, and even if they succeed, what they recover might be too damaged to ever resume any kind of meaningful existence. Against these costs, some chapter masters make the cold calculation that the resources would be better spent elsewhere, fighting battles they can win rather than pursuing a rescue that will likely fail and weaken the chapter in the process. This is not a decision made lightly or without anguish. Space Marines value their brothers above almost all else, and the idea of abandoning one of their own to such a fate goes against everything they believe in. But they're also pragmatists, taught to weigh costs against benefits, to make the decisions that give the Imperium the best chance of survival. If rescuing one captured brother costs the lives of 50 others and weakens the chapter so much that entire worlds fall to the enemies of mankind, is that an acceptable trade? The debate over this question has caused rifts within chapters, with some brothers arguing for rescue attempts at any cost, while others advocate for a more measured approach. Some chapters handle this by setting strict time limits. If a rescue can be mounted within a specific time frame, usually measured in days or weeks, then the attempt is made. If too much time has passed, the captured brother is declared lost, his gene seed forfeited, his name added to the rolls of honored dead. This approach provides clear guidelines and prevents the chapter from expending resources on increasingly unlikely rescue attempts. But it also means accepting that some brothers will be abandoned to their fate, left in the hands of the Dark Eldar, with no hope of salvation. There are persistent rumors in Imperial military circles of Space Marines who have been in Dark Eldar captivity for decades or even centuries and then somehow escaped or been recovered. These stories are never confirmed, and when investigated, they inevitably fall apart under scrutiny. But they persist because they offer hope, because accepting that capture by the Dark Eldar is a fate worse than death, with no possibility of escape, is psychologically unbearable for many Imperial soldiers. Better to believe that somehow, somewhere, someone survived and returned. The reality is darker. In the thousands of years since the Dark Eldar began their raids on real space, in the countless millions of captives they've taken back to Commorragh, the number who have escaped or been successfully rescued can probably be counted in the dozens at most. The Dark Eldar are too careful, too skilled at their craft, too deeply entrenched in a city that has been their stronghold for 10 millennia. The slaves they take don't escape. They don't get rescued. They die in the arenas or the laboratories or the private collections of archons. And if they're lucky, that death comes relatively quickly, rather than being drawn out over years of torture. For a dreadnought specifically, the chances of rescue are even lower than for a regular captive. The technical expertise required to move a sarcophagus without killing the marine inside, the sheer weight and bulk of the apparatus even after it's been extracted from its chassis, the way a dreadnought's presence would slow down any extraction team trying to move quickly through hostile territory. All of these factors make a successful rescue nearly impossible. A chapter mounting a rescue attempt would essentially be forced to choose: spend the time and resources trying to extract the dreadnought and likely fail the entire mission, or complete the objectives they came for and leave the dreadnought behind. The only real mercy available to a captured dreadnought is death, and even that the homunculi work hard to deny them. If a rescue force does find one of their captured brothers, if they can see what's been done to them, the most compassionate action is often to end their suffering rather than attempt recovery. A melter charge placed against the sarcophagus, a quick prayer for the Emperor to receive his faithful servant, and the captured Marine is finally granted the peace they should have found on the battlefield. It's not the glorious death that Space Marines are taught to seek, but it's better than the alternative of continued existence in the depths of Commorragh. This grim calculus, the knowledge that capture by the Dark Eldar is effectively a death sentence, affects how Space Marine chapters conduct operations in areas where the Drukhari are active. Standing orders often include self-destruct protocols if capture seems imminent. Battle Brothers are instructed to ensure that disabled dreadnoughts are either recovered immediately or destroyed to prevent them falling into enemy hands. The gene seed, that most precious resource, is given priority in retrieval over living Space Marines in some situations, operating on the logic that the gene seed can create new warriors, while a captured Marine is already lost. These protocols exist because the Imperium, for all its faults, understands something fundamental about the Dark Eldar. They don't just kill their enemies. They consume them. They turn suffering into a resource, a currency, an art form. To be captured by them is to become fuel for a society built on agony, and death, terrible as it is, remains the better option. The capture of a Space Marine dreadnought by the Dark Eldar carries implications that extend far beyond the fate of the individual Marine trapped inside. From a strategic, psychological, and cultural perspective, such an event represents one of the worst outcomes that the Imperium and Space Marine chapters can face, touching on issues of security, morale, and the very identity of the Astartes as the Emperor's finest warriors. From a purely military standpoint, the loss of a dreadnought is catastrophic for a chapter in several ways. First, there's the immediate tactical loss. Dreadnoughts are irreplaceable assets, walking relics that contain not just powerful weapon systems, but also centuries or even millennia of combat experience and tactical knowledge. The techniques for creating new dreadnoughts have been largely lost since the Horus Heresy, meaning that each chassis is a precious artifact that cannot be replicated. When a chapter loses a dreadnought, they're not just losing a powerful unit, they're losing a piece of their history that can never be recovered. Second, and perhaps more seriously, is the intelligence compromise. A dreadnought, who has been active for centuries, possesses intimate knowledge of their chapter's operations, defensive positions, internal politics, and strategic capabilities. They know where the chapter's fortress monastery is located, and how it's defended. They know the routes the chapter typically takes through space. They know the names and capabilities of current leaders and what personality flaws those leaders might possess. They know the chapter's gene seed storage locations, their recruiting worlds, their secret agreements with other imperial organizations. All of this information, everything the Dreadnought knows, can be extracted by the homunculi. The Dark Eldar might not use it for immediate military purposes. They're raiders rather than conquerors, but they absolutely will trade such information to others who might find it valuable. Chaos warbands would pay dearly for intelligence on a Space Marine chapter's vulnerabilities. Orc warbosses might be convinced to attack specific targets. Even other Imperial organizations, rivals of the chapter in question, might be interested in secrets that could be leveraged for political advantage. The psychological impact on the chapter itself cannot be overstated. Space Marines are taught from their induction that they are the Emperor's chosen, that they will face death without fear, that their purpose is to serve, and if necessary, die in his name. The idea that one of their brothers, especially an ancient hero interred in a dreadnought, could be captured and tortured indefinitely by Xenos is an affront to everything they believe. It challenges the narrative of Space Marine invincibility and forces them to confront the reality that even they can be broken. When a chapter realizes one of their dreadnoughts has been captured, especially if they're unable to mount a successful rescue, it creates a crisis of faith within the Brotherhood. Some Marines become obsessed with vengeance, dedicating themselves to hunting Dark Eldar wherever they can be found. Others fall into despair, wondering if the same fate awaits them should they fall in battle. Still others become paranoid about security, insisting on additional safeguards and protocols to prevent future captures, changes that can strain relationships with other Imperial organizations and even create tensions within the chapter itself. The cultural impact extends beyond just the chapter that suffers the loss. When word spreads through Imperial military circles, which it inevitably does despite efforts at secrecy, it affects morale across multiple organizations. Imperial Guard regiments hear that even Space Marines can be taken by the Dark Eldar and subjected to fates worse than death. And suddenly, their own training about what to do if captured seems hopelessly inadequate. Naval crews become more fearful of webway attacks, knowing that conventional weapons and tactics offer little protection. Even civilians on worlds that have survived Dark Eldar raids become more traumatized, as the idea that the Emperor's angels can't protect themselves suggests they certainly can't protect anyone else. From the Dark Eldar perspective, the capture of a dreadnought is a tremendous victory, one that brings prestige to the cabal that accomplished it, and wealth to the homunculus who receives the prize. It becomes a story told in the arenas and pleasure houses of Comorra, an example of Dark Eldar superiority over the younger races. The fact that they can reach into the heart of Imperial military might pluck away one of humanity's greatest warriors and make them serve Dark Eldar purposes is a demonstration of power that resonates throughout their society. This propaganda value is exploited deliberately. Dark Eldar raiders sometimes release survivors from their attacks with specific memories intact, allowing those survivors to spread stories about the fates of captured Space Marines. These tales, distorted by trauma and the unreliability of memory, but nevertheless containing cores of truth, serve to terrify Imperial populations and make Dark Eldar raids seem even more unstoppable than they already are. The psychological warfare is subtle but effective, as entire worlds might surrender or pay tribute rather than risk the attention of the Dark Eldar and the horrific fates that attention brings. For the wider Imperium, the capture of dreadnoughts by Dark Eldar is part of a broader pattern of vulnerability that Imperial authorities struggle to address. The Drukhari represent a threat that conventional military doctrine has trouble accounting for. They don't conquer territory, so you can't draw defensive lines against them. They don't have supply chains that can be disrupted or home bases in real space that can be attacked. They strike from nowhere, take what they want, and disappear before any response can be organized. And they're specifically motivated to capture the most valuable targets, the heroes and leaders whose loss hurts the Imperium most. Various solutions have been attempted over the millennia. Some chapters have developed protocols where dreadnoughts are never deployed alone, always accompanied by forces dedicated to their protection and recovery. Others have installed more aggressive self-destruct systems in their dreadnought chassis, systems that can be triggered remotely if capture seems imminent. A few chapters have even explored the idea of limiting what information is shared with their dreadnoughts, keeping them ignorant of certain strategic details so that if they are captured, the intelligence compromise is minimized. None of these solutions are entirely satisfactory. They all involve compromises, trading some capability or principle for improved security. And ultimately, they all rest on the acknowledgement of a terrible truth. The Imperium cannot fully protect its warriors from this particular threat. The Dark Eldar are too fast, too skilled, too deeply embedded in a dimension that Imperial forces cannot effectively access. They will continue to take prisoners. Some of those prisoners will be Space Marines, and some of those Space Marines will be dreadnoughts. The theological implications add another layer of complexity. The imperial cult teaches that the emperor protects his faithful, that those who serve him are rewarded either in life or in death. But what does it mean when a loyal servant, a warrior who has already given everything to the Imperium, is abandoned to endless torture in a Xenos city? How do you reconcile the teachings of the Ministorum with the reality of what happens in Comorragh? These are questions that ecclesiarchy theologians struggle with, usually falling back on the argument that such fates are tests of faith, trials that prove the strength of the captured Marine's devotion. This argument provides little comfort to the chapters affected or to the wider Imperial military. It sounds hollow when measured against the reality of what Dark Eldar torture entails. But it's the only explanation the Imperium can offer, because the alternative, admitting that sometimes faith isn't enough and the Emperor's protection has limits, would undermine the entire religious foundation of Imperial society. There's also a practical element that gets discussed quietly in chapter strategiums, but rarely spoken of openly. What should be done if a captured dreadnought, or any captured Space Marine, is eventually recovered after extended time in Dark Eldar custody? The Astartes that returns will not be the same warrior who was captured. They'll have been broken in ways that challenge even Space Marines' psychological resilience. They might be carrying trauma that affects their performance in battle. They almost certainly will have divulged information under torture, creating a security concern even among their own brothers. Some chapters have protocols for this situation. Extensive psycho-reconditioning, sometimes taking years, designed to rebuild the Marine's identity and loyalty. In extreme cases, mind wipes that erase the memories of captivity along with much else, essentially creating a new person in the body of the returned Marine. And in the darkest cases, quiet executions disguised as training accidents, operating on the logic that a compromised Space Marine represents too great a risk to the chapter's security. These measures are never discussed openly because they raise uncomfortable questions about the nature of Space Marine brotherhood and loyalty. If a chapter will kill one of their own because they've been tortured past some undefined breaking point, what does that say about the bonds between battle brothers? If the chapter's security is valued more highly than the life of an individual Marine, even one who has served for centuries, how can any Marine trust that they won't be similarly abandoned if the situation demands it? The answer, of course, is that Space Marines don't think about such things when they can avoid it. They're trained not to dwell on worst-case scenarios, but to focus on the mission at hand. But in the quiet moments, when they're maintaining their war gear or standing watch in the deep hours of a ship's cycle, some must wonder what they would do if captured. Would they have the strength to resist, or would they break like so many before them? Would their chapter come for them, or would they be declared dead and forgotten? And if they somehow survived and returned, would they be welcomed back or quietly disappeared to protect the chapter's secrets? These are the thoughts that the capture of a dreadnought by Dark Eldar forces every Space Marine to confront, whether they acknowledge them or not. It's a reminder that for all their enhancement, their training, their faith, they remain vulnerable, that there are fates worse than death, that the galaxy contains horrors that even the Emperor's finest warriors cannot overcome through strength of arms alone. And it's a reminder that in the grim darkness of the far future, sometimes the only mercy is death, and even that mercy can be denied. In the vast darkness of the 41st millennium, where war is eternal and hope is measured in small victories against impossible odds, the capture of a Space Marine dreadnought by the Dark Elder stands as one of the most terrible fates imaginable. It represents not just the loss of a warrior, but the corruption of everything that warrior once stood for, the transformation of a hero into a source of suffering for a society built on agony. We've explored the journey from battlefield to torture chamber, from proud servant of the Emperor to broken victim of the homunculus art. We've seen how the very enhancements that make a Space Marine superhuman become curses in the hands of torturers who have perfected their craft over 10,000 years. We've understood that death, that final enemy all warriors must eventually face, becomes instead an unattainable dream, a mercy continuously denied by beings who sustain themselves on suffering. The horror of this fate lies not in any single moment of pain, though those moments are beyond imagining, but in the totality of the experience. It's the knowledge that you will never escape, never be rescued, never die. It's watching your identity erode, your memories fade, your purpose dissolve until you can't remember who you were or why you once believed your existence mattered. It's existing as a plaything for creatures who view your agony as entertainment and your body as raw material, knowing that centuries might pass in this state, decades measured not in service to the Emperor, but in variations of torment. For those of us who engage with Warhammer 40k's lore, this scenario exemplifies why the setting is described as grim dark. It's not just that terrible things happen, wars are brutal, and death is common in countless fictional universes. It's that the terrible things are so thoroughly developed, so completely thought through, that they achieve a kind of horrifying plausibility. The Dark Eldar aren't just evil for the sake of being villains. They're evil because their survival depends on it, because they're a dying race that has found the most depraved possible way to stave off extinction. And that evil, when applied to someone like a Space Marine dreadnought who has already sacrificed everything for the Imperium, creates a tragedy that resonates precisely because we can understand how it happens and why it cannot be prevented. The broader message, if such a dark topic can be said to have a message, is about the cost of service in a universe that doesn't care about individuals. The Imperium sends its warriors to die in their billions, and occasionally something worse than death finds them instead. The chapters that lose dreadnoughts to the Dark Eldar must continue fighting, must train new warriors, must prosecute the Emperor's wars, even as they know that any of their brothers could suffer the same fate. That's the true grim darkness of the setting. Not that bad things happen, but that they happen in service of an Imperium that cannot or will not prevent them. And that even knowing all this, the Space Marines continue to serve, because service is all they've ever known. There's something almost tragic about the Dark Eldar themselves in this context. They're condemned to prey on others because their own society's excesses doomed them to an eternity of feeding on suffering. They capture and torture not out of simple cruelty, though cruelty is absolutely involved, but out of existential necessity. In a strange way, the Space Marine dreadnought and the homunculus who tortures them are both prisoners of circumstances beyond their control, both caught in cycles of violence and suffering that predate their own existences and will continue long after they're gone. The question of what we as audience members take from stories like this is worth considering. Why do we engage with narratives this dark? Perhaps it's because, in their extremity, they help us appreciate the absence of such horrors in our own lives. Perhaps it's because they explore philosophical questions about identity, suffering, and the limits of endurance in ways that more conventional narratives cannot. Or perhaps it's simply that the Warhammer 40k universe, for all its darkness, is compelling precisely because it commits so completely to its premise, never flinching away from the logical consequences of the grimdark future it has created. Whatever the reason, the fate of a dreadnought in Dark Eldar captivity remains one of the most disturbing scenarios in Warhammer 40k lore. It takes the tragedy of the dreadnought's existence, already questionable when you consider the psychological cost of life as a brain in a jar, and makes it exponentially worse. It reminds us that in this setting, there is no safety, no sanctuary, no achievement grand enough to guarantee peace. Even the mightiest warriors can fall, and when they fall to certain enemies, their suffering has only just begun. For the Space Marine chapters of the Imperium, this knowledge shapes doctrine and drives desperation. It explains why chapters will sometimes risk everything on what seem like foolish rescue attempts, why they'll expend irreplaceable resources to recover or at least destroy their fallen brothers. It's not just about preventing intelligence leaks or denying the enemy a prize. It's about ensuring that those who serve don't end up in a fate that makes all their service meaningless, that transforms their sacrifice from noble to simply horrific. And for us, the observers of this fictional universe, it serves as one of the clearest examples of what makes Warhammer 40k unique among science fiction settings. It's a universe that looks at the question, what's the worst that could happen, and answers with scenarios like this, then develops those scenarios with enough detail and internal consistency that they achieve a kind of terrible credibility. The Dark Eldar. Capturing a dreadnought isn't just a plot point. It's a fully realized nightmare, complete with logistical details, psychological implications, and consequences that ripple through multiple levels of the setting's lore. If you found this exploration of one of 40k's darkest scenarios interesting, disturbing, or thought-provoking, I encourage you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We cover a wide range of topics in Warhammer 40k lore, from the inspiring to the terrifying, always aiming to provide comprehensive, well-researched content that does justice to the depth and complexity of this remarkable setting. There are countless other stories in the Warhammer 40k universe, other fates that await those who walk the battlefields of the far future, other species with their own unique horrors to inflict. The galaxy is vast, the darkness is deep, and there's always more to explore. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and sometimes there are fates worse than death. There is a particular kind of darkness that comes with being entombed in a dreadnought sarcophagus. It's not the simple absence of light that mortals experience when they close their eyes at night. It's not even the void of unconsciousness that claims them when they sleep. No, this darkness is something altogether more profound, more consuming, more absolute. It is the darkness of a consciousness suspended between existence and oblivion, a mind kept alive by machines, but denied the anchors of sensory experience that make existence real. When the systems shut down and the ancient warrior is returned to his long sleep, there is no gentle drift into dreams. There is only the sudden, complete cessation of being. Imagine, if you can, existing as nothing more than thought without sensation. No warmth, no cold, no pain, no pleasure. No sight, no sound, no taste, no smell, no touch. Nothing but the fading echo of your last conscious moment, reverberating through the empty halls of your mind, until even that fades into the black. Some dreadnoughts report experiencing visions during their sleep, fragments of memory playing out in endless loops, battles fought centuries ago, replaying with perfect clarity, even as the context around them dissolves into meaningless static. Others claim to feel the passage of time as a physical weight, each year adding to an invisible burden that presses down upon their suspended consciousness like layers of sediment burying ancient ruins. But most simply cease. They close their eyes in one moment and open them in another, with no sense of the decades or centuries that have passed in between. For the ancient warrior sealed within the adamantium shell, time becomes a strange and fluid thing. The perception of duration warps and twists. A battle that raged for hours might feel like it happened moments ago, while a conversation from the previous awakening might seem like a half-remembered dream from someone else's life. The human mind, even one enhanced by the gene seed of a Primarch and hardened by centuries of warfare, was never meant to experience time in this fractured, discontinuous way. Sleep and waking for mortals are part of a daily rhythm that helps anchor consciousness to reality. But for a dreadnought, there is no rhythm. There are only discrete moments of awareness separated by unknowable gulfs of non-existence. The tech priests who maintain these walking tombs speak of the machine spirits that inhabit the ancient chassis, of the sacred rituals required to ensure smooth activation and deactivation. They chant their binary prayers and anoint the sacred mechanisms with blessed unguents, believing that proper reverence will ease the warrior's transition between states of being. And perhaps they are right in their way. Perhaps the rituals do help, providing a familiar framework that helps the entombed mind orient itself when consciousness returns. Or perhaps the rituals are more for the living than the dead, a way for those who remain to feel they are doing something meaningful for brothers who have sacrificed everything. The dreams, when they come, are strange and terrible things. Some dreadnoughts report seeing visions of battles yet to come, prophecies granted by whatever connection still exists between their organic brain and the Empyrean realm that lies beyond reality. Others find themselves reliving moments from their mortal life with painful clarity, remembering the sensation of skin against skin, the taste of food, the simple pleasure of breathing air into lungs they no longer possess. These memories can be a comfort or a torture, depending on the warrior's disposition. Some cling to them desperately, using them as anchors to remind themselves of who they once were. Others try to let them fade, believing that holding on to the past only makes the present more unbearable. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of dreadnought sleep is the complete loss of agency. When a mortal goes to sleep, they do so by choice, lying down in a safe place and allowing their body's natural processes to take over. They know, on some level, that they will wake again in a few hours, refreshed and ready to face a new day. A dreadnought has no such certainty. When the tech priests initiate the shutdown sequence, the ancient warrior has no choice but to yield to it, feeling their consciousness slip away like water through grasping fingers. They do not know if they will ever wake again. They do not know if their chassis will fail during the long sleep, or if the chapter will simply decide that their service is no longer required. They do not know if the next battle will be in a month, a year, a decade, or a century. They surrender control completely, placing their fate in the hands of others and hoping that they will be deemed worthy of resurrection when the time comes. This, then, is what it means to be a dreadnought. To exist in moments stolen from the endless dark, to wage war with weapons that respond to thought as if they were limbs, to watch the world change and evolve while you remain frozen, unchanging, a relic from an age that grows more distant with each awakening. The chapters who maintain these ancient warriors treat them with the reverence due to living legends, consulting them for tactical wisdom and historical knowledge. But that reverence comes at a price. The dreadnought is no longer truly one of their brothers. He is something else, something set apart, something both more and less than what he once was. He is a weapon, a monument, and a warning all at once. A reminder of what sacrifice truly means in the service of the Emperor of mankind. The void between moments. The last thing the ancient warrior remembers before the darkness claims him is the voice of the tech marine, speaking in soothing tones through the Vox link that connects directly to what remains of his biological brain. Words of gratitude, perhaps, or assurances that his service has been noted and valued. Sometimes there are promises that his rest will be peaceful, that he will be awakened only when truly needed. These words become more hollow with each repetition, as both speaker and listener know the truth. There is no peace in the depths of a sarcophagus, only absence, and the warrior will be awakened whenever the chapter deems it necessary, whether that is tomorrow or 1,000 years hence. The shutdown sequence begins with the external systems first. The targeting matrices fade. The weapon feeds cease their constant readiness reports. The sensory clusters that provide sight and sound and tactical awareness begin to dim one by one. For a moment, the consciousness within experiences a sensation not unlike drowning, as the connections that make him feel like part of the war machine are severed one after another. The dreadnought chassis does not cease to exist, of course. It remains standing in the sacred halls of the chapter's fortress monastery, a silent sentinel waiting for the call to war. But from the perspective of the warrior within, the world simply stops. Some describe it as falling, an endless tumble through empty space, with no reference points and no hope of landing. Others compare it to being buried alive, aware of the weight of centuries pressing down from above, but unable to move or cry out. A few claim to maintain some form of awareness during their sleep, existing as a tiny spark of consciousness adrift in an infinite dark, counting the moments until they can return to the world of light and war and purpose. But these accounts are rare, and many tech priests believe they are simply false memories created by a mind struggling to cope with the absolute discontinuity of dreadnought existence. The truth is that no one really knows what happens in the depths of that long sleep. The organic components of a dreadnought's brain show minimal activity during stasis, barely enough to register on the most sensitive medical auspex. The life support systems maintain the bare minimum necessary to keep the tissues alive and prevent degradation, but there is no way to measure subjective experience, no scanner that can peer into the locked room of consciousness and report what it finds there. The warrior goes in, and the warrior comes out, and what happens in between remains a mystery even to those who experience it. But the sleep is not entirely devoid of content. Deep in the liminal spaces between full consciousness and complete oblivion, things can stir. Memories surface unbidden, fragments of experiences from centuries or millennia past, playing out in the darkness like half-remembered dreams. A face from the past, a brother whose name has been forgotten, but whose features remain somehow familiar. The sound of bolter fire echoing across a battlefield, whose name no longer exists in any record. The sensation of standing on solid ground with legs of flesh and bone, feeling the weight of power armor pressing down on shoulders that no longer exist in any physical sense. These sense memories float through the dark like debris in a void, untethered from context or meaning, and the sleeping consciousness grasps at them desperately, trying to hold on to something, anything, that feels real. Sometimes the dreams take on a more coherent form. The warrior finds himself walking through the halls of his chapter's fortress monastery, as it was in his youth, when he was still flesh and blood, and the galaxy seemed full of possibility rather than endless war. He sees his brother Marines as they were then, young and vital, laughing and training and planning campaigns against enemies that seemed less incomprehensible than those they face now. He remembers the weight of his bolter in his hands, the way his hearts would race before a drop pod assault, the fierce joy of combat, when everything else fell away, and there was only the mission and the enemy, and the bond between brothers who would die for each other without hesitation. But these dreams always sour. The faces of his brothers begin to blur and fade, their features becoming indistinct as the centuries erode even the clearest memories. The halls of the fortress monastery shift and change, architecture from different eras of the chapter's history bleeding into one another until nothing looks quite right. The warrior reaches out to touch something solid, something real, and his hand passes through it like smoke. And then he remembers. He is not flesh and blood anymore. He is not walking these halls with his own legs. He is dead, or as near to death as makes no difference. kept alive by machines and the determination of tech priests who refuse to let their most valuable weapons simply rest in peace. The worst dreams are those where the warrior forgets what he has become. He experiences himself as whole again, with a body that responds to his will without the intervention of mechanical systems. He feels the sun on his skin, tastes food and drink, engages in simple pleasures that he had taken for granted in his mortal life. And then something happens to remind him of the truth. A battle erupts and he reaches for weapons that should be in his hands, only to find that his hands themselves are weapons. Or he tries to speak and hears the mechanical rasp of vox speakers instead of his own voice. Or he simply catches his reflection in a polished surface and sees not the face he remembers but the cold, unyielding facade of a dreadnought's armor. The realization is always crushing, and in the dream he screams, but there is no sound because he has no lungs with which to scream. And then the dream collapses and he is falling again, tumbling through the dark, and the cycle begins anew. Time in these dreams has no meaning. A moment might stretch for what feels like years, or decades might pass in what seems like a heartbeat. There is no circadian rhythm to anchor perception, no external stimuli to mark the passage of days and nights. The consciousness drifts, untethered from any frame of reference. And if there are others sleeping nearby in their own sarcophagi, they might as well be universes away. Each dreadnought sleeps alone, locked in the private darkness of their own mind, and no communion between them is possible. They are islands of fading awareness, adrift in an endless sea, and the tide that carries them forward is beyond their control or comprehension. The first stirrings of return. Awakening does not come gently to a dreadnought. There is no gradual rise toward consciousness, no slow transition from sleep to wakefulness, like a mortal might experience upon waking in their bed. Instead, there is the absolute void of stasis, and then without warning, sensation floods back in a torrent. The first thing the warrior typically registers is pain. The neural connectors that link his organic brain to the machine's systems were never designed for comfort, and the reactivation sequence sends jolts of feedback through pathways that have been dormant for however long his sleep has lasted. It feels like being on fire and drowning and suffocating all at once, every nerve ending that still exists, screaming in protest at the sudden return of stimulus. The tech priests who designed these systems did their best to minimize this discomfort, of course. They are not deliberately cruel, and they understand that an anguished pilot is a less effective pilot. But there are limits to what can be achieved when you are wiring a human brain directly into a machine that was never meant to interface with organic tissue. The connection points were meant for servitors and mechanical systems, not for the preserved remains of a space marine. Adaptations have been made over the millennia, and each new pattern of dreadnought incorporates slight improvements based on the experiences of previous generations. But the fundamental incompatibility remains. Human consciousness was never meant to exist in this way, and the reactivation process is a violent reminder of that fact. After the initial shock of pain comes the flood of information. The dreadnought systems begin their startup sequences, each one reporting its status through the neural link. Weapon systems online. Motive systems functional. Power core operating within acceptable parameters. Armor integrity confirmed. Target acquisition systems calibrating. Life support systems maintaining viability. The reports come faster than conscious thought can process them. A cascade of data that would overwhelm an unaugmented human mind in an instant. But a Space Marine's enhanced brain, even one long removed from its original body and hardwired into a machine, can handle the influx. It takes what it needs and discards the rest, building a picture of the dreadnought's overall condition from thousands of minute status reports. The warrior's consciousness expands as the systems come online, his sense of self extending beyond the tiny organic core to encompass the entire massive frame of the war machine. He can feel the weapons mounted on his arms as clearly as he once felt his fingers. The sensors scattered across his hull become his eyes and ears, feeding him information about his surroundings from multiple angles simultaneously. The gyroscopic balancers and stabilization systems become his sense of equilibrium, letting him know that he is upright and stable, even though he has no inner ear to process such information. In a very real sense, the dreadnought chassis becomes his body, and he inhabits it as naturally as he once inhabited flesh and bone. But there is always a moment, right at the beginning of each awakening, when the warrior remembers what he has lost. Before the machine integration feels natural, before his consciousness has fully expanded to fill the metal shell, there is a heartbeat of pure, existential horror. He tries to move his hand and feels the grinding of servo motors instead of the flex of muscle. He tries to take a breath and hears only the wheeze of life support systems pumping oxygenated fluid through what remains of his lungs. He tries to speak and hears his voice rendered mechanical and inhuman by vox speakers that translate his neural impulses into sound. For that single moment, he is trapped, a prisoner in a cage of his own making, and the weight of what he has sacrificed crashes down upon him with crushing force. Then training and discipline reassert themselves. The warrior pushes down the panic, buries the horror, focuses on the mission. This is what he was trained to do, after all. A space marine does not give in to fear or doubt. He serves, regardless of the cost. The fact that the cost in this case was his very humanity becomes just another datum to be acknowledged and set aside. There will be time for grief and regret later, during the long dark between awakenings. Right now, there is only duty. The external world comes into focus gradually as the warrior's sensory systems complete their calibration. Usually, the first thing he sees is the face of a tech marine, helmet removed, leaning in close to peer at the status displays on the sarcophagus. The tech marine's lips are moving, speaking words of greeting or technical confirmation, but the audio systems take another moment to synchronize, and the words are initially lost. Then, sound returns in a rush, and the tech marine's voice becomes audible through the Vox link. "Welcome back, Ancient One. Your systems are coming online normally. Do you recognize me?" This question is not mere courtesy. One of the risks of extended stasis is degradation of memory, particularly short-term memory of the events immediately preceding the last shutdown. The tech priests need to confirm that the warrior's cognitive functions are intact before they can allow him to engage in combat operations. So the warrior focuses his optical sensors on the face before him, searching through the vast database of faces accumulated over centuries of service, trying to find a match. And this is when the first hint that something is wrong typically makes itself known. The face is unfamiliar, not just one he doesn't immediately recognize, but one that looks somehow different from what he expects. Younger, perhaps, or bearing unfamiliar chapter markings. Or the armor the tech marine wears is of a pattern the warrior doesn't immediately recognize, featuring design elements that seem subtly wrong or evolved from what he remembers. Or the tech marine's accent when he speaks carries inflections that sound strange to ears that last heard Gothic spoken in a different era. But the warrior has experienced this before, of course. He has awakened to find that decades or even centuries have passed, that faces he knew are gone and new generations have taken their place. It is part of what it means to be a dreadnought. So he reaches for the appropriate response, the one that has served him in the past. "I recognize your chapter markings, brother, but your face is unknown to me. How long have I slept?" The answer to this question will determine everything that follows. Usually, the response is measured in years or decades, long enough that the specific individuals the warrior knew before his last sleep have moved on to other duties or fallen in battle, but not so long that the fundamental nature of the chapter or the Imperium has changed. These awakenings are relatively straightforward. The warrior is briefed on recent events, given his mission parameters, and deployed to do what he does best. But sometimes, the answer is different. Sometimes, the tech marine hesitates, as if unsure how to deliver news that will shatter the ancient warrior's understanding of reality. Sometimes the hesitation stretches long enough that other figures step forward. chapter masters or chaplains, or venerable captains who have been summoned to bear witness to this awakening. And sometimes the answer, when it finally comes, is one that no amount of conditioning or training can prepare the warrior to hear. Ancient One, much has changed since your last awakening. You have slept for longer than you know. The galaxy you remember is gone. But the Imperium endures, and it has need of you now more than ever before. The words are carefully chosen, deliberately vague. They acknowledge that significant time has passed, without yet revealing the full extent of it. They prepare the warrior for revelation without overwhelming him immediately with information he cannot process. And they emphasize continuity and purpose, reminding him that regardless of what has changed, his fundamental role remains the same. He is a weapon in the Emperor's arsenal, and weapons do not need to understand the larger context to fulfill their function. But a Space Marine is more than just a weapon, and the mind within the Dreadnought chassis is still capable of curiosity and fear and hope despite the centuries of warfare and the long years of darkness between battles. So, the warrior does what he has always done when faced with incomplete information. He asks for clarification, demands to know what he needs to know to make sense of his situation. And in this awakening, the answer he receives will change everything. The impossible made real. The Tech Marine steps back, and another figure moves forward, one whose presence immediately commands attention, despite the warrior's sensory system still calibrating fully. This is no ordinary battle brother. The authority radiates from him in waves that even mechanical sensors can detect, a presence that speaks of supreme command and ancient right. The warrior's targeting systems automatically tag him as a high-priority asset, someone to be protected at all costs, even as his tactical database struggles to place exactly why this individual triggers such protocols. The figure is massive, even by the standards of Space Marines. Not quite the size of a dreadnought, but large enough that the warrior's optical sensors note the discrepancy, flagging it as anomalous data worth investigating. The armor this giant wears is of a pattern the ancient warrior recognizes from the deepest archives of his memory, from the time before the current age, from an era that should be nothing but history and legend. Artificer armor of the highest quality, decorated with honors that date back to when there were 18 legions rather than 1,000 chapters. And the face, when the helmet is removed. The face is wrong. No, not wrong. Impossible. The features are too perfect, too noble, too clearly not the product of any gene forging or enhancement that creates normal Space Marines. This is something else, something that the warrior's memories tell him cannot exist in the current age. This is the face of a being who should be dead, or lost, or worse, consigned to the histories as a figure of myth and legend, rather than standing here in the flesh. Recognition comes in a cascade of neural firing, connections sparking across preserved brain tissue that has not been called upon to process this particular information in thousands of years. The ancient warrior compares what his senses are telling him against memories so old they feel like they belong to someone else, to a different person who lived in a different age. The height matches, the bearing matches, the unmistakable aura of command and genetic superiority matches, and the face, allowing for the passage of millennia and the inherent impossibility of what the warrior is seeing, matches archival footage stored in the deepest banks of his recall. This cannot be. This must not be. The laws of reality as the warrior understands them do not permit this, and yet his senses are not malfunctioning. The chapter master and chaplain and tech priests gathered around are not engaging in some elaborate deception. The figure standing before him is exactly what every system and synapse is telling him it is. Against all logic, against all reason, against everything the warrior thought he knew about the state of the galaxy, a Primarch stands before him. Robut Guilliman, the Avenging Sun, Lord of Ultramar and Master of the 13th Legion, has returned. The shock is profound enough that several of the Dreadnought's systems momentarily spike an alarm, threat assessment protocols activating as the chassis interprets the mental disturbance as a possible attack. Auto-stabilizers engage to keep the massive frame upright as the warrior's consciousness reels. For several seconds that feel like hours, the Ancient One simply cannot process what he is experiencing. The fundamental assumptions upon which he has based his understanding of reality for centuries are suddenly in question. The Primarchs were gone. This was known, accepted, a foundation of belief as solid as the fact that the Emperor sits upon the Golden Throne, or that there are exactly 20 original legions whose fate shaped the Imperium. Some were dead, slain during the heresy. Some were lost, disappeared into the warp or to Xenos threats, or simply vanishing without explanation. Some had fallen to chaos and become demon princes serving the dark gods. But none, not a single one of the loyal Primarchs, walked among the living warriors of the Imperium in the current age. This was a truth carved in stone, repeated in 10,000 sermons, mourned in countless battle hymns. The age of the Primarchs was over. Humanity fought on without them, mourning their loss but carrying forward their legacy. Except here stands proof that this fundamental truth is no truth at all. Here stands Robert Guilliman, living and breathing and real, his presence undeniable despite the absolute impossibility of it. And if this truth can be overturned, what other assumptions might also be false? What other certainties might prove to be nothing more than comfortable lies, told to make the endless war seem bearable? The Primarch speaks, and his voice is exactly as the ancient warrior remembers it from briefings and proclamations heard thousands of years ago. Deep and resonant, carrying an authority that seems to bypass the conscious mind and speak directly to some deeper part of the self that knows and accepts this is a being worthy of absolute loyalty and obedience. Be at peace, Ancient One. I know that my presence is difficult to comprehend. I know that you have many questions, and they will be answered. But first, you must understand this. The galaxy has changed more than you can imagine since your last awakening. The Imperium faces threats that would have seemed impossible in the age you remember, but I have returned, and I bring with me renewed hope for mankind's survival. Your service is needed now more than ever. Will you fight beside me once more, as you did in ages past? The question is almost rhetorical. What answer could an ancient warrior possibly give except absolute affirmation? To serve beside a Primarch, to fight under the direct command of one of the Emperor's own sons, is an honor that surpasses anything a Space Marine could hope to achieve. For a dreadnought, who has sacrificed even death itself in service to the chapter, to be given the chance to fulfill that service in the presence of his genetic father is a gift beyond measure. But beneath the immediate surge of loyalty and duty, questions roil. How? How is this possible? The Primarch was dead, or as good as dead, held in stasis with wounds that should have killed even his transhuman physiology. For 10,000 years he has lain in state on Macragge, an object of pilgrimage and worship, but not truly alive in any meaningful sense. What power could restore him? What force could heal wounds inflicted by a demon Primarch wielding weapons blessed by the dark gods themselves? And why now? Why after 10 millennia of absence does he return at this particular moment? What has changed in the galaxy to necessitate or permit this resurrection? The ancient warrior's tactical mind, honed by thousands of years of warfare and strategic planning, cannot help but analyze the situation, even as he struggles to accept its reality. There must be a reason, some larger context that explains this development. Primarchs do not simply return from the dead without cause. Someone or something orchestrated this, and understanding who and why might be crucial to understanding what the warrior's role will be in whatever comes next. The Primarch seems to read these thoughts in the warrior's silence. A slight smile crosses those perfect features, understanding and perhaps a touch of sympathy evident in the expression. You wonder how this is possible. That is good. A warrior who cannot question is merely a weapon, and I need brothers who can think as well as fight. The full tale is long and complex, involving forces both Imperial and Xenos, technology both ancient and new, and circumstances that I still do not fully comprehend myself. What matters is this: I live. I have taken up once more the mantle of Lord Commander of the Imperium, and I have launched a crusade to reclaim what has been lost to darkness and chaos. This crusade needs warriors like you, Ancient One. Those who remember what the Imperium was meant to be, who carry within them memories of a time before the age of blind faith and superstition. Will you march beside me? The answer forms before conscious thought can intervene. I will, my lord. Whatever you command, wherever you would deploy me, I am yours to direct. This I swear by the Emperor, and by the honor of the chapter. Good, the Primarch says, and something in his bearing relaxes slightly, as if he had genuinely been uncertain of the response. Then let me show you what has become of my father's Imperium, and what we must do to save it from the darkness that threatens to consume it entirely. What follows is a briefing, unlike any the ancient warrior has experienced in his long existence. As tech priests make final adjustments to his systems and prepare him for deployment, the Primarch himself takes the time to explain the current state of the galaxy. And with each revelation, the warrior's understanding of reality shifts further from anything he thought he knew. The galaxy has been split in two by a massive warp storm known as the Cicatrix Maledictum, or the Great Rift. This tear in reality stretches from the Eye of Terror all the way across to the eastern fringe, cutting off vast swathes of Imperial territory from Terra and the light of the Astronomicon. On the far side of this rift lies what is now called the Dark Imperium, or Imperium Nihilus, where worlds fight on in isolation against chaos and Xenos threats, without hope of reinforcement or even knowledge of whether the wider Imperium still exists. The Primarch had been resurrected through a combination of ancient technology and Xenos witchcraft, specifically the power of the Inari and their death god. This alone would have been shocking enough, but the Primarch speaks of it matter-of-factly, as a tactical necessity rather than heresy. He had made common cause with aliens to save the Imperium, and while some in the ecclesiarchy had protested, his authority as Lord Commander and the desperate state of the Imperium meant that pragmatism won out over dogma. Following his resurrection, the Primarch had launched the Indomitus Crusade, the largest military campaign since the Great Crusade itself. This crusade brought with it new weapons, new technology, and most shocking of all, a new generation of Space Marines. These Primaris Marines, as they are called, are larger and stronger than standard Astartes, created using genetic techniques developed by the Archmagos Belisarius Cawl over the course of 10,000 years. They represent an evolution of the Space Marine template, and they are being deployed across the galaxy to reinforce existing chapters or form entirely new ones. The numbers are staggering. 12 years since the start of the Crusade. Countless worlds liberated or reclaimed. Hundreds of thousands of new Primaris Marines awakened from stasis. New chapters founded, old chapters reinforced. The Imperium, which had been on the verge of collapse, given a chance to survive. And at the center of it all, directing the massive war effort with the strategic genius that made him legendary, stands Roboute Guilliman himself. The ancient warrior tries to process all of this, to fit these new facts into his understanding of the galaxy and the Imperium. But the sheer scope of the changes is overwhelming. He has slept through the most significant events in 10,000 years, missed the resurrection of a Primarch and the launch of a crusade that might determine the survival or extinction of humanity itself. While he lay in darkness, the galaxy transformed around him, and now he awakens to find himself in a reality he barely recognizes. And yet, beneath all the shock and confusion, there is something else stirring. Something that the ancient warrior has not felt in longer than he can remember. Hope. After centuries of fighting and endless holding action, of watching the Imperium slowly crumble no matter how many battles were won or how many enemies were slain, there is finally a reason to believe that victory might actually be possible. A Primarch has returned. The Emperor's own son leads them once more, and whatever challenges lie ahead, they will face them with the leadership and strategic brilliance that only a Primarch can provide. Encountering the Primaris. The first time the ancient warrior sees a Primaris Marine up close, his initial reaction is confusion. The figure standing before him is clearly one of the Emperor's Space Marines, bearing the heraldry and colors of the chapter with pride. But something is wrong with the proportions. The warrior's tactical systems have decades or centuries of experience analyzing the dimensions and capabilities of standard Astartes, and this individual does not match the expected parameters. He is too tall, too broad, the armor he wears featuring design elements that the warrior's database cannot immediately classify. For a moment, the Ancient One wonders if his optical sensors are malfunctioning, providing distorted data that makes this Marine appear larger than he actually is. But diagnostic checks return clean results. The sensors are functioning within normal parameters, which means the distortion is real. This Space Marine genuinely is larger than standard Astartes, approaching but not quite reaching the size of warriors in Terminator armor. And the armor itself, while clearly descended from the Mark 7 and 8 patterns that the warrior recognizes, incorporates improvements and innovations that suggest centuries of development. The Primaris Marine snaps to attention with crisp precision, his posture perfect despite the additional mass he carries. When he speaks, his voice carries the distinctive timbre of enhanced vocal cords. But there is something different about the resonance, a deeper quality that suggests even more extensive augmentation than standard Astartes receive. Ancient One, I am Brother Sergeant Lethis of the 3rd Company. It is an honor to fight alongside one of the chapter's venerable elders. I have been assigned as your tactical liaison for the coming engagement. The words are respectful, almost reverential, but the ancient warrior detects an undertone of curiosity in the Primaris Marine's bearing. This is someone who has been told about dreadnoughts, who understands their significance to the chapter's history, but who has never actually worked with one before. His generation has no personal memory of what it means to fight alongside these walking tombs, no first-hand experience of how to coordinate with a warrior whose tactical perspective spans centuries. At ease, Brother Sergeant, the ancient warrior replies, his mechanized voice conveying more warmth than the flat tone might suggest to someone unfamiliar with dreadnought communication. I am called Honorus, though that name has not been spoken in longer than I care to contemplate. You say you are Primaris. I confess I do not fully understand what that designation entails beyond the obvious physical differences. Brother Sergeant Lethis relaxes slightly, though his posture remains parade ground perfect. We are the result of 10,000 years of genetic research, Ancient One. The Archmagos Belisarius Call, working from notes left by the Primarch himself before his wounding, developed techniques to create Space Marines with 3 additional gene seed organs beyond the standard 19. This makes us more resilient, stronger, and capable of enhanced performance across all combat parameters. 10,000 years of research. The number strikes the ancient warrior with fresh force. He knew intellectually that significant time had passed, but hearing it stated so casually as simple background information drives home just how much of history he has missed. While he slept, an entire age of development and improvement happened without his knowledge or participation. The Space Marines of the current era are literally built differently than the ones he fought alongside in his mortal life. 3 additional organs, Honorus repeats, processing this information. That would make 22 total, a significant modification to the Emperor's original design. There must have been substantial risk in implementing such changes. The gene seed is sacred, not to be tampered with lightly. Indeed, Ancient One, but the Primarch himself endorsed these modifications, having planned for them since before the heresy. And the crisis facing the Imperium was dire enough that risks had to be taken. Many chapters were hesitant to accept Primaris reinforcements at first, questioning whether we were truly their brothers or something alien wearing their colors. But battle has proven our loyalty and capability. We are Space Marines, as our firstborn brothers are, and we serve the Emperor and the Imperium without reservation. The term, firstborn, catches Honorus's attention. So that is what the standard Astartes are called now, in contrast to these new Primaris. Not a particularly flattering designation, implying as it does that the originals are somehow lesser or outdated. But then again, perhaps that implication is accurate. If these Primaris truly are superior in combat capability, if their additional organs and enhanced physiology make them more effective warriors, then the firstborn designation might simply be honest recognition of obsolescence. The ancient warrior considers his own situation in light of this revelation. If standard Astartes are now considered the lesser option, how does a dreadnought fit into the hierarchy? Is he even more obsolete than firstborn Marines, a relic of an older age whose only value lies in historical knowledge? Or does his experience and the massive firepower of his chassis compensate for being built on outdated genetic templates? These are not comfortable thoughts, but Honoris has never shied away from uncomfortable truths. "I see," he says carefully. "And how do your fellow Primaris regard dreadnoughts? Do they view us as honored ancestors, or as outdated weapon systems maintained out of tradition rather than practical necessity?" The question is more pointed than Honoris intended, but Brother Sergeant Lethis takes no offense. If anything, he seems to appreciate the directness. "With the deepest respect, Ancient One, we Primaris may be new to the chapter, but we were raised on the histories and traditions that make the chapter what it is. We know that every dreadnought represents not just a powerful weapon, but a living link to the past, a repository of wisdom and experience that cannot be replicated. You have fought battles we have only read about in historical records. You have seen the Imperium at different stages of its existence, witnessed how it has changed and evolved. That perspective is invaluable, regardless of whether your chassis matches current technical specifications." The words sound sincere, and Honoris's analytical systems detect no markers of deception in Lethis's tone or bearing. The Primaris genuinely seems to believe what he is saying. But belief and reality do not always align, especially when discussing the value of ancient relics in a modern war. The true test will come in combat, when Honoris can observe firsthand how these new Space Marines fight, how they coordinate with older equipment and warriors, whether they truly respect the dreadnought's tactical input, or simply humor the Ancient One while making their own decisions. "Then let us fight together, Brother Sergeant Lethis, and judge each other by our actions rather than our origins. Whatever genetic differences exist between us, we both serve the same cause under the same Primarch. That is what matters in the end." "Well said, Ancient One. I look forward to seeing you in battle. The briefings mentioned that your chassis is equipped with twin las cannons and a close combat fist with integrated heavy flamer, a versatile loadout for engaging both armored vehicles and infantry formations." The conversation shifts to tactical matters, discussing deployment zones and enemy force composition and coordination protocols. But even as Honoris engages with these practical concerns, part of his awareness remains focused on the larger implications of what he has learned. The Imperium has changed more than he initially realized, not just politically or territorially, but at a fundamental level. The very nature of what it means to be a Space Marine has evolved, with new types of warriors being introduced to supplement or replace the traditional firstborn. This raises questions that extend beyond simple tactical considerations. How will the chapters adapt to having two distinct types of Astartes in their ranks? Will tensions develop between firstborn and Primaris as they compete for glory and advancement? Or will they integrate seamlessly, the superior capabilities of the Primaris supplementing rather than replacing the experience of the firstborn? And what happens to chapter traditions and identity when warriors who were not originally part of the chapter start making up an increasing percentage of its forces? These are not questions Honoris can answer himself. They will unfold over time as the new normal establishes itself. But he makes a mental note to observe carefully, to pay attention to how firstborn and Primaris interact, to watch for signs of division or unity. Such observations might seem peripheral to his primary function as a weapon system, but the ancient warrior remembers the lessons of the Horus heresy. Division within the Imperium's military forces has led to catastrophe before, and any signs of such division emerging again need to be recognized and addressed before they can metastasize into something worse. But there is also room for optimism in these developments. If the Primaris truly are as capable as their specifications suggest, if they can be deployed in sufficient numbers across the Imperium, then perhaps there is genuine hope for turning the tide against the endless enemies pressing in from all sides. For the first time in longer than Honorius can remember, the Imperium is not just holding the line, but actually advancing, reclaiming lost worlds and pushing back against forces that had seemed unstoppable. That alone justifies whatever risks were taken in developing and deploying these new warriors. The briefing concludes, and Lethis moves off to attend to his other duties. Honorius is left alone for a moment, processing everything he has learned. The world has changed while he slept, but perhaps it has changed for the better. Perhaps this is what was needed all along: bold action rather than passive defense, innovation rather than stagnation, a willingness to adapt and evolve rather than clinging to the comfort of tradition. Or perhaps he is merely hoping for the best while ignoring warning signs of disaster to come. Time will tell. For now, there is a battle to fight and a Primarch to serve. Whatever else has changed, that core purpose remains constant, and Honorius will fulfill it as he has always done, with every ounce of capability his ancient chassis can muster. The weight of millennia. As preparations for deployment continue, Honorius finds himself with rare moments of inactivity. The tech priests have completed their maintenance rituals and pronounced his systems optimal. The tactical briefings have been delivered and absorbed. His weapons are loaded, his armor blessed, his chassis ready for war. All that remains is to board the transport and proceed to the combat zone. In these gaps between activity, awareness turns inward, and the ancient warrior confronts a truth he has been avoiding since his awakening. Everyone he knew is dead. It is not the first time Honorius has faced this reality. Every awakening brings fresh reminders that decades or centuries have passed, that faces once familiar are gone. But the sheer scope of the gap this time makes it different. He has not slept for years or even decades. Based on the briefings and the casual references to historical events, he has been dormant for more than a century, perhaps much more. The exact duration is unclear, lost in the chaos of the Great Rift and the time distortions it caused. But the specifics matter less than the fundamental truth. An entire generation of warriors has lived and died while Honorius slumbered. The chapter master who ordered his last activation is gone. The tech marine who performed his maintenance before that final sleep is gone. The squad mates who fought beside him in that last campaign, whose voices he can still hear echoing in his memory banks, are all gone. Every face he knew, every name he remembers, belongs now to the dust and the dead. He alone remains, kept artificially alive within his armored tomb, while the living move on without him. This is not tragedy in the conventional sense. Space Marines understand and accept death as part of their service. The chapter does not mourn individuals, but celebrates their contributions to the collective. Names are recorded in the rolls of honor, deeds memorialized in the chapter's histories, gene seed harvested and implanted in new warriors to carry on the legacy. Death is transition rather than ending, a warrior fulfilling his purpose so that others can take up the mantle he leaves behind. But for a dreadnought, the experience is fundamentally different. Honorius did not transition to anything. He simply stopped existing for a while, and when he resumed, the world had moved on without him. There is a peculiar loneliness in this, a disconnection from the continuous flow of chapter life that his battle brothers experience. They live in a community of shared experiences, forming bonds that carry them through the challenges of their service. Honorius exists outside that community, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, never fully part of the current generation while being unable to return to his own. He wonders, not for the first time, whether this is truly the honor the chapter claims it to be. To be preserved beyond death, yes, that has a certain appeal. To continue serving the Emperor long after mortal form would have failed, absolutely that is admirable. But to exist in this liminal state, neither truly alive nor fully dead, watching the world change while remaining frozen in the moment of his internment. Sometimes Honorus questions whether this is gift or curse, whether the chapter preserves its dreadnoughts for their benefit or for its own. The thought is disloyal, and Honorus pushes it away almost as soon as it forms. Space Marines do not question, they serve. The fact that service sometimes comes at a cost that seems disproportionate to the benefit is irrelevant. What matters is that the job gets done, that the enemy is defeated, that the Imperium survives another day. Individual comfort, individual preference, individual happiness, all of these are luxuries that the galaxy cannot afford to indulge. But pushing away the thought does not make it disappear entirely. It lurks in the background of awareness, coloring everything else Honorus experiences. When he interacts with the Primaris Marines, he cannot help but notice how young they seem despite their enhanced physiology. Not young in years, perhaps, but young in experience, lacking the weight of centuries that makes every action feel like just another repetition of something done countless times before. They still have enthusiasm, still believe that this battle or that campaign might make a real difference in the grand struggle. Honorus knows better. He has fought too many battles that seemed decisive at the time, only to discover that new enemies simply emerge to replace the ones defeated. The war is endless, and individual victories are merely temporary pauses in the grinding attrition. This perspective, born of millennia rather than decades or centuries of service, is both gift and burden. On one hand, Honorus can provide tactical wisdom that comes only from extensive experience. He has fought countless battles across hundreds of worlds. He has seen strategies succeed and fail, has observed enemy tactics evolve over time, has learned lessons that cannot be taught but must be lived. This knowledge is invaluable, especially to younger commanders who might be tempted toward overconfidence or despair. On the other hand, that same perspective can make it difficult to maintain the emotional engagement that makes warriors fight with passion rather than mere competence. When every battle blurs into every other battle, when the faces of enemies become interchangeable with enemies fought centuries ago, when the whole endless war starts to feel like a cosmic joke played by indifferent gods, it becomes hard to muster the righteous fury that drives Space Marines to acts of extraordinary valor. Honorus fights with precision and skill, honed by millennia, but the fire that once burned in his breast has dimmed to barely glowing embers. Except now, there is the Primarch. This is the thought that Honorus keeps returning to, the detail that makes this awakening different from all the others. He is not simply being deployed to fight another battle in an endless war. He is fighting under the direct command of Reboot Guilliman himself, one of the Emperor's own sons. This is not just war. This is history, the kind of momentous event that chapters remember for generations. And Honorus, despite all the centuries weighing upon him, despite the weariness that sometimes threatens to overwhelm his will to continue, cannot help but feel stirrings of something that might be excitement or hope or even joy. He has lived to see a Primarch return. How many Space Marines, across 10,000 years of Imperial history, could make that claim? How many dreadnoughts, preserved through the ages, have been awakened to find not just a changed galaxy, but a fundamentally transformed Imperium, one where the sons of the Emperor walk among mortals once more? This is unprecedented, unique, a gift that Honorus never imagined receiving. And with that gift comes renewed purpose. The question that haunted so many of his previous awakenings, the nagging doubt about whether continued existence in this state was truly worthwhile, suddenly has an answer. He exists for this. He was preserved through the ages so that when the Primarch returned and the Imperium needed its most experienced warriors, he would be available. All the centuries of darkness, all the battles fought and victories won, all the loss and loneliness and existential dread, all of it led to this moment. It is a comforting narrative, and Honoris allows himself to believe it, even while recognizing that it might simply be another story he tells to make sense of a fundamentally senseless situation. But whether the narrative is objectively true or merely a useful fiction, it serves its purpose. It gives him reason to engage fully with the coming battle, to fight not just with skill but with passion, to remember what it felt like